the thinking rational human thought of. Well, it's just a soup of biological chemical processes and nothing more, to include morality itself. And this leads to postmodern subjectivism, where my truth is true for me, your truth is true for you, and we can have different truths, but it's all one truth. And this leads, of course, to problems of incompatibilities between people and cultures and ideas that are unresolvable because people's passions get in the way,
So,
which is also a natural consequence. So now you've got the foundation of a libertine hedonistic society where morals are subjective and anybody can do whatever they want and not have any consequences in the next life for themselves, not be subject to eternal damnation and judgment. Here we are, 2025.
so I
Now,
don't
flat
actually know
Earth cosmology
I don't know if you need to like
puts
believe
God really
in a
close to you.
spiritual
So,
to be moral. I don't think it's necessarily required for morality.
no, I agree. But this sets the stage for immorality. The globe sets a bigger stage for immorality than a flat Earth where God is near and close and creation is obvious.
That's an interesting perspective where God is near and close to a flat Earth.
Yeah.
So I guess
It's harder to be a deist.
so I guess I see like the message of these religions being perverted, like equal, like it's also used as like a tool of control, like how we think like Donald Trump poses as like a Christian person when he's like anything but, like he's like the least virtuous man we've ever had as president probably. So it's just like ironic that like he's using like Christianity and those values for control and power, the antithesis of that. I'm not trying to get directly
My connection's
political,
bad.
like, Trump is a very corrupt man and bad man who like has no ethics or morals. But that is an interesting line. The stretch of years to make it seem like far away and not related to God. That is an interesting idea.
Yeah. And ironically, these ideas were proffered by the church, the Roman Catholic Church.
What initially? Wait, did you say they were? Well, didn't
The Big Bang. A Jesuit priest named George Lemaitre came up with the Big Bang theory.
was that like early 1900s or sometime later?
Yeah.
Earlier.
Yeah, no, that's around the time period.
Maybe I did.
He actually looks like Harry Potter in old photographs.
I had to have learned something.
He looks like Harry Potter, no joke, dude.
Let's look it up.
George with an S. Lemaitre, you could say Lemaitre.
Yeah, I couldn't say that.
There
To a meter?
you go. America.
That's what the Wikipedia like.
Incidentally, I like mushroom. I was gonna say I like mushrooms too, man. Like just as a sidebar, like Kennett Square mushrooms.
Kennett Square mushrooms. What? Are you from Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Are you? Okay, you don't work in law enforcement, do you?
No.
That's funny. Nobody I know knows like that we produce like 60% of the U.S.'s mushrooms.
Yeah, it's bonkers, dude. The whole town smells like it.
So you live near
Yep.
there? That's funny, dude. I was just thinking
Oh
about
yeah,
applying
I'm in
for,
Amish country.
like Lancaster or something.
You
Ephrata?
got it.
Yeah. I'm in Harrisburg right now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But I was
Yeah,
actually
right up
thinking
the
about
river.
applying for a job down in Kennett Square specifically. They had a mushroom grower job for 53K a year, and that pays more than what I currently make. So I was thinking about doing it, but then by the time I got my resume ready, the job listing was gone. So I'm hoping it comes back.
Yeah, it's a hot market right now. All around. I think, we still might see some wage growth, which is good. Offset this inflation and tariff BS.
I'm curious to see when they're going to start building the Microsoft like data center near 3 Mile Island or whatever. The $500
Yeah.
billion one.
Yeah, I think Bill Gates rather, had George LeMaitre. Bill Gates got a good deal on that piece of real estate. It melted down.
Yeah. Yeah. What's funny is apparently that reactor was running until 2019, and then they shut it off because it was too expensive to run, which seems very strange to me. I guess natural gas was just that cheap, but now they're turning it back on. And it's going to cost like 1.6 billion, which also sounds insane.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's
They can't decide whether or not they want to finish the Keystone pipeline, because that was part of the reason, I think. So, we got so much natural gas piping through these pipes that we don't need nuclear anymore.
yeah.
And then they stopped the Keystone project and they turned on nukes. Okay, which is
Yeah.
better?
Microsoft was specifically going to pay a premium just for them to turn it on, I guess. Call themselves green.
Wow. Wow.
I asked Crit earlier about what he thought about the fusion program in France, and he didn't want to talk about that either. He told me to email him, call him up.
Yeah, I mean, it's ancillary to the topic at hand, right?
Kind of. I assume they're
I mean,
using risk science over there.
nobody knows what the sun really is,
Well, true. Yeah, I don't think they're going to make anything
right? I
resembling
mean,
the sun.
and our position on these things isn't like abject denial of these things. We just don't shove them through the same cosmological filter.
Yeah,
So,
is there a
like
term for, like,
I accept like space weather. Now, is it space? Is it really weather? No, but sun cycles do coincide with all kinds of crazy geological issues and weather issues that we face.
you mean like solar radiation? Like
Yeah,
the flares going on?
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. I
How do
I have no
we?
problem with any of that.
So you guys, I guess, have not functionally found a way to determine the sun's distance.
No one has.
Nobody, right?
Yeah. No one has, and we know the methods that they claim to have employed. We examine them and we reject them for cause.
They aren't logically sound at all.
No. Another topic we can get into. if you want.
Do you think there's like ways we can like determine like the severity of a solar flare before it hits us?
It's
In
not
a,
real.
I mean, in a sense, yeah, but what is it? Like, does it really, are these phenomena coincidental or causative?
you mean like the interference we receive and then it happening could be potentially unrelated?
Well, they're related, but what causes what? You know, is there really like a coronal mass ejection, the way that astronomers describe, where pieces of the sun are shedding off and slamming into a globe? That's an interpretation of the data. The data is the data. The story, the outer space story, is constructed around the data and is based off of preconceived notions of the outer space story to begin with. And that's where it starts, the logic and a lot of the descriptions start to break down, become incoherent. Like outer space to begin with can't be an infinitely expanding vacuum. With a pressurized Earth atmosphere and no thermodynamic boundary layer, no container, no fixed volume separating the two systems. Our system is considered one with the outer space vacuum, an open system in which matter and energy can freely pass back and forth. And the reason why we reject this is because that claim of what the atmosphere is in the context of an ever-expanding space vacuum is a violation of known laws of gas, of entropy laws that we freely demonstrate every day in our lives here on the ground.
So
gas pressure requires containment. Otherwise, it will freely expand forever.
I think the globalist side might say that like there is a percentage of the atmosphere always probably leaking off into space, but like someone said earlier, Berserker talked about how the atmosphere gradually gets thinner and thinner. So like we can almost see like that like most of the atmosphere is being attracted to the surface of the Earth for some reason. Right?
Well, attraction is how people conceive of it, which requires the claim of an outer space gravity to compress.
You don't see attraction, you see barrier, right?
Well, I don't even say that. I don't think there needs to be a barrier, because I don't think outer space is an ever expanding vacuum. I don't know what outer space is. I don't know what that environment is. If you actually read some of NASA's literature, some of their meteorological studies of what's up there, they describe the region as like 97% plasma.
97% plasma?
Oh yeah. They've built entire plasma simulators to try and model this and better understand what that environment is. I've got a great paper on it called Double Layers in Astrophysics. It's like 300 pages. It's a behemoth. I don't claim to understand all of it at all. It's from the 1980s, and NASA spent untold gobs of money to build a plasma sheath simulator to try and tweak it to get it to replicate their studies of what is above us.
And
incidentally, their plasma simulator models a flat Earth surface.
So, again, we've never received anything back from a rover or probe, right? Like those aren't real.
I mean, what are they? What are they? Yeah.
That we send
back
on.
into
they are.
That drives you back into overview effect. The Voyager 1 turned around and took a snapshot, pale blue dot. Not fail you. Carl Sagan wrote a whole book about it. How did it not work? How did it not trigger an instant cognitive shift. You know what I'm talking about, right? You see, I'm sure you've seen it before. The pale blue dot image.
Right. What would trigger the overview effect? That
That
dot image?
that dot, that blue. If you think that came from a satellite, and that's a photograph from Earth, like a billion miles away, it should have triggered an instant cognitive shift.
I guess I I disagree with that. I don't know if that's. I
Yeah,
think
it didn't work.
Yeah,
No,
it's not that you disagree with it; it just didn't work. There was no effect
why you guys? What's like? Why is this overview effect so important?
because they say that was a causal agent. Science, cause and effect. If the Earth is a globe and you can see it from space, the effect of that would be an overview effect, an instant
Right,
cognitive shift.
that's just like an idea from a guy, right?
No, that's science. That was science.
What do you mean that was
It
science?
was offered as science. That's right.
A
It was offered
giant,
as a means to change humanity's perspective of themselves and their world.
a
I mean-
giant leap forward. Remember, one small step for a man, a giant leap forward for all mankind. Where is this giant leap forward?
It was psychological. All of the tactics used by the government was psychological.
You say, I didn't fall for it. Well, why are you falling for it and not falling for it at the same time?
All right, so who invented the overview effect? I gotta look into this. I don't know.
I told you, Frank White. Frank White.
Greg White.
Frank White.
Frank White. You did tell me that. My bad. I lost that tab. So
I
why
have
is
to go in a few minutes.
why is Frank?
I'm going to
White
listen,
so
guys. Sorry to cut in.
Go ahead,
Got
Patches.
Brian Cox. Brian Cox named his website The Children of Apollo. He was referencing how everything changed after the Apollo program. It was a new day for humanity. He compared it to BC and AD. He wanted to have a new calendar set up before Apollo, after Apollo. BA and like AA. Start off a new age for humanity. When the people landed on the moon in 1969, he wanted to restart the calendar at that day. Because that was a change. That changed everything. Completely new world. Completely new humanity. Everything new. A massive world-changing effect. This is why Carl Sagan said it was quite ironic, the most ironic token of all of human history, the Apollo program. Here's something that was said to change everything, and it changed nothing. It's ironic. It's very ironic.
I mean, maybe it like changed by not like having a war with Russia. Maybe that's what he was talking about. You know, we were like having a Cold War.
Yeah, we're still in Cold War, so I know what you're talking about.
Still not the
They expect
world.
you to
The
believe that
world
shit.
changing.
Well, I mean, we're pretty egocentric. We're the United States. We are the world in our
Well,
eyes.
they're our best friends, dude. And freaking secret, but on the stage, yeah, Cold War.
Well,
But they are friends, Patches.
we haven't been that friendly to them lately. That's for sure.
Because the TV said so?
Well, because like, I guess everybody like our government laws. You know.
TV.
Well, I mean, right. Technically, they could be always lying 100% of the time about every law they write and the website for the like Congress could lie. But I don't know how then they'd enforce anything. So I think they might tell the truth sometimes. That's why I keep coming back to the question everything perspective. What do we trust? If it's nothing, then how do we move forward?
Most people aren't able to question everything. They go with the narrative, and that's all they are able to believe.
I mean, I get that. I would imagine that's true. I'll be back, fellas.
Cool. Take care.
Sounded like a good conversation, Amish. I missed the first half of it, I guess.
I'm gonna step out for a bit.
Cool.
What do you guys think about climate change? Not like the global warming type, but like the like an aspect of industrialization in general is causing various regions to change climate to the point where like we might cause global food shortages because certain climates might raise 5 to 10 degrees or lower 5 to 10 degrees. Do you think this is like a real issue, or do you think this is globalist propaganda?
I'm not sure. Personally, I think that there are natural climate cycles that happen over long periods of time. I mean, we can tell by the landscapes, and history of places on Earth that there's huge changes in the past that have taken place, right? Drastic shifts. But over what time period has that happened? I'm not sure. I think human intervention definitely plays a role, but maybe not as big as what the as we're told, if that makes sense. They might say, "Oh, it's all because of humans," but I think a lot of it's natural cycles.
I can believe
but
that.
I haven't. That's not a topic that I've dove into like really deeply. So that's just my personal opinion. Speculation. You could call it a speculation.
Yeah, I guess like from what I've learned, there's like the primary concern is like an ice shelf that if it collapses will bring a bunch of other ice shelves with it and cause like sea levels to rise by like 3 meters extremely quickly, which would cause huge problems. But we have no idea if that's like 50 years away or 150 years away, and we don't even know if there's anything we can do to fix it. And then I've also heard
who knows? I mean, look,
food is like going to be the biggest issue, not from that, but like just temperature changes. Where we grow food might not work all the time for the food.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe
I
we'll
mean,
move it to other places, but maybe we won't.
Look, food's filled with seeds, and you just plant it in the ground, and rain falls from the sky, and you can grow like enough food for a freaking village in the size of a football field. If the government put effort into actually wanting to grow food for people, there could be unlimited food. I mean, that's not their goal, I don't think.
Yeah, I mostly mean we'll be fine probably overall because America produces a lot of food, but specific products we might lose out on.
Yeah, could happen. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, I live in Poland, and my wife tells me that when she was young, it used to get, during winter, like negative 30 degrees Celsius, negative 20 degrees Celsius, and it just doesn't happen anymore, right? I mean, we probably got down to like negative 15 during the night or something like that this year, but not during the day, really. And maybe a few negative 10, negative 12 days, but it used to like be much colder here in this particular location.
Same in the UK.
Yeah.
We haven't had snow in years. And snow used to be a very common part of we didn't get Canadian winters, we didn't get American winters, but we had snow. And then every other year now is a heat wave.
It's interesting. I remember seeing some of those news reports where they were like, "Oh, we're having a crazy heat wave in the UK," but then once I dug into it, they were like taking their temperature readings from airstrips and places that were really hot, and then they were showing it on the news, like everything in red. It was like everything like dramatically made to look like it's really, really hot and extreme. And then I remember seeing that compared to charts. I mean, like weather reports from many years ago in the UK, and showing like even higher temperatures, but not adding that dramatic effect into the news reporting. So it's not like record temperatures or anything like that. I mean, same thing in Australia. They say, "Oh, we're having record crazy temperatures," and then people will post reports of, from like 50 years ago or something where it was even hotter. So, I mean, I guess we have like temperature fluctuations, cycles. Some years are hotter than others. I don't know.
My reference really was my car, to be honest, because so I know they said like they took it like on a landing strip after jets were going off and on and things like that, and I was like, okay, they may have reached a little for this maximum temperature. I came back from Spain, right, that year. What was it, like 2022 or something? And it was 30 in Spain, like on average. I came back, it was like into East Midlands Airport or something, and came back to Sheffield with my friends. It was sweltering. It was hotter in the UK than it was in Spain, but it was absolutely sweltering. And when I got in my car and headed back home, my car read at 37 degrees at one point.
Yeah.
As in its temperature gauge or whatever it is in the car read 38 degrees. It was 37 or 38.
Mhm. Yeah. No, I don't doubt it. So yeah, I mean, it does seem like it's getting warmer in some places overall. So yeah, I'm not sure.
I would agree it's definitely a long-term cycle thing. I remember when I was young and I'm in my 50s and it was hot enough to melt the tarmac in the summer, and cars, we used to like just dig our names into the tarmacadam on all the pavements, and motorcycles, if they were on their stand, would sink and fall over. All that went on back then, but we also had extreme winters. And
Yep.
for me, the reason that the records are showing that it's higher now is because there's far more recording stations, but if you look where they are, they're monitoring in inner cities, inner towns, inner villages, and the populations have gone up. And vehicle use has gone up, albeit we're going more towards electric cars. But over the past decade, there's been a massive influx of diesel from Europe, diesel cars coming in. And inner city pollution has gone through the roof. So, ergo, it's going to show signs of something. But yeah, if you're going to collate it with, well, not necessarily global warming, but the warming cycle, yeah, have you ruled out everything else? And I don't think they have. I think they've ruled more things in than they've ruled out. There is a...
So the most compelling thing is right now, the Earth really should be getting colder. It should be getting colder, and we saw that up until the 20th century. Basically, the Earth was getting colder, and they were measuring. I don't know if you've heard of, like, it was the kind of there was the medieval warm period, the Dark Ages warm period. Earth was actually 1 degree hotter, but then the temperature started to consistently go down, and it's what's called a Milankovitch cycle. Now, I get, you guys are flat earthers. The Milankovitch cycle is based on like an orbital model, but the idea is the Earth processes between, it's like 21 and 23 degrees on a cycle of every 20,000 years. The last Milankovitch cycle, well, we're constantly in a Milankovitch cycle, but it lined up with the last great ice age, where Earth's temperatures were a few degrees lower, and Britain was actually connected to Europe by Doggerland. But we're at the point of the current Milankovitch cycle where we should be going back into that glacial period. We should be getting colder, and we're not. Like, temperatures seem to be getting hotter every year. So I think people are actually underrating the scale of change, because we should be getting colder, and we're not. It's getting warmer.
Where do you get the should be? Where do you get that from?
From the record to do with Milankovitch cycles.
The Weird Al Yankovic cycles? I don't trust that dude.
Okay, but it's
I'm joking.
Yeah, I don't know, man. The weather's all over the place. I mean, we're having record cold temperatures right now in Poland for this time of year. All the farmers are losing their crops. They're having to light fires around all of their orchards, and it's just like a catastrophe apparently because it's getting down to -2 during the night, which is just unheard of this time of year, and it's causing the frost, which is killing the crops. So,
Well-
you know. I don't know. Who knows what's going on?
Europe may be at risk due to the AMOC of getting colder over time, ironically, because the AMOC stream may collapse. But the world generally, like, this is
Well,
the
it's
thing.
not getting colder; it's getting warmer. I mean, like my wife and her father and that were telling me, right? It used to get much colder. Now it's warmer on average during winter.
It is. But if the AMOC stream collapses,
Mm-hmm.
it's set to get colder in Europe because it'll disrupt the flow of warm air from the Atlantic. So we get like more similar to Canadian type temperatures. But like the climate's complex. And
Exactly.
I'm not saying it's like, oh, Europe will get colder, so we don't have to worry. You're looking at ocean temperatures as well, not just temperatures on the land. You're looking at ocean temperatures because they're really what carry the currents of heat around the Earth.
How long you watch the data? How?
Sorry?
From which year you get that data?
Well, it's every year. These
In when it started.
When it started, they actually get it like a lot of our equipment now from naval reports of temperature from the British Empire, the British Navy. That's actually one of the early assessments in it's like the 18th and 19th centuries of what the temperature was around the world. Because you had captains of the British navies that were writing wind and temperature in the like logbooks, and basically they use that.
I was listening some meteorology saying that time, let's say 200 years of knowing or even having the data of the temperature, whatever, it's nothing comparing to the climate, because you don't know data in last 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000 years that you can compare and make it like, okay, was colder, this was hotter, or you can compare maybe in the last 200 years, but you cannot compare before because you don't have that data.
You actually have some better estimates because you have it in tree samples. Like ice cores as well. I mean,
are you saying that you can watch you cut the tree and you see the temperature in 1537?
It's not that you see the temperature. I mean, guys, you can be skeptical about this. Like, I'm somewhat skeptical about the.
I'm not telling you that. I'm saying, sorry.
It's just, if you guys have kids, and they have kids, like grandkids, it's going to be their problem. It's going to be their problem. It's going to be their moose potentially fucked. And it's just a matter of like, right, do we need to take action so their lives aren't worse in the future, so they don't live in a more inhospitable, warmer planet? because humans came about in a relatively cool period of Earth's history. Earth in the past was generally a much hotter world. Temperatures were much higher, but obviously these were in eras dominated by reptiles.
We don't know that.
I just remember seeing extremely conflicting information over the years. Scientists say that we have global cooling, and by this certain year, it's going to be a new ice age. And then you look at some articles from some other science journal, and it says the opposite. And you just see all of these conflicting articles over the years.
I want to see the body of research on global cooling, and was this a thing, among like a consensus of scientists?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Global warming has been a concept since people can wind back the clock earlier saying, well, this guy said this, Generally, it became a thing in science in like the 1950s.
What I was referring to, I think it was from the 70s or 80s. I'll see if I can dig up these articles. And yeah, I'm not saying that I looked into it. I just remember seeing these articles. I was like, oh, that's conflicting with what we're told now.
We all learned that we had ice age. Do we had it? Do we know that? Do we have any scientific proof for that?
I'd say we do, but I'm not a geologist. I wouldn't have them.
I would say no, but okay.
Why would you go with no instead of I don't know?
Okay, I don't know, and it would be nice in next period that anybody who knows provide any scientific proof for that, and that I will know after that.
You're looking for quite a specific person when it comes to somebody who's like an actual expert.
I'm not trying for the person. I'm trying for the specific method how we realized that was occurred.
Well, they're gonna know that.
Good. How do you know that? That they will know that?
Because they research it. Gordon Ramsay's going to know how to make a souffle because he's made 100.
Do you know?
Okay, I take they're going to know, aren't they? It's you go to the doctor. You go to the doctor. You've got a problem with your leg.
Oh my lord!
You assume somebody there knows
making a souffle. Listen, making a souffle and predicting future climate crisis are not the same thing, especially guys in the 1950s.
It's why yeah, but you're not dealing with the same data as you are in the 1950s, and predictions.
Yeah, they're not dealing with anything as simple as eggs either.
Well, guys, it's your kids and your grandkids' lives that are going to
stop with the sanctimonious bullshit. You do realize all this global strife is based on the idea that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, the same tactics to keep us in fear. Sounds like you're using.
Yeah, it's like a Mad Libs.
Okay.
Yeah, these stories are all built. All I'm saying is these stories are built upon the idea that the Earth is a ball. So is the Earth a ball?
Say the CFC crisis in the 80s was that also
made up?
It was made up. It was made up. So we were potentially going to lose our ozone, but you would have been like.
They told us there was a hole in
it. They was developing holes.
Oh, was it?
Who repaired it? Who repaired the hole? Did they send somebody up there to fix the hole?
The government saved us all.
There's tons of freaking people using pressurized freaking hairspray still.
Come on,
pressurized cans.
That doesn't
come on,
have
everybody,
doesn't
like
have
everybody knows,
doesn't have
everybody knows that
CO2.
ozone was exist or existed. You are saying that. Come on, everybody knows that.
Right, guys,
Right,
can you please?
where
Can you
reading
please?
in the books, yeah. Yeah, I know,
Can
like
you,
that, like you know, that's great.
Yeah,
can
it's
you
not as
please?
bad for our children, grandchildren, great great grandchildren, great 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 grandchildren as you think, Cosmos. Mother Nature's fine.
The Mother Nature is
As
fine.
opposed to what's
Life on
we'll be
Earth
fine.
will survive. Life on Earth will survive most things. That doesn't mean civilization will.
Well, are people really all that civilized?
Is this a
They're
again?
doing
This
a
is a
good job
serious
of
debate.
destroying Western civilization with the temperatures as they are.
I saw people can destroy better with a weapon than
Okay, I need to go for lunch before the cafe I usually go to closes. But
Well, think
I'll
of your
maybe come
children
back
and
on later.
grandchildren. Save some food for them.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, you said that we have a scientific proof for the ice age. And what is that?
Any angle to get us back in this outer space story.
Is it that when you go to, I don't know, to Greenland and then you go and dig the ice 1,000 meters under the ground, and then you, I don't know how, but you realize this is like old ice, 4 billion years old. Is that correct? Like that?
I don't like the way these people. I'm not that guy, but the people who come up with these stories, I don't like the way they put humanity in this malaise of guilt and shame and terror. I don't like it.
Often done to offer the state as a solution, where collectivized humanity is somehow able to absolve themselves of this guilt, as long as the individual pays their taxes.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't mean to get. This is the last thing I'll say about it, because I was saying this 20 years ago or 15 years ago. The EPA is all concerned about fog. So what do? They build a building where everyone shows up with their car to rev it up all day. It's just,
They spin it all the time. I wonder about these people like our friend here. Does he like going into servers where he knows the lot of those in there disagree with his worldview, and likes to just recite Bible stories and myths and unverifiable claims, like it's some kind of talk therapy.
And it's very interesting when they are speaking about that stuff, like in this case, the meteorology in ice age or whatever. They know everything. It's like it has sense. But when you show the horizon on 10 miles, no, that's I don't know. I don't see the horizon.
yeah, good point. If it's in a data column from 4 billion years ago, it's legit, but
My wife studied that. She had get exam for the carbon dating, and we were speaking about that. And I was asking her because I was interested. Is it that scientific? Is that? And she said to me, "No, it's in some points, but mostly it's a guess."
yeah, I remember that day.
And she's not into this story. She said from the scientific point of view. She didn't think about flat Earth, globe Earth, nothing. Only carbon dating. she told me, I remember years ago, even before QE said, she told me like this, in school, we were saying that archaeologists, they are not scientists and stuff like that, even some biologists. And I was angry on us because there was biochemists, and some chemists. They were calling themselves scientists. All others, for them, was not scientists.
Oh, is this the gay journal?
What?
Quetzalcoatl, I know, is here. He was doing the soundboard. Over Fences has joined us. Miss Doves. Who else? Migo Wigo. Mick.
Yeah, Alpha, my phone died on you guys last night. I was listening last night, but I'm here this morning. Good morning.
Fuck yeah, dude. Let's fucking go.
Welcome, welcome. What's up, Dovesy?
You would think, us being so, like the top channel in this server, that they would have added like globe earther, flat earther role, whatever, to, some earther roles to the choices for people to pick.
I think they have a suggestion box.
No, but then you see that would only like clarify the numbers that a lot of more people than they want to consider the topic, might be considering it.
Fuck that, dude. That's what I want. I want a clear division between... No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't matter. Come as you are. I don't give a fuck. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
We gotta separate the sheeps from the goats.
Yeah, I want to make some goat stew. I like that. You weren't here for the spiral, weren't you? Like there was two that spiraled out.
No, I wasn't. No. What happened?
It was juicy, dude. That guy that goes by Trans Cheeto.
Oh yeah, I know.
We're talking about epistemology and like the reasoning behind why you can't know something to be 100% true. Dude, he went absolutely bananas, dude. Just like, because he takes a position you can't know anything to be 100%, and to say that you can't know anything to be 100% true, and then I asked him the question, well, it's important to think about, like, how do you know that you don't know something to be 100%? Isn't that 100% to say that? Like, in a roundabout way. I didn't say it exactly that way, but he understood what I was saying. And dude, like, it took him a minute, but then he was just like, N-bomb, 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 N-bomb. Like, Yeah, he just went out of control. It was fucking funny, dude. I was like, what the fuck? Everybody, even India, was like, God damn.
He malfunctioned. What?
He wasn't even trying to push any buttons.
N-word.
Very matter of fact, like simply. And the dude flipped the hell out.
Yeah, it was. It's recorded, man. You go back in the live stream.
Nah, I think I'm
good. Well, somebody else that did that too, man.
Yeah.
Claw the consolidator, whatever the hell he called himself. Consolidator. Remember that guy? He's like always impartial.
Claw is kind of based when it comes to some conspiracy theories or skepticism, but it's ironic how that falls short woefully when it comes to this topic.
No, dude, the guy was the second pair of clown shoes and the one that went up in smoke because he was like doing, I guess he was multitasking or some bullshit. And we're just like chatting around, you know. And yeah, I'm just, you know, I'm gonna take a position and that, and people were kind of giving him questions, and then, you know, here I come with my fucking snarky comments. You know, it always like gets their goat, man, every time. You know, and he just like, he went off the rails. Fuck, I know you want me. You guys always do this shit every time. I'm like, God damn, dude, I'm just talking. I just really want to know if you have like the reason why. Like, what's
just show us.
Are you all right, bro?
Just show us the place on the doll where the flat earthers touched you.
He was fucking hurt, dude. Like, he was hurting. Even old dude was like, dude, are you okay?
I think you did push the button. I'm a like the smallest. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I was just kind of yes-anding what he was saying.
He was talking. So it was like, my job, you know, moving this house.
I will say, as a resident here for 5 years, being the flat Earth homie, I will say you guys piss a lot of people off. There's so many people coming into other mods, other chats, and they just want to bitch about being modded here, being banned from here. Like, I really want. I got banned from the 24/7 room. I really wish they'd let me the fuck back in there. Like, bro, why the fuck are you bitching about that in another chat? And secondarily, like, I'm a flat earther, so they'll hear that and like, oh, well, you must think this and that and this is whatever. I was like, bro, I don't know why you're so touched by your past flat earth conversations. Why don't you grow the fuck up a little bit?
That's kind of funny.
Just redirect them back up to us. Sorry, this is the wrong channel for that.
I literally do. I'm like, excuse me, sir. This is a Wendy's. We're discussing veganism or communism right now. If you want to bitch about flat earth, there's a whole room dedicated to it, homie.
Yes, invite them in here. Send them my way.
I always do, brother.
Love it.
Whether or not they have the gusto or the gall to do so is another topic.
Yeah, well, we got Scaramucci in the chat. Nellis Chris.
There we go. All right, so what are we talking about? I just got done my first med pass and the safety check, so I should be good to talk for a little bit.
Okay. Well, the conversation is always about if the people that come in brand new are advocating for the position for the Earth being a globe. Is that you?
I really haven't put a lot of thought into it, to be real with you.
Well, I mean, maybe you want to think about it and get back to me. But that's going to be the question. Because everybody thinks that it's a globe, but I don't think anyone has any evidence. And that's my contention. I don't think anybody has evidence. What I think is that people have a belief system. They think it's evidence, but it's not.
Oh my god.
Upon further investigation, we'll find out.
Astronauts? I spoke an astronaut. I'm in Canada. There's one astronaut I've spoken with who's actually been up in space. Spoke to him. And he wasn't lying about being in space. Okay?
Really? What was it? What was the standard of evidence? What was the standard of evidence that you found that he wasn't lying?
Mark Arnault.
Who?
Mark Arnault.
What?
Is he speaking English?
Mark Arnault is an astronaut that went into space in Canada.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Don't know the fucker. But anyways.
There was a high school named after him, and I went to that high school, actually. That's where I spoke to him, because he came to the high school.
That's great, dude. That's a great
That's
story.
adorable celebrity worship. Can you tell us more?
Yeah, no, and I don't want to hear more. What I want to hear is
when he went in front of the auditorium and saying he went to space, unless he was lying. Okay, I would say that he actually did went up there.
Really?
And how about like all the other astronauts that went up in there, and on the cameras on the Falcon 9 and all the rockets or whatever. When you could see the camera is like there, okay, right from launch all the way up, okay, and then some people would say that as they go up right in the atmosphere, the curvature is because of like the lens or something. But things the lens that makes the curvature. That
Bro's having a conversation all by himself right now.
Yeah. It went from one question. Now he just
Mobius, are you love to monologue about your adventure with this gentleman that you spoke to?
We're talking about Mark Carnot is a famous astronaut.
Not. You are.
One time,
we're not talking about it. We don't even give.
Really, the only question he asked was it flat or was it round? And you went on some total tangent.
You're talking about this guy that
one time I was in high school. I was sitting in an auditorium. Who gives a fuck?
Mobius, check it out. This is just for you.
Oh, and this one time at band camp?
Yeah.
No, astronauts. All right. In Canada, Canadian astronaut.
Yes, dude. Great for the Canadian astronaut. High five him. Maybe take some pictures with him. Go eat some cake. Whatever you do, right?
There's a school named after him, and I went to that.
That's great. How about a hospital?
Mark Carnot Collegiate Institute.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna start a clothing line. Oh, that's great. But that's not what we're asking.
I spoke to him.
Did you?
And
really? Tell us more.
Yes, because he came to our high school. A lot of us spoke to him in the high school, and he went on the auditorium and he spoke in the auditorium, and about his experience, whatever. And so I mean, obviously, he could have been lying about being in space because I don't know, somebody brainwashed him.
Interesting.
Is that the standard?
The only time people lie is because they're brainwashed. Do you want to walk that back?
Nah, let him. I think he's on a roll here. Go ahead, Morbius. What else?
No, I'm saying that this person whose high school was named after him, which I went to that high school. Okay, Mark Carnot.
Yeah, you said that twice, but
we know that.
Yeah. Okay, so in Toronto, Canada, and so obviously he's an astronaut, and then he went on stage and spoke about his experiences, blah blah blah. But he's not the only one. A lot of astronauts speak about their experiences, so it's either they're lying or it's the truth, right?
What is their experience? Is it flat or round? Hello?
No, I'm saying they went up in orbit.
What did they tell you?
Right, I'm saying they could be lying. So it's your contention, or some people in your contention, is that they're lying.
Hey, I'm not the crazy one, right? He's like really going around the question.
He doesn't answer the question. He hasn't answered the question.
He never answered the first question about his standards. What was his standard?
So you're assuming that this guy's lying.
The reason
Bro, I don't know if he's lying. You didn't tell me what he told you. You're literally circumventing my question.
The reason he hasn't answered the question is because he hasn't asked himself
that he was up in the space station because he was, and circumnavigating the Earth at 90 minutes per. One cycle per 90 minutes. Okay, which is what the space station is. Okay, and so like it's either like his story is a complete lie, or he's telling the truth, right?
Or your story is a complete lie.
But was it circular or was it flat? Like, this is a really easy question, and you're just like not answering it.
No, I'm saying that this astronaut.
You are allowed to say he didn't.
Oh God, again?
You want to say
this
it again?
Say it again. What was saying about his, telling us about his experience in the space station?
Holy shit, bro!
In the space station.
Now, you know what's funny though is that it might be somebody's asking you a question. Maybe from a different perspective other than a flat earther. I'm thinking that Captain's probably a glober, but somebody just wants to ask you a question whether or not you can answer the question. And it doesn't seem like you gave him that straight answer. But this will probably be the fourth attempt by my count. I could be wrong.
What question?
My God, dude.
Is he serious right now?
He's so serious. He's serious. He didn't
answer. Like, ask me the question again.
So you said that this astronaut gave you his personal experience, or his, so what did he tell you? Was the Earth flat? Was it round? What was his experience that he imparted onto you?
His experience on the space station.
Yeah,
I can't be. I can't.
Well, I mean,
he said he was on the space station, his experience inside the space station, and the fact that it was around the Earth 90 minutes it would take him to go around the Earth, and how he liked the view out the window, whatever, like all these different things. His experience.
Are you saying that it's round? Is that your way of answering my question? Are you saying that it's round?
It's his roundabout way of answering the question. Got him.
Well, it seems as if that, based on what he said, and every other astronaut I've heard speak in my life, not just somebody who came to my high school, but every single one on TV or whatever, it's the same thing, is that they went on the space station, and they there's even video of them, going around the Earth.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. This is like the sixth time I've asked you the question.
All you had to do is answer one or two ways.
It usually takes 7 times.
What question do you want me to ask?
Bro,
no, not you. Okay. There's a question being asked to you, not you.
This is the seventh time I'm going to try this, man. This is the seventh time. The simple question is it flat or is it round? Did he tell you that it was flat or round? What information on that?
But
Only
no
that
way
did he give you.
Would even, why would he say answer a question, was it flat or is it round? Why would he say that? Obviously it's round. But there's no way he would say that because it's a redundant question.
Did he say it or not?
No.
There you go. That's your answer.
There we go.
Oh my God! It took 8 times.
Oh, he has to say it's round. It's like, does gravity fall? It's the same thing. Like, why would he say, is it round? Who would ask him such a stupid question? Is the Earth round? You'd be a fucking kindergartner.
Well, it's a question that's being asked in this room, so why would it be a question that would be far for him to ask?
Well, I mean, if somebody asked him, is the Earth round, they'd be like ridiculed. That's why nobody would ask him the question.
Chris Hadfield said it looks flat, so I don't know.
Well, think about this, Mobius. You said he went to the space station, yes?
Chris Haas.
No. Your man, the one you were talking about. He went to the space station, right?
Well, it was.
He did go to the space station, yes?
Okay.
You said that he spun around the Earth every 90 minutes, bro.
That's what he said. It seems like he's having a hard time saying it.
Yes. Chris Hadfield.
I wasn't talking about Chris Hadfield. Your guy, man, Mark or whatever the fuck his name was.
Sure. Yeah.
He did go to the space station, right?
Sure.
You're not fucking.
I'm not told you this is by far one of the most confusing conversations I've ever had with like.
Yes. IAV. Yes.
Okay. So, and you said it would be stupid for us to ask him the question from the ISS if the Earth looked round or flat. Right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to show you a GIF that we got from the Chinese space station. Can you take a look at the chat, please?
Gift from the Chinese, okay. Right, and?
Yeah. So you have two camera angles, right? One showing like a globular Earth, the other one looks flat. Do you see it? There's a contradiction.
The one that's globular looks like an Instagram model with fucking editing and filters. That shit's so warped, bro.
It looks flat. Because it's probably from, a very tiny.
What? So that was the question that you said that if you were to ask your guy, or the one that made a name for the school that you went to, that you would say it was a silly thing to ask. But in this Chinese space station, the different camera angles they had, it looks flat. Why wouldn't it be something
that flat? We're talking if it's a tiny part of the Earth, it looks flat. But if you have to bring it back out. If there's a tiny bit of curvature there, and when you bring it back out,
right now, or is he speculating and has no idea?
Look, it looks flat. Obviously, something looks flat if it's from a tiny part of an entire big, gigantic globe.
So how small of a picture is that?
It's very, very tiny in terms of the entire curvature.
Okay, so the question would be, that he didn't see the Earth as a globe from the ISS, and it would be a fair question to ask, did it look like a globe from the ISS?
Exactly.
It would be a fair question. That's all it would be, just a fair question.
Yeah, no one's trying to assert that he would have to say that the Earth is flat or round. It's just that could one reasonably be skeptical when a picture from the ISS itself appears to be flat? Can you not follow that?
Okay, well, nobody asked him the question, and nobody asked him. He just said his experience of being on the space station. Nobody asked him.
Okay.
Flat, yeah.
Yeah, but that's the whole point of this room, is to ask the question whether or not somebody who allegedly claims to go there would have an experience of the Earth being a globe or flat. And that's why we're telling you that it's not a ridiculous question, like you make it sound. Right?
Well, I mean, there's pictures outside the space station window where there's curvature.
And there's one where it's flat. I just showed it to you.
His standards are all over the place.
And you even said it. You even said so yourself. You're like, well, if it looks flat, that's probably because.
Okay, how about the second picture? The second picture,
bro. Listen to me when I say this. What difference does it? What difference does it make if you have an example of it looking flat and 2 or 3 of the cameras? Then that automatically proves that it could be flat or it could be a globe, but you couldn't tell.
Okay, so one of them it seems flat.
Okay.
And another one, it from the outside. It depends on the scope. If you pull back enough, you see a curvature.
How do you know that?
Okay, well, this one here.
Asking you a question.
I'm seeing two pictures.
I know that. And asking you a question, how do you know that? You said it would be different if you backed up. How do you know that?
Well, I'm assuming.
I know you are. Just wanted you to say that. It's very clear to the audience that we already know that there's a lot of video footage that we can show that doesn't look like a globe. And it could be backed up by people that are saying the globe at that angle couldn't be looked at as curvature. It would look flat, even according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. And there's some other hostile witness that we call upon that would say the math works out that if they're at the height of the ISS, they could not see the roundness of the Earth. You'd have to get much, 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 much farther away from the Earth.
Right.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, so
you know better than those aspects.
At that height, you would not see the curvature. I thought you would.
Right.
Maybe I'm wrong, but
I think you are.
Stuff is flat.
Yeah, because there's no consistent math or metrics that you fucking globies use to determine on where you should start seeing curvature or not. That's why we don't buy your line.
No, it's more so like the camera, like for example on the Falcon rocket going up from the ground all the way up. As you get up to the very top, and you see the curvature. That's the thing I'm going by, really.
Yeah, but you're going by contradictory information because what we have is from the ISS, which probably exceeds that rocket. Not unless your rocket is exceeding the ISS. So which one do you think is better?
So the rocket footage, when it gets to the top, that curvature is like manufactured.
I'm not asking. You're the one that needs to come up with the evidence for that. Because what is the altitude at which what is the altitude at which the rocket gets to? What's the height of it?
Well, yeah, I'm not sure exactly, but
you gotta find that out, Morbius.
I've seen a curvature. I saw the curvature.
Yeah, look up the height of the altitude at which the rocket went to, and then come back and then compare it to the altitude of the ISS. See if they don't compare.
You're saying that if the ISS is higher and it's flat, and then since the Falcon is lower and its curvature, then obviously that footage is like either.
Well, check this out. I'll give you an example, Mobius. I'll give you an example. Neil deGrasse Tyson had he called into question the Red Bull space jump, but at which time they called it the Edge of Space jump. It was at 120-some thousand feet up, and the guy, was the highest jump, from the gondola and such. But when he was doing that jump, he had the image of the Earth looking like a globe from that height. So at 122,000 feet, the Earth looked very curvy. But Neil deGrasse Tyson, with that clip that you just heard them playing right now, where he said, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. You just don't. That stuff is flat. So when he says that, he means that at that altitude, 122,000 feet or 120,000 feet, you don't see curvature of the Earth. It was definitely a fisheye lens, and yet you would still believe that there was curvature of the Earth from that altitude, which you would be incorrect. This is the most important part. Even people that are advocating for the Earth being a globe, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, would not side with you on the fact that you could see curvature from that altitude. So what I'm telling you is that your facts are incorrect. You're thinking that you're seeing curvature with these fisheye lenses. So you have to at least
look at that.
listen.
So I'm actually I'm surprised. I didn't know this. That this Chinese footage, being high up, way higher than these, for example, how high the Falcon went, or that guy that jumped off the thing or whatever. Obviously they're a lot higher, and all of a sudden this Chinese footage it shows flatness. Okay, and also with Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that there's flatness on the ISS, whatever. So it seems maybe that there was a fisheye lens being used.
Yeah, that's considered. But the thing is, what happens is a lot of you guys have a lot of confidence in that what you're seeing is curvature. So what I'm telling you is that the rest of the people, just like you, are just believing that that's curvature. But they don't factor in the size of the Earth in the globe lore, in the mythos. I'm not saying it's still a globe. What I'm telling you is even the story that you think that you know is not correct. You don't even have the updated version, is what I'm saying.
Exactly. It's like that picture that was posted in side chat of the Red Bull jumper's camera showing a curve even while he's on the ground before he even leaves the ground.
So you need to consider things that
you shouldn't be able to see the curvature from the ground, then, pal.
Yeah, the things that
it seems that like the fisheye lens thing, obviously, it's very easy to do to have fisheye lens. And it seems this Chinese footage, I can see it. It seems like it's flat.
Yeah.
And I've never seen footage.
Well, all I'm saying, Mobius, whatever your name is, if you think about it, then some of the camera angles could be used with that type of lens, and you could be thinking you're watching a globe automatically without even investigating it further.
Of course. So I mean, like, ultimately, I did think, that Falcon footage could easily use a fisheye lens. Obviously, I knew that, but like when it comes to, there's no real reason for me to even believe the curvature based on the footage I've seen, like NASA on the news. I ultimately I don't even believe the news, and I believe in like fake news and stuff. So I mean, like ultimately, that's I have no real evidence. You know what my real evidence is? I'll tell you my real evidence.
What is
that? It seems that gravity produces natural spheres in space. So there's no way you would have a natural flatness in the universe because the natural.
So you don't think galaxies are flat in your paradigm?
No, galaxies are flat, but
so that's what you said. That doesn't happen in nature. That's nature, isn't it?
Okay, but that's like a flatness of spheres, like spherical.
It's still flat, though, right?
Sure.
Okay, so it flies in the face. It flies in the face of what you said. Only spheres exist and nothing flat.
Okay, correct.
Okay,
but I can't imagine like a planet having. Like the flat. Okay, because I'm thinking as
we're on a planet, are we?
What?
We're on a planet, are we?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming.
There you go.
You're assuming. You do a lot of assuming.
Okay, at the end of the day, I've never been up in space, so everything I think I know about the how the Earth is.
Just an assumption, right?
It's all conjecture, right? Okay. And the only avenue for me to know this is the news and NASA shit, right? Obviously. Okay, so
and the guy who was named after your high school, I wish you would have said that when you first came in here. It sounds so much better.
I mean, he's an honest glober if there is such a thing.
1000%. That's why I like him.
Just saying.
But this guy about high school, like, he didn't say anything about the Earth being curvature or whatever. He just talked about his experience.
Yeah, we get that, and I think most of the time people grow up thinking that they have kind of an idea that the Earth is something based on stories that they've been told. But if you investigate the claims a little farther, you're going to figure out that maybe they're just using fisheye lenses, maybe you're just being told a story to continue perpetuating an idea versus you actually figuring out whether or not the Earth is an actual globe or not. So that's what you're doing. You're believing a story, and you're just like, well, there's no way that you can verify it, right? According to you.
Not me, of course. It's just what I hear. It's like hearsay, obviously, right? So, okay, this footage of the Chinese footage where it shows that it's flat, when was this taken?
You'd have to look at the timestamp for that. I don't have it with me, but I'm pretty sure you can search for it online. There's places
it's pretty
where
recent. It's recent, and I'll post the video in the side chat for you. Right, it's the second Chinese space station. Right, so you're saying that it's like a high focal length lens, and it's showing only a small section of the horizon. That's completely incorrect. Right, you can see all of the instruments, all of the everything in the foreground of the picture. That's not possible if you're using like a high focal length lens. Right, you could. It's just completely silly to even say that, right? And the way fisheye lenses work, right, it matches with the NASA footage, right? Because what fisheye lens does, right, if the line is in the center of the frame, you'll see what the true line looks like, right? And then if the camera pans up or pans down, you'll see it start to distort, concave or convex, right? But with the Chinese footage, we can see different parts of the video. We can see the horizon in the top of the frame and the bottom of the frame and the center of the frame. It's always pretty much flat, depending on, like, no matter where it is in the frame. So that isn't what happens with a fisheye lens, right? If it was curved, there is no type of lens that can keep a line straight from any area within the frame, right? It would only be straight if it was in the center of the frame or in a particular part of the frame that made it straight, right? As soon as it panned up or down, it would distort if it was a fisheye or a wide-angle lens, right? But with the NASA footage, right, the horizon's always up at the top of the frame where you would expect to see that convexity due to the fisheye or wide-angle lens. Never do you see the horizon in the NASA footage at the bottom of the frame where it would actually be concave looking.
It's always at the top part.
It's always at the top, right? So if you get a straight line and you've got a wide angle or a fisheye lens, right, and you put that straight line up at the top area of the frame, right, it's going to look like it's going to distort. It's going to look like it's convex, right? And then you pan, so the lines at the bottom of the frame, right, it's going to be the opposite, right? It's going to be concave.
So there's no NASA footage of going from like downwards and still having that curvature on the down part of the frame?
No, nothing, right? You always just see the same thing from the ISS footage, right? The horizon's right up near the top of the frame.
Oh,
I'll post the Chinese full footage from the Chinese station. One sec, I got it here.
No, okay, I'll tell you one of the most interesting things I've seen, because I come here a lot, like, maybe a few times a month. But there's one person put in the side about like an astronaut slamming into the side. Something happened, and he slammed into the side of the wall. Right?
Wall.
No, I see if I can find some. I think I have the GIF or something. But he slammed into into the side of the wall.
DJ's got that one. DJ's got it.
I'll pull it up.
Yeah, and I was thinking, there's no way that would happen in space unless somebody hit it.
It looks like a zero-G flight ending, right? So if you have a look at this clip that I'm about to post in a second, you'll see that they all fall to the floor, right? One of them has a big smile on his face, and as he hits the ground, he catches something in his hand, right? And he's smiling, and it looks like he's done it 100 times, right? It's almost, and then they compare it to a parabolic flight ending, right? And it's the exact same thing, right? So what you would speculate there is that they have a mock-up of the inside of the ISS in one of these zero-G parabolic flights, right? And they do it over and over again. So these planes can go up and they can do 30-second takes at a time, and they can do 30 in a row during one flight. So it's like, I'll post it in a second.
And like, I actually think that that's probably what was used in the recent flight, like a few days ago with Katy Perry, and there's like 5 of them that went up in this rocket apparently, and they said there were 0G. And first of all, I don't think they would go up, like being so rich, as they are, they would not risk their lives. You know what's important about that, Mobius? That you brought that up, man. Do you know that if you've looked at some of the video, it's being talked about on the internet all over the place as a fake. Not by flat earthers, mind you, by people that are looking into this, and they're globers, but they don't consider what Katy Perry and the crew of that that rocket ride, what they've done was an actual rocket ride. It looks like a lot of people are saying it's just a fake. Like most people are coming together and saying that are not flat earthers. Do you know that? Yeah. Right. So that would mean if they could fake the 0G thing in that plane, because you can have it, just like I'm sure you know that if you go down, up and down in a plane, you can simulate 0G. So if they could do that, why not footage of the space station do that? Right. Yeah. Correct. Which is another part of the reason why there's a concern for people that look into this and find things like this, like the thing that just happened, with the Blue Origin rocket ride. Like that looks really fake, and how they were going to open the capsule door, and that the door just automatically popped open from the inside, and it's like before Jeff Bezos even opened the door, it popped open, and it's like, dude, that would be a safety hazard if they went up and the door was that flimsy that it would just open up like that from the inside.
But is all this a reason to think that the Earth is flat? That's the question. Yeah. From the inside. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, that's the thing. In my mind, I think that, the fact that these rich people would not actually risk their lives to go up there, okay, which even before I saw the footage of them being in space, I thought there's them floating. I thought there's no way that would happen, right? And but then when I saw them actually floating, I'm like, okay, I guess that's fake in terms of like the plane going up and down can simulate 0G, obviously, in 10-second increments or whatever. And so, but thing is, and it looked very real, right? And so if that can look real, how about any other type of footage from the space station with 0G people floating? It could be done as well in the same capacity, because they were floating in the same way any space station person would float. But regardless, can't somebody, even if the Earth was flat, you could still have the space station up there with people floating, can you? That's the problem, though. If they're using all this kind of, movie production things to get things looking like it's, this parabolic arcs and such that we've already shown that can happen. We know that technology exists. You can take one of those flights and simulate, microgravity. So even if that was the case, that gives you a reason to think, well, why couldn't they just expound on that and make it look like they're in, like, where the ISS is? It doesn't have to make it like where it's real in your mind. You could just think about it like one of those things. There's no distinction in your mind how you could tell the difference whether they were in the ISS or they're using like the parabolic flight as being something that they're filming, that are using, green screen or whatever. Your mind couldn't tell the difference because you think they're there. That's the whole point, man. Well, I mean, it's proven that you could easily have the 0G footage. It seems like 0G through this parabolic flights and stuff. Yeah. So, who's to say that all the footage from supposed ISS? Yeah, that's the point. That's what I'm saying. That would be the point. It's like you couldn't make a distinction. Isn't there 24-hour footage of the ISS? I mean, I don't think that it's live, but it's not showing them in their inside of it. You know what I mean? Because they have like the outside cameras going. I think that's the live footage. Cameras, right.
And yeah, right, not the inside.
Yeah.
And they should have the inside, you would think.
Well, you're onto something, but then again, imagine the amount of excuses you'd get from that. Well, it's too much to produce. They have to sleep and they're doing their things and they can't be always filmed, and you get the whole runaround and stuff, and that's
at least you should have, like, if it's inside, you should still have some, even if they're sleeping or whatever. You should just have something there, and then show like things floating around, like little objects and stuff.
Better write your congressman, because we're not the guys to tell about that. You have to tell somebody that would, because that's another. It's just, I don't know.
But that would be like the definitive.
Cameras.
If there's 24 hours a day, ISS 24 hours a day footage, that would be definitive evidence.
Well, maybe not. No, not really. But I just want to let you know that they do publish that their outside cameras are wide-angle lenses.
Well, they say that?
Yeah. Yep. They just recently, in the last couple of years, installed new cameras from a different company that don't require. They're built to withstand the conditions, the environment that they claim that they're in, right? Apparently, but they're 4K wide angle, and you get a view of 180 by 240 kilometers.
Yeah, that's some things you probably didn't know, Mobius, but now that you are starting to slowly figure out that it's possible, right? That they could be utilizing.
I thought it was possible even before, like many months, because I just discovered the channel last year, and then slowly, once I get these little tidbits, that's why I keep coming back here. Not so much to
Yeah, it takes time, dude. So it's not. Right. Listen, and everybody has their own time to come into this. So you can still be thinking that the Earth is a globe or whatever, and then later on you question things, and certain things maybe fall off, and you're like, yeah, I don't really need to think that that's true anymore. But that's up to you. We can't twist your arm to say, oh, dude, you're gonna have to be a flat earther tomorrow. Like, it's not. We're not here to convince you. You have to question the narrative yourself. It's up to you, End of the day.
That's why. It may seem like I come here to question, and I do to push back, but ultimately, there's a little bit of me that likes the certain information that I get. For example, that one footage of that, which is very surprising to me, of that astronaut. Like, it's footage inside the space station of him slamming to the side. That's impossible.
Yeah.
Impossible in space. Because the only way that would happen if something smashed into the space station in space. Yeah. And if it happened,
they wouldn't be alive if that was the case.
Yeah. It'd be obliterated if that happened, right? If somebody smashed into the space station in space, to the point where they smashed into the side, right? Because there'll be like space debris or something to do that, which, like, there's no way, even a tiny little thing would obliterate the whole space station. So the only way that person could have smashed into the side like that is if it was in one of those, the plane things, like a Katy Perry perhaps was, where the plane goes up and down or whatever, and there was some malfunction in that where the plane like dived, or the diving was not like because I would assume, like, once you dive, then you have the 0G. Then when you go up, then you don't, or whatever. But if there's some malfunction in that up and down diving to create the 0G, then you could slam to the side easily.
Exactly.
So then it must have been that. Like, it seems way more reasonable to be that versus. So like, when I saw that footage, I was like, what the fuck?
Not to mention, check out Bubbles in Space. That's a funny one.
There's many. There's like other footage, and so anomalies, and I've never seen these anomalies other than coming in here and getting like pictures in the side chat about this, right? Or
the internet's doing a pretty good job of scrubbing most of these videos and the things that we have over time. So we kind of catalog them and put them in a safe place. So they're in like terabytes that have been stored away in certain storage areas. So we have this information available to anybody that's questioning on the 24/7 Discord. So if you want to look into it more, we have all this stuff cataloged.
I'm part of the Flat Earth Discord.
Yeah.
That we're talking about. And yeah, so I mean, I have this part of me that's curious because ultimately I have no evidence because I've never been up there. It's only conjecture and hearsay. But the only real evidence that really I have is that I think that naturally space produces spheres just naturally because of gravity. It's like a symmetrical kind of thing, right? And the moon, for example, the moon looks spherical. And and this one thing Neil deGrasse Tyson always says about during eclipses, there's always a curvature of the lunar eclipse of the Earth putting the shadow on the moon. And if it was flat, then it would have different types of curvature based on whatever. It would never be always a curve from the shadow onto the moon implies that the Earth is round, right?
I've just never understood that globy logic, though, that because there's circular, spherical, or flat-looking circular objects in the sky means that the thing you're standing on must be that shape of the thing you're looking at. What kind of logic is that?
No, I mean, if there was a shadow going onto the moon of a flat thing, then it wouldn't be curved, as on the shadow. And if it was, sometimes it would be. Based on if the orientation of the flatness against the moon, but it wouldn't always be curved in the exact same curvature. So that implies that.
What if we're not in the universe that you've been taught?
Right. No. Well, I mean, again, whatever the moon, what's against the moon could be fake in many different ways. So that's another thing. But yeah, I'm just kind of reiterating what Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of his main conjectures is about.
Yeah, it's a straw man.
Yeah, what is it?
Who cares what Neil deGrasse Tyson Chicken has to say on the topic?
Yeah, but that's one of the things he says. But at the end of the day, I've never been.
I want to touch a bit more on that, bro. I just want to touch a bit more on that because it's a straw man because it's inserting, right? It's taking out the globe, right, in the current paradigm cosmology, right, with big sun, little planets, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, right, all that. It's taking out the globe Earth and replacing it with some sort of flat disk or flat object, right, within that paradigm.
Right,
and that's not what we're saying. We're not talking about that.
Right. Because the thing, if those other things are spheres, why not this? So then it's not whatever those things out there. I mean, at the end of the day, it could even be a giant simulation, just like the Truman Show. There's no way to prove it. There's no way to prove anything. To what actually is really going on.
The Earth is provably and measurably flat.
Well, I mean,
even if it is a simulation, that's a part of the matrix and the programming code of the game that we're living in.
Sure, but the only thing that I find that there's no way around is that when you go, for example, keep going east on a plane, and you go to Japan, and if you keep going through Japan, then you get ultimately to the States. And I know people who have flown that eastward. Okay, so the only way to reconcile that is either it's a globe or the Gleason map. And that's the thing I'm sure you guys know the Gleason map where the North Pole is at the center, and then around the perimeter is the South Pole.
Exactly. Yep. I'm familiar with the Gleason's flight path maps.
Yeah. So that's possible. Because you would still go around the Earth, or at least the pilots would think they're going around. But the only thing that, would be suspect is that going from the tip of South Africa to the tip of Argentina, you would assume be very, very quick in a globe scenario, but it'll actually be 5 times, 10 times as long in a Gleason map. But if there is a situation where in the outer parts of this Gleason map of the sphere of the flat circle, where the air is so thin, where the planes go faster, and or not so much they go faster because of the air being thin, but maybe for other reasons that we don't know, they go very fast.
there
then
might be some sort of like jet stream or flow around the outer edges, like Finding Nemo. You just got to be a turtle and jump into the flow.
Right, so like if it's like a circle thing, the flows go on the outside faster. I'm saying that it's possible to have it very fast to the point where, like, why am I going from the south of Argentina to South America, South Africa so fast? Maybe there's something there. So I mean, like, I would think that a Gliese map is in some sense possible. Because remember, the majority of our land area is on the northern part, right? Not so much the southern part. So it wouldn't be like too difficult to like have a pilot be like kind of going around thinking, even if it goes around the globe all the time, to even be flat. If there's some sort of distortion. Some sort of, like, it wouldn't even have to be that much of a distortion to go from like New York to London to like Tokyo, around back to San Francisco and around, you know what I mean? So as pilots, all they know is just like how long it takes them, and then again, that's speculation for me. I mean, it's
a lot of the flight systems are automated and run by programs and algorithms too. You just got to be a meat jockey in the seat to push the buttons.
Right, exactly. So and a lot of times they're not even looking outside. They're just like Well,
ironically enough, I've seen a lot of interviews with pilots and stuff like, what does it look like up there? Do you see curve or is it flat or whatever? And many times it's like, no, it's like the ocean. It's flat and it's beautiful as far as the eye can see. It's just flat horizon.
Yeah, and in terms of the instruments, a lot of times they punch in the instruments and then just like whatever that is, they just go. And it's not too far-fetched to say that somebody could manipulate the instruments. It's possible. But I don't know if that was possible way back in the day before, automatic instrumentation or self-flying, planes. Insofar, because even these days, a lot of it's self-flying, even though pilots are there to make sure things go well, but a lot of the times, I mean, it's more so a lot of like autopilot type stuff, right? So who's to say that like somebody's not manipulating the instrument?
Maybe somebody's programming the flight path like a roller coaster and thinking that the pilots are actually in control of the flight path when they're not.
Right, but nowadays, I'm saying back in the day they were though. So what did they do back in the day, like in 1970s or whatever, where they didn't have that? So you got to think about that. But still, it still could be programmed. Or I mean, not
even not programmed like with technology, but mentally programmed as far as this is the way we do things, this is the routine, and not examining whether or not it's the most efficient or true.
Right, and not every, in terms of like, if you look at all the flight routes, just like a bus route or whatever, they always go back and forth in like a very small time, not so much always around the globe. Somebody going from New York to London would always go New York to London, and then not, always go around the globe all the time. So,
and speaking of airplanes, like, are they called airplanes or air planets?
Air planets?
Yeah, they're called airplanes because they travel over a flat plane. Got them.
Well, I think the etymology of that is probably...
I know, it was a simple joke. It was a dad joke, my bad.
But, like, there's so many other... I know, like, the way I look at it, is what I call anomalies. Okay, little anomalies. Like, for example, that one of the biggest anomalies would be that guy going against the wall in the space station. Slamming against the wall, like that's to me one of the biggest. But there's been many others as well. Many others.
I think the biggest one is the fact that you go outside and you don't see no curve. It just looks planar, and you don't feel it moving.
Well, I mean,
exactly.
Well, like that's easily explainable. Like if you're like since we're so tiny.
I'm not looking for excuses. I'm not looking for excuses.
No, I get that logic if you're just walking around on the streets. But I've climbed mountains. I've been on the top of the Rocky Mountains. I've been on high skyscrapers. I've been in planes. You know, like these things, if you really are honest with yourself, are observably flat.
You know, you get home from, you know, and your missus says, "Where you been?" And you say, "I can explain."
Yeah.
And also,
show the fucking receipt, bro.
I can explain the math. Trust me, the maths will counter your natural intelligence. Trust me.
And also, like, you know, people like Nathan Oakley, like he says a lot of stuff about like how the Earth is like measured flat. And like, you know, in terms of the navigation and how people measured.
Why is the United Nations? Why is the United Nations flag a flat Earth map?
All right, there's that as well. But like,
no, sea level being a horizontal datum, standard for measuring changes in elevation. Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, in terms of like,
if you Google now, what's the flattest country in the world? Right, it gives you an answer, and the reason it gives is because it has the lowest average elevation above sea level.
The lowest average above sea level, a country? Are you talking about Netherlands?
Yeah. No, the Maldives. But yeah, it's the Maldives. Yeah, Maldives, however you pronounce it.
Yeah, I would love to go there. It's like one of the most luxurious places you can ever go to. Yeah, so I don't know. It's all about like growing up, how much you were brainwashed growing up. You know, because you learn all these things in school and all this, like, especially through the television set. You know, through TV and movies. Well, movies are very brainwashy, by the way, and TV shows.
Don't even get me started on predictive programming. That's speculation Sunday topics.
And like the news is very, very gaslighty. I mean, the most gaslighty thing. And
as soon as you're born, you're exposed to conditioning.
But that's the thing. Like what? Like it's very all the like a lot of the news. I don't believe. Seriously, I don't. You know, when it comes to all these things like COVID and all stuff, I don't believe in that shit. And so who's to say that all this NASA stuff?
Exactly. You're pinging on your sense of discernment, brother.
Yeah, it's just like the only thing that's left in terms of like what the news is bullshitting on is like NASA. Like, you know what I mean? It's like if all the other stuff is bullshit, why not NASA? So it's like
exactly. If it's obvious that there's so many conditioning around so many topics, then you would think one of the things that we're indoctrinated from birth to the grave about the Earth being a ball might be up for debate as well.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Just that. But at the end of the day, I just think naturally. Universe is made of spheres. That's my main. I swear to God, that's like my main thing. Okay, it's like it's hard for the universe to naturally form flat things, unless somebody put it there. Right?
What is it though? Is it? Are they spheres?
Yeah, how do you know that? How do you know they're not just circles in the sky? How do you know they're not just lights in the sky that look like circles from your perspective?
Well, I mean. Like that one guy said how galaxies are flat. I mean, there you go. That's a bit of a kind of why aren't galaxies spheres, right? Why are they flat? And so like who's to say that? No, I'm assuming that flatness is not a natural phenomenon, but what if it is, right? And but even further than that, like you know, in terms of simulations, you know, us being in not even so much a computer simulation, but even just like. If something that aliens put us here, you know, on this on some sort of surface to experimentation, whatever, because you know we're there. You know, if the universe is 14 billion years old or whatever, there's enough time for alien civilizations to prop up. Because remember, we're only humans are 200,000 years old, and so imagine if a civilization's like billion years old. Their technology is so far to the point where they could easily make flat things to do experiments on.
Well, let me just ask you a simple question. I don't know if you're into programming or video game design at all. Do you think video games and simulations are designed with a flat planar model or with a curvature?
Well, sure. I mean, I would think that the flat it would be easier in terms of simulations, and like that's the thing. I mean, every video game in Artificial World is designed with a planar model. True. But the thing is, if you go further beyond the flat Earth thing, like just to take it to the ultimate limit, we could say that we're probably part of a simulation. Okay, and that may seem far fetched, but even people who think about simulation theory, who are actually very well respected, even go on YouTube and see them. They're like, the chances of us being in a simulation is way more than not, because of the fact that the amount of simulations, given that there is a computer that's able to make simulations, which is speculative, but if there is a computer that in principle is able to make simulations and to make copies of simulations, then most likely, since the copies of simulations is much more easier to make natural worlds, then we're saying trillions and trillions of times more likely, then if there is trillions and trillions of times more simulated worlds than regular worlds, then most likely we're in a simulated world because there's so much more. And I agree with that logic. But some people would push back and be like, there's no way to make a simulated world because no computer could be as powerful enough to do that. But I don't agree with that, because look at the video game technology nowadays. It's very, very powerful. Look at AI. Even AI.
Indeed.
Is so powerful even now in its very, very beginning stages, to where you can it even passes the Turing test. If you ever talk to a ChatGPT or whatever in voice, it seems like a regular person, right?
Yeah. How would you not know that the moon is a hologram?
What's the fuck is
going on? Sure. I mean, like, you don't even have to do that. You could just be like, if the whole thing's a simulation, anything is possible, right? And if making a simulation in terms of flatness is easier than having this globe thing, who's to say that's not the case, right? And can be simulations in many different forms, right? So yeah, there's so many different possibilities. That's something like the only thing we really know is that we're conscious and we think we are experiencing shit. It's the only thing we could really be sure of, right? Not so much anything beyond that.
The only thing that I know is that I know nothing.
Well, no, actually, one thing is that you think you're thinking stuff or experiencing stuff.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Trying to reduce it to the most minimalist but basic and observable truth.
Yeah, and the only thing you actually can really be sure of is your qualia, that you experience something, right? And some people could say, okay, I think therefore I am, but that's probably not correct, because you're assuming that you are. So a more accurate phrase would be, I think therefore I think. I'm thinking, I think therefore I think. So you're thinking, and you're experiencing, and nobody can take that away from you, because it's 100% in my mind. And whether it's a simulation or not, it's you're experiencing, something's going on. Like, I think I'm talking on Discord. I know, even if it's a simulation.
So I think, therefore, I carry on talking. I think, therefore, I'm conscious.
Yeah, I think therefore I think therefore you're assuming a conscious state, though.
No, I'm conscious because I'm thinking.
Well, you could say that I think therefore I think. No, I think I know I'm experiencing something. I'm talking on Discord on this screen with all these squares on it, and on this monitor, and I know I'm experiencing, even though completely all you guys could be fake and everything could be fake, but I think it doesn't matter because I think I'm experiencing that, and that's all that matters. Is that I think I'm experiencing it, and not to say that's actually real.
Therefore, you are conscious.
Well, sure, of course, yes. That's what I'm saying. Therefore, I'm conscious. I never said I wasn't. I didn't think I was conscious.
No, that's the point of I think, therefore I am. You brought that up. You don't seem to understand what it means.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah. Because it's like I think, therefore I am. Like the whole thing, I am, or the word am. The word am is implies existence, and I guess that's correct because insofar as the word am attaches to existence, then in order for me to think I have to exist, then sure, that's fine. But at the end of the day, like that's the only thing we could be really sure of, and then you can go from there and extrapolate from there and look at our environment, blah blah. And what do we see in our environment is a flatness, right? We see objects, and then we see a flat thing around us, and then
we also see institutions lying and manipulating humanity. So if we combine those two self-evident truths together, what do you get?
Yeah, probably. That, but again, there's no way to prove
that the Earth is a flat biodome and that space is a fake lie.
And that's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible, right? Because remember, I've been brainwashed for the decades I've been on Earth to think a certain way, and it's so ingrained in my mind that it's hard for me to let go, right?
Yeah, it's like trying to break free of MK Ultra, but I definitely admire your endeavor and genuineness in this topic. Definitely a lot better than a lot of globies.
Yeah, no, I'm open-minded for sure, and the fact that there's so many people who are part of the flat Earth, I mean, it says something, and a lot of people are very smart in terms of the way they argue and stuff, and but like. At the end of the day, I have never been in space, so I can't say shit. Unless I've been in space, right? So
I take the same approach, and I would rather err on the side of caution and skepticism. Since I haven't been in space, it's more likely to be a lie.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, I can't, nor anybody who's never been up there to see the curvature or see the globe as a whole. There's no way they could definitively say that it's true, and they're just talking hearsay. Always.
And you don't become an astronaut unless you're a Freemason. So there's another conflict of interest there.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know, but that's another avenue I could think about. But to make a claim, you must experience it. Like to say that there's such thing as apples, I have to see an apple. I can't assume there's apple because people tell me there's such thing as an apple, right?
But I've never seen an apple before.
People tell me that the Earth is flat, so I assume it's flat.
Apples are buildings.
Right. So, like, there's no way. I'm saying there's no way I could prove that. When I say it's globe, I can't prove it because I've never experienced. I haven't seen the globe. The only thing I've seen is a flat horizon around me, right? It's the only thing I've actually experienced.
So why would you assume it's anything else?
Basically, because of my education during my entire life in school and all this shit, right?
Indoctrination your entire life.
Right. And remember, back in the day, before 1,000 years ago, and they never had that. So I'm sure everybody thought that the Earth was flat and shit and went on their daily lives, right? But now we have this thing where we're indoctrinated. But ultimately, even though I think I've been brainwashed, I still believe in the brainwashing. It's hard for me. But even though every day that goes by when I come into these rooms, I get closer and closer into doubting, sure. But it's going to take a while for it to sway me. But when I see things like that footage,
things out for yourself.
Yeah, sure. And when I start seeing footage, like for example, that guy slamming into the side of the wall, which is like literally impossible in the space station. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, and it wasn't just us. Many little tidbits of information and pictures and footage that I've seen where I'm like, hold on a second. And then that kind of moves me closer into doubting the globe worldview, correct? You know what I mean? So, but like it's going to take me a while to obviously change my brain. But
yeah, no, I get it. And I don't think anybody's overly condemning you for your connection to that, that childhood belief. But I definitely admire your ability to try to contend with your belief system. It's good.
Of course, like I think everybody should do that. Even like
Absolutely.
for example, religious people like Christians.
I believed in the David Icke fucking space shit and Planet X and all that Nibiru shit and all that, and I came to the understanding of flat Earth and its the truth of it and things like that. So I think it's good to be able to reevaluate your belief systems and your perspective.
Yeah, you see the correct evidence. I'm a very evidence-based person. I need evidence to believe stuff, right? Like real evidence. And if I have evidence that contradicts my beliefs, however staunch that they are, I have no choice but to kind of follow the evidence, right?
Yeah, and the simplicity and availability of the truth of the Earth being flat is available to the everyman. It doesn't require esoteric knowledge or a PhD in astrophysics or an appeal to an institutional authority, and that resonates as way more true to me as well, that the truth is self-evident rather than hidden behind a paywall or something like that.
Well, I mean, yeah, because like the self-evidence of truth, like things that you can see in front of you, kind of thing, that's the best evidence, actually. Things you can see around you, things you actually experience with your own eyes is the best evidence, right?
Absolutely. It's the only thing you can truly trust, right?
Right. True. But it was nice talking to you guys. It's like 6 in the morning. I have to go and sleep. But it was nice talking to you. I will drop in. I do occasionally drop in here. All right, take it easy.
Cheers, Mobius. Have a good night, man.
Yeah, you too.
I don't know if we got the third set of smoking boots off that one, but it was a good chat.
No, they weren't smoking boots. You'll know when you hear one.
They always let you know. I think I'm going to end the flat Earth dialectic on an optimistic note. GG, boys.
Catch you, man. So we got down the bottom there. Spork! Welcome to our channel. I haven't seen you before, unless you've gone by another name.
What's up, bro?
What do you reckon? We live on a ball tart flying through space? Or a level topographical plane?
I'd just be joining here sometimes just to listen to people. I like hearing both sides.
You are entitled to an opinion.
This is true.
So what do you reckon?
Well, if I give my opinion, I don't want to go on for 3 hours about it, to be honest.
You can go on about 3 hours if you like, or you can go, I believe it's this because of X, Y, Z. Fair enough.
It's true.
So, what do you reckon? Ball-tard?
Huh?
What do you reckon? It's a ball-tard? Or it's plain old with topography?
Yeah, I think it's pretty round.
So what makes you say that?
Because the other planets are around, so it's like, and also like we have like space and shit, satellites, you know.
All things that you can't verify. That's interesting.
I trust the people at NASA.
Ah, blind belief. Awesome.
They got their no reason not to, right?
Well, you are allowed to go and try to verify some of their claims yourself. There's no reason you just have to sit back in your lounge room or your mum's basement or wherever you hang out most of the time and just go, well, NASA said this, I trust them, game over.
We don't really have access to those kind of stuff that they do, right? So.
Well, you have access to YouTube and things like that. You also have access to go outside and check shit out for yourself.
Well, yeah. The planets outside do kind of like be planeting, you know what I'm saying? Like you ever take a telescope and look at the moon?
What is a planet? Isn't it interesting? And I want you just to take a step back for a second. I'm not having a direct attack on you. Isn't it interesting how you've only mentioned everything but the Earth when that's what we're talking about?
That's not true. I said they have satellite images of the Earth, or pictures of the Earth. I didn't say Earth, I said us.
Yeah. How did they take these pictures from a violation of natural law zone?
How?
Yeah.
It's electronic. It's not like it's...
Okay, I'll try to rephrase it. How would you take pictures from Narnia?
Narnia doesn't exist.
Excellent. So why do you think I would say space doesn't exist?
Because we can see it.
So it doesn't exist because I can see it.
No, it does. It does exist because you can see it. You can't see Narnia. Right.
Video footage of Bigfoot too.
I mean, come on. We're bringing up Bigfoot.
Come on.
We're bringing up Bigfoot.
Bigfoot than a...
Ah, come on. We're bringing up Bigfoot now. We're bringing up Bigfoot.
Hey, the comparison is true. More people have seen Bigfoot out in the fucking forest than have actually gone into alleged space. You think that's a joke? Look up the stats yourself, bro.
If I'm talking to someone that believes in Bigfoot...
No, I don't believe in Bigfoot. Hey, listen to my accent. Do I sound like I fucking believe in Bigfoot? The problem
like
is,
you fuck
with your
kangaroos,
so-called
mate.
space, with your so-called space, how do you have a low-pressure environment, as in 10 to the negative 17 torr, next to a somewhat higher...
What do you say? Sorry, I zoned out for a second.
Them. Of course.
Can you say that again?
How can you have gas pressure without a container?
Because you have gas pressure right there.
You what?
You have gas pressure right there.
You have gas pressure right there. So your answer to how can you have gas pressure without a container is you have gas pressure right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't need a container, bro.
So you don't need a container for gas pressure?
Well, is it plastic or is it metal or like what kind of container is this shit? You know what I'm saying?
Who cares?
It matters,
It's
bro.
a container. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Why does it matter what a container is made out of when its specific function is to contain something?
Well, because if it's made out of plastic, right, it's not going to contain it as well as metal, right? So, you know what I'm saying?
But if... You're shitting me, aren't you?
Nope. Answer that question, bro.
So that's not a question, that was a statement.
Nope.
Yeah.
It was a question for you, statement for me.
My question was, how can you have gas pressure without a container? And you said there's gas pressure there.
Yeah.
There's gas pressure where?
I don't know. Where is it? You're the one that brought it up.
You're the one that said it's there. You still haven't answered my question.
You brought it up first place. You talked about gas pressure, bro. Where is it, bro? Where's the gas pressure, bro? Where is it? Come on, think.
Spork, I don't know if you know this or not, but have a look at my name and ask yourself, why the fuck am I still here? As in yourself. Now, you can not be a troll and enjoy the conversation, or you can be a troll and I can kick your sorry shit out of here. Because I haven't really got my ban on for the day, so I need a bit of a warm-up. So, we're going to start again. How can you have gas pressure without a container?
Listen, bro, you come in here, I join, I just want to live.
Or we can just leave you on mute. It's probably easier. Anyways.
I mean, that's fine, bro. Like, you could have just said, look, I don't know much about this, like, so I can't really argue for a point or anything like that. Tell me what you know. Tell me a little bit why you're saying what you're saying. You know, it doesn't have to go that way, bro. Like, you just be yourself, be honest, man.
It amazes me the amount of them that get asked a question in here and they'll rattle on with shit instead of just going, fucked if I know. Just get it out in front straight away. I don't know. I've never looked into it. I've been fed a heap of shit at school. I've accepted it. Ta-da. I've seen about 3 people in over 12 months that have actually done that. The rest of them just carry on like this window liquor.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, just because you get asked a question doesn't mean you're in a debate. Like, you just say, yeah, I don't know, man. No idea. As far as I know, you need one. Or, you know, I'm told X, you know, about it. That's the reason they say. You know, like, it doesn't have to be a debate. You don't have to try and defend something that you don't understand or don't know enough about, right?
Yeah. Good form, one. It's true, though. Anyway, Spork, why would we want to unmute you? You said at the start you just wanted to listen. Anyway, is there anyone else that wants to have a yap in here? Who else we got? Captain was talking earlier, so that's alright, he's probably work. Emily. Welcome to the channel, Emily. What's your take on this situation? Is it a ball? Or is it a plane or a realm or something flat? You don't know what? Or do you just honestly not know? Or are you keen for a meltdown like Spork? So many questions. Oh, I do not talk, but I can give my opinion in the chat. Okay. What do you reckon? Flat or round? Round. Why do you say it's round? Makes the most sense. Because it makes the most sense. That's the most stuff you've had jammed down your neck your whole life. You weren't given the opportunity to choose something else as a child. If when you were in,
I'd like to know which of your common senses do you use to determine that the Earth's a ball?
Smell. Definitely has to be smell.
It smells like a ball. It smells like it's spinning.
It doesn't look like one. Can't touch it. Yep, I can hear it's a ball. Oh, shit.
It's all those sonic booms that go off every couple of minutes, right? From hurtling through space at thousands of miles per hour.
Yeah, the wind's changing direction. Let's off a crack. What does Emily put up? I mean, the way I think about it is that we develop as humans over time. Yeah? People used to believe it was flat. The other things. But over time we advanced and built stronger theories and proofs. Okay, what are the proofs? Now we're getting to the good bits. That's the bits we're interested in. Person XYZ proved it was a ball tard, and that is that. What's this? Every government on Earth collectively agree it is flat. You said it was round, so everyone agrees it's flat, but you're going with round. Mathematicians, physicists, are they all pulling a joke on you? Well, actually, they're pulling a joke on you. Is it a practical joke, or is it just misinformation passed down through the generations? No one ever questions it. But you're in here now, so there's some part, some little thing at the back of your head going, I don't understand. That's why you're in here. Something is driving you. You just like to understand how people work. Depends what job you do. If you're on the rail, you probably swing a hammer, knocking dog spikes in. I mean, I just have not seen a good case for why it is flat. You ever heard of this stuff called water? Water at rest is horizontal, flat, level, unless it's affected by another force. Problem you have there, young Emily, is allegedly you're told you live on a ball that is 70+% water. How can you have a ball if 70% of that thing is flat and level? Okay, you might have to reword this. Well, it's an old saying rather than science. Well, actually, it's an axiom. We all know that water is flat and level at rest. But even granted, it would float off the edge. If that was a... What? Ah, you don't know if it's scientifically backed. Well, that's where the fun bit starts, doesn't it? Ah, entropy's another one altogether. That's what we throw at the numpties that believe space is real. I want you to believe... No, I don't want you to believe anything, young Emily. I want you to think for yourself. That's all. Belief is the predicament that got us where we are today. You're indoctrinated. Of course you believe. I don't want you to believe this shit. I want you to know it. That's why we tell people, go and test this.
Well, hold on, hold on 1 second. If I may, you're looking for PV equals nRT. That's the equation. There's no gravity in that. Do you know what V is in that equation?
Volume.
Volume. So you're going to have a measured volume. That's the container, the volume. That's what's containing the volume. There's no G.
No, you have G when it comes to gravitational potential energy.
Not in PV equals nRT. Not in PV equals nRT. No, it's not in there.
Because it's just a kinetic. It's an ideal law. It's not accounting for any other conditions.
Sorry, when are gases not ideal?
In reality, because things aren't fully ideal within reality, there's
what affects the idealness of gases? When do we treat gases as non-ideal?
In real life, because that's how gases are.
I'll just tell you. So we treat gases as non-ideal in extreme temperatures and under extreme pressures. We can treat, and I can cite this if you want to, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon dioxide as ideal gases. Would you like the citation and reference for this?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine when you're dealing with like some test tube in a lab, because your noise.
Not a test tube. We're dealing with gas behaviour. I've lined out the things that will affect gas behavior: the input and export of mass, temperature, density, the size of the volume, the atomic mass. There's no gravity in here.
Yeah, and he also mentioned that a pressure gradient, there's actually no measurement of a pressure gradient because all it is an extrapolation and correlation.
Do you know what elastic collisions are? If not, I'll tell you.
I assume where there's a transfer of momentum.
It's actually not a transfer of momentum, it's backwards. So gas particles have this thing called elastic collisions, which means when a gas particle collides with something, it does not lose kinetic energy. So it will continue on that path until it collides with something else. So that proves there's not any force affecting the gas particles because of elastic collisions. If it starts going up, it's going to keep going up until it bounces off of something.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay. A collision in which is conserved, not conserved. Yeah. The problem here is you shouldn't have a gradient, because I know you guys talk about a dynamic system, but there should be the same pressure pulling gas down.
Does the heat from the sun radiate from the surface of the Earth and get colder with altitude? Are there day and night cycles? Is there energy being put into and taken out of the system? Is the gas being produced and absorbed cyclically within the dynamic system?
Yeah, this doesn't account.
Where's the gas produced?
Gas is produced on Earth, but also absorbed by the Earth.
On the surface of the Earth, chemical and biological cycles. So on the surface of the Earth is where the gas is produced. Where's the higher pressure? Is it where the gas is produced?
Jedi.
Is it where gas is produced?
Yes, Jedi. Jedi, where's it being absorbed? Where is the gas being absorbed?
Surface as well. It's being produced and absorbed at the surface. That's all the gas is.
So we've got a problem here because
why?
Because if the gas pressure is consistent and it's being absorbed at the same rate. Sorry?
It's not consistent. It changes throughout the 24 hours of the day. It is higher in the daytime than it is in the nighttime.
I know. I'm saying
you know that, did you? Oh, okay. You knew that. Sorry, I do apologise. It just sounded like you don't know what you're talking about.
Jedi. It's not increasing over time, is it? It's not going to be 20 psi 10 years from now.
Increasing and decrease. Do you know what barometric pressure is?
No, I know what an oscillation is.
The water cycle, bro.
Yeah, but it's not going to be 20 psi 10 years from now because it's being produced at the surface. Because it's
heated and cooled. Heated and cooled throughout the day. Heated and cooled throughout the seasons as well.
I agree.
Good.
What I'm saying is, if it's being absorbed at the surface, that is not a reason to say, right, it needs to be a gradient as you go higher up, because that creates a problem of if it's being
absorbed at the surface.
You keep hold on, Jedi. He keeps bringing out the gradient. Can you give me who measured the gradient? How they do it?
You can go to it. Well, you could just go to a high mountain, measure it.
No, that's just still surface level. You said mesosphere. Who measured the gradient up there?
I haven't measured it. You guys know I haven't.
I'm not asking you if you did. I'm asking who did.
I don't. You're saying who? Like I have them on my contacts list.
Okay, well then, but you're speaking of it like it's a given, like this just actually happened. Because we've looked into this, and there isn't any measurement of the gradient in the mesosphere.
There is.
No, there isn't. Actually, it's all extrapolation and correlation. This is by NASA, and they have a full paper on this.
Like there's less oxygen on Mount Everest, but there's not less gas.
There is. There's less gas pressure.
Sorry, less gas pressure doesn't mean less gas.
It means less gas per cubic meter. So yes, it does mean less gas.
No, I can have two containers of gas. One's got 100 amount of gas in it, one's got 50 amount of gas in it. If I increase the temperature of the 50 amount of gas, because the collisions will be more because of the kinetic energy, the temperature eventually will be the same as the other container. Just because there's more pressure doesn't mean there's more gas. Just because there's less pressure doesn't mean there's less gas.
You can because you can look at it this way. No,
you're an idiot, dude.
I'm saying. Here we go. The second use of the word idiot. Right.
Well, so you disagree with something that can be demonstrated.
Do you want me to demonstrate this? Go somewhere that's the same temperature at the top of Mount Everest.
Excuse me. You're missing the point. I'm just trying to educate you that less gas pressure doesn't necessarily mean less gas.
That has to be.
No, because I can increase or reduce the pressure just by increasing or reducing the temperature.
Yeah, I know. So right,
good. So just agree, and then you can move on.
No, because all you have to do is compare, say, the temperature at the top of Mount Everest with the temperature at surface level, where it's the same temperature as Mount Everest.
But you're already in a gradient.
Sorry?
You're already in the gradient. What's the density of the gas you're measuring? Where is it? Is it just at the bottom of the mountain?
So that's what I'm saying. There has to be a lower pressure.
Is it at night time? Is it at daytime? When is this?
Take it at the same time of day. Take it at the same time of day.
Have you?
Have I? No.
Yeah, because you're telling me that this is going to happen.
You're saying there's a container and not a single one of you can demonstrate it.
Sorry, every single example of gas pressure is going to be related to PV equals nRT, where pressure is solved by the force of the gas exerted upon the walls of its container. If you have no physical boundary, there's no gas to press against, and if there's no physical boundary and the system is open, the gas will increase in entropy and disperse into the next available volume. It's a law of nature. Now, you give me your scientific experiment for gas pressure with gravity. Cause gas pressure with gravity.
A scientific experiment of gas pressure with gravity.
Cause gas pressure with gravity. Cause it. You're telling us that the reason why we have a gas pressure gradient is because of gravity. I'm just asking you to verify that claim with an experiment where you very manipulate gravity to cause pressure.
Yeah, you can do it with different gases, like they take like coloured gases that are significantly different.
Sorry, you're going to be talking about Avogadro's law.
Well, that's an example. You could use Avogadro's law, by the way.
And what does Avogadro's law tell us about the mass of gases?
What is in the molar mass?
Oh my God. You brought it up, Sunshine, like you're going somewhere, like it's going to help you. Avogadro's law does not help you. Still going to need a container. The amount of mass has got fuck all to do with it. You're still going to achieve the same amount of pressure.
Right. Do you think, can we say a force? Because all the containers doing it is exerting.
I don't care as long as you can scientifically verify it. You can say what you want, but I'm not going to believe you until you can show me.
Yes, so take gases at significantly different like densities, molar masses.
How do you achieve density of gas without a container?
What if you're
citing, just going to need to show that you can cause pressure of gases with gravity. Don't start asking me to think about stuff and saying, "Well, that's gravity." That is.
There's no rational alternative explanation.
I don't need explanations. I need demonstrations. Your claim is in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Forgive me for asking for a demonstration.
No, it's not, because gravity.
Sorry, gas expands into vacuums. You're saying it doesn't.
Under the influence of gravity.
Yes, so that's your claim, which is the violation. The simplest way to understand entropy is gas expanding into a vacuum. You're saying that doesn't happen. So it would be remiss of me. Experiment, please. Show me. Feigned exasperation. Why do these people keep asking me to demonstrate my claims?
Yeah, I've asked you this like 20 times with a container. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll heat one end of it. I'll have a gas pressure gradient. Container, PV equals nRT. If I don't have a closed system and it's open, the gas will escape. You're saying it's okay. Don't worry, Jedi. The gas won't escape. Just believe my story.
You have a pressure gradient in a large container.
How large?
It doesn't matter.
You just made a claim and then you're saying it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it could be in any large container. It could be the size of your room. It could be as high as you are, and you will have a pressure gradient.
Elbow. I've conducted
pressure. You know that pressure gradient is
Elbow. I've conducted pressure tests.
I was still talking. Pressure gradient,
Okay.
unless you compress it to a higher pressure, where it starts to equalize pressure, and as you compress it, you always have a pressure gradient. That happens in any kind of medium, in liquids and any kind of fluid. Sorry, any fluid medium. Take water. Water has a pressure gradient due to depth.
Yeah. The problem is we can explain observations, and like unfortunately you guys can't. So we can do that.
We can. You just don't accept them.
No, we can do so you can do this with, again, the weak equivalence principle, where if you take a near perfect vacuum, as we have countless examples around the earth of vacuum chambers, you drop a bowling ball, you drop a feather, they drop at the same rate.
You put gas in there, it just moves in all directions. Fucking hell, child. We're talking about gas. Not you dropping balls in vacuums. What do gases do in space? That's three-dimensional space. What do they do?
If they have kinetic energy, they move.
Which they will, because they've always got T.
Yeah. So they're always kind of
moving randomly in multiple directions. Forgive me, when you drop a ball, is that multiple directions? Does that ball, when you drop it, have infinite degrees of freedom?
Why is the feather dropping at the same rate as the ball?
Sorry, why is the gas going up? Why is the gas going sideways? Why is the gas going 45 degrees up towards the left? Why does the gas have infinite degrees of freedom, but the solid object you dropped just had one?
Because it has more kinetic energy in relation to its mass.
Oh, so the gas isn't affected by gravity?
It is.
Sorry, when you drop things, it goes down. Then you say that's gravity, that is, but you forget about the gas that's moving freely and randomly in all directions.
Yeah, because it's always under the influence of, right, okay, can we say, right, gas moving on average 340 meters per second, right? So the influence of gravity on Earth, even at higher altitudes, it only varies a bit, like until you start getting like beyond the mesosphere. Because even on the ISS, it's like 8 point something. But we go higher up, right? It's about that 9.81 meters per second squared range, right? Something going at 340 meters per second, it's still going to travel in a parabola under the effect of gravity while not falling straight towards the Earth. But it will
about elastic collisions. No, did you forget about elastic collisions? We just talked about that. That's not going to happen with gas particles. Elastic collision.
No, because it will be when you're talking about it going in a parabola, it's being transferred from kinetic energy to gravitational potential energy.
Sorry, that's just bullshit, dude. I mean, if you can cite it and show me an experiment, that'd be great. But you're just saying that the gas follows a parabolic arc. Kinetic theory of gas is straight line motion. The walls of the container also do not attract the gases to them.
You could just Google this.
I just cited. What the fuck do I need to Google now? Just cited kinetic molecular theory. What the fuck do I need to Google?
Google. Why does gas not escape the Earth?
Appeal to my story. How does the Millennium Falcon enter hyperspace? I need a demonstration, dude. Don't need stories. It's the story that's up in contention. The story is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You're just going to repeat the story to me and hope the story is satisfactory. No, we're going to need scientific experimentation for this invalidation of the second law.
Can I get scientific validation of the container?
EV equals nRT, Boyle's law, Avogadro's law, Gay-Lussac's law.
Yeah. Pressure, force per unit area, so gravity, got it.
Wants an experiment for fucking the ideal gas law.
What's an experiment of gravity?
Back to gravity. That's their Trump, their so-called Trump card. They always resort to gravity. There's no scientific evidence of gravity.
Do you get what I'm saying when I say there's no rational alternative?
But that's just your, I don't know, problem,
okay,
I think.
Guys, you're the ones in contention. What's the rational alternative?
What the gases contain?
No, what's the rational alternative to gravity?
Rational alternative. We don't have to give
what is gravity? Sorry, what do you mean gravity? What is gravity? What is it?
Mass attraction to mass.
Oh, okay.
Oh my gosh.
So, well, that's not even true from your paradigm, is it?
Yes, it is. What's violating?
So fuck Einstein then, right? Fuck you, Einstein, with your fucking bendy space-time since 1915 that superseded these ideas brought forward by Newton. Fuck you, Einstein.
Can I explain? Because we're just being...
No, let me ask you this. How does mass attract mass?
How does mass attract mass?
Yeah.
So that's where Einstein comes in.
Fuck me. I'm going to let somebody else to play with you because you're too easy. Shit, dude.
I'll try.
You're absolutely right. Einstein. Not mass attracting mass. This is too easy.
I'll try. So, if mass attracts mass, does a helium balloon have mass?
Yes. Every object has mass.
Got it. So if I drop a helium balloon, it should fall down, right?
Yeah, if it has a higher density, it should fall down.
Oh, so the relative density of the object in relation to its surrounding medium controls whether objects rise or fall, not gravity.
Well, what's pushing helium up?
Well, I'm not asking that. I'm saying if I drop it, it should go down, but it goes up instead.
Yeah, it goes up, I agree. So what's pushing it up?
The relative density of the object in relation to its surrounding medium.
Right. So what's going on with the surrounding medium?
Well, the object is less dense than its surrounding medium, so it goes up.
Yes. So is one exerting a force on the other?
I don't know, but I just know that's why it goes
right.
up.
So how? Right. We don't know whether one's exerting a force on the other. Right. So is it moving?
Well, why does that matter when it's going up and it goes down?
Because then your logic is all over the place, right? You see, you let go of it. Okay. No. What is the velocity?
You just agreed that it should go down.
Duncan, what is the velocity of a helium balloon when you're holding onto it?
I haven't measured it.
Would you say it's like 0? You're holding onto it; it's right there.
So yeah, when it's not moving.
Yeah.
Right.
You let go of it, it seems to gain speed, right?
Yeah, it goes up instead of down.
So the equation.
Hold on one second. The fact that it goes up instead of down disproves that mass does not attract mass.
No, right. We're getting to that. What is the equation in simple terms, like Newton's laws, for a force?
I don't need an equation. I'm doing science.
What? You can't do
Pressure
science.
Over area.
You can't do science without quantizing your variables. That's not science.
Really?
Yeah, it's not science because you'd have no scope of methodology.
Well, I can prove science right now.
Can you give me the formula for what is that? Then I can
force is pressure over area. And if you want a science experiment,
that's our equation, right? That's our equation for pressure, right? So when we see a balloon go up, we're seeing a force imposed on the balloon, right?
You tell me, is there a force on the balloon?
Well, there has to be. It is the antecedent.
Okay. And then that force is making it go up, not down.
Right. So
mass does not attract mass.
No, it does. I am guessing there. So when we're saying
the helium balloon is essentially going away from Earth. If it was being attracted towards Earth, it would go down. But it doesn't do that. It goes up. It's not attracted towards Earth.
So is the pressure higher on the bottom of the balloon than the top of the balloon?
It's probably even.
It is higher on the bottom of the balloon, right?
No, I would say it's even in the balloon.
Okay, so the balloon shouldn't move.
No, if it's a helium balloon and it's less dense than its surrounding medium, it goes up.
No. Okay, so what's causing it to move?
The relative density of the object in relation to its surrounding medium.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Let me tell you. That means when an object is less dense than its surrounding medium, it goes up, and when it's more dense, it falls down.
So he said.
No. We're saying the force, right? The force per unit area, the pressure is the same. Would be the same because note that I said it should be higher on the bottom, lower on the top, right? But you're saying no, it can be the same all round. So what is the resultant force on the balloon if the forces are acting the same in all directions? What could be the resultant force in that? There can't be. There is no resultant force.
I don't even know why you're asking because the balloon is still going up, not down.
By your logic, the balloon shouldn't move.
No, I'm saying it should move because it's less dense than its surrounding medium.
But you can't. What I'm saying is you can't quantize that.
I just did.
No, because then the balloon wouldn't move if the pressure is the same around the balloon.
So are you claiming that a helium balloon won't move if I let it go?
I'm saying it will move because the pressure has to be slight. it has to be slightly more on the bottom, right, than the top.
So we agree that the balloon goes up away from Earth, not down towards Earth.
Yeah, it starts to from ground level. It will start to move away from the Earth, and that's due to a pressure gradient, right?
Right. So that means that mass does not attract mass.
No, it does. It does.
Well,
because
if the balloon is going away, how can it be going towards it when it's going away from it? It can't be doing both.
Because right, the air pressure, the air pressure, the air pressure is exerting a higher force than gravity, right?
Oh, so gravity does not control it. It depends on something else instead.
Yeah, it's how a plane flies. A plane flies because
now. Fucking hell.
Right. Are you guys immune to analogies?
Well, let's talk about the helium balloon. It's very simple.
Yeah. So we're talking about things going up, right? Plane flies because it's exerting a higher pressure on the wings than gravity is imposing on the plane.
Plane has lift and thrust forces. Let's just talk about the balloon.
Yeah, it's the same. You're just getting a lower pressure, right, than air pressure is imposing.
Oh, okay. So if I have a balloon with the same pressure, that's just a regular balloon with the air around us, and I have another balloon with the same pressure, but it's helium, then they should both fall, or they should both go up, or no?
The helium balloon will go up.
Oh, because it's less dense than its surrounding medium?
Yeah.
Right, so that's the cause of it, not gravity.
No, because density is a scalar. It doesn't tell you about a resultant direction.
Sure it does. If it's less dense, it goes up. If it's more dense, it goes down. What's the problem?
No.
Wait, so are you saying less dense things don't go up? Are you saying the helium balloon doesn't go up?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Oh, it does. Okay, so up and down. Those are directions, right?
Yeah. So why would things go down?
It does control the direction.
Why would things go down? Why would things go up?
Why do things go down? Because they're more dense than its surrounding medium.
Right. Okay. So I put the lead.
Than the surrounding medium. We just agreed on this like 30 seconds ago. Dude.
Right. I put a lead weight. Right on the ground. Why does it not sink through the ground?
Well, probably because. Well, why does it not sink through a solid object?
Yeah.
Well, we're not talking about things sinking through solid objects. We're talking about things being more or less dense than its surrounding medium. Like the ground isn't a medium for the piece of lead.
No, everything is a medium. If I have a piece of glass, right, it's a medium. If I have a piece of lead, it's a medium. Do you know what a medium just means? A substance of like some type.
Well, I would think the medium for the lead piece wouldn't be the ground. I would say it's the air surrounding it, right?
Yeah, so you're talking about a fluid medium. You're talking about a fluid.
Okay, so that's the medium we're talking about.
Yeah,
right.
But we don't see this right translated everywhere. So it's not a universal.
So are you saying the piece of lead should go through the ground or shouldn't go through the ground?
In terms of if the only thing is density, there should be nothing stopping the lead from just sinking through the floor.
So you're saying it should go through the ground?
If there's nothing stopping it bar density, then yes.
Oh, well, we've never seen that, so that's kind of a weird claim. Can you prove that?
Yeah. So it's not valuable as an explanation because you say things go up, things go down, right? But you can't say why things go down. I did
say why things go down.
But
I did say that.
What is down? What is down?
Down is towards the ground. Down is towards the ground.
Here's the problem. I'm on a mountain, right? What is down?
Towards the ground.
No.
No?
No, because I'm not standing.
Where's down?
I'm not standing parallel to the mountain.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Where is the ground then if it's not down?
It towards the center of the Earth.
Towards the center. Oh, so you assume that the Earth is a globe first.
But if down was just the ground, I should walk over a mountain and be perpendicular to whatever ground I'm standing on, because down is just the ground.
So, from your perspective, where is the ground?
The ground is anything we're standing on. That's the ground.
And that's down.
But what is down? What does down mean?
The ground. Towards the ground.
So on a mountain, I should be stood perpendicular to the ground.
You are, dude. You are in that. So you're not making
So I walk up a mountain. I walk up a mountain.
And they don't know what up or down is.
Okay,
and
guys,
how hard it is to define down. I mean, any reasonable person would see that down is towards the ground. Look at the spin job you have to get for down.
Guys, right. I try and put a spirit level on a mountain, right? And the bubble of the spirit level moves away from perpendicular to the ground. It says I'm at an angle to the ground, right? On the steepness of a mountain. Right. Why?
Could you ask that question again? Sorry.
So I put a spirit level on the slope of a mountain, and the spirit level tips over, right, hits the ground, and the bubble on the spirit level is saying that I am not level with the ground, right? And I know that I'm standing at an angle to the ground.
Yeah, right? Just wherever it is, perpendicular to that bubble will be horizontal. That's all. You're not making a good point about where's down is.
So down is not the direction of the ground, right?
Yeah, it would be a position perpendicular. No, it would be. It would be a position perpendicular to the bubble. There's 90 degrees through it. That would be down. That would be it. That spot there. Now the land can slope in relation to a horizontal plane. Yeah, I mean that's no problem. But you guys are talking about something else. This is gonna go into a different combo. But yeah, you and Duncan were talking about something else.
So why is there this universal down?
Yeah. Well, why? That might be something to ask. We can test that it is. I mean, you can use Archimedes' principle. You can use rise over run. You can use the slope intercept formula. You can use the slope of that spirit level to find out what down is. There's a bunch of ways you can do it.
Yeah. Why is it this one vector? Why?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. Yeah, but we can prove that it is, obviously.
It's up and down. It's not really down.
It is. Why?
How? How can we prove that it is? We can use 2 points of the surface of water at the same elevation to show that they.
Not how. Why? Not how. Why?
Well, I mean, we don't know what's going on yet until we prove what's going on. Then you can ask, why is it happening this way? You got to qualify it first.
Okay, so you're saying we just don't know.
No, I'm just saying you're jumping the gun, right? First, you got to prove or show or demonstrate the thing that you're asking why about. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds like what you're asking is why is it the case? You're asking like why is it the case that the surface of water is a tool for establishing points of equal elevation, and the pressure is uniform across the surface to give us that equal elevation in the spirit level.
Guys, I'm willing to move on from this because I can see that if we're just saying I don't know, and I'm saying I have an explanation, and you're saying you can't prove this. You have no sufficient.
No, I can't prove it. That's what I said. We can go through a proof, right?
What is an explanation?
You're going for an explanation.
Right. The map that we observe.
No, what is an explanation?
The explanation, right? The best explanation.
I'm not asking you for
the best explanation that we have is gravity is due to the curvature of space time.
Again. I'm not asking you what is the explanation. What is an explanation?
Like what is it good for?
So what I'm looking for is explanation is a story to make you believe you know something you don't. You don't have you have no conclusive evidence, and you make stuff up to make you feel better.
I could say that with anyone about anything.
No, you can't actually, because demonstration trumps. Demonstration
anyone giving an explanation.
Demonstration trumps explanations.
Yeah, like the Cavendish experiment.
No, it's not a demonstration of what? It's not a scientific experiment. It's not a demonstration.
It is. It is.
No, it is not a scientific experiment.
Why is this the third or fourth time?
What is it? Okay.
Why do you keep going over things you've been over before? You've heard explanations.
Okay. That's why I said to move on, because I know it's going to go.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to touch was you're saying that you need to have a formula or some kind of equation to be able to do science. That's what you said earlier.
You need to quantize your variables in some way.
Okay. Can you find the quantized variable in germ theory as a scientific theory? Germ theory. What is the formula for it?
Yeah. Well, you have epidemiology, which has loads of formulas.
Germ theory. What is the formula for it?
You have the maths with regards to the biological nature of like bacteria, viruses. Look up virology.
What is the formula in germ theory?
I'm not. I don't know. Like Louis Pascal's theory.
That's all we wanted. You don't know. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, there isn't one.
What do you mean there isn't one?
There is no formula in germ theory.
So if I were to look it up, I'm not going to find any formulas.
Yes, if you look up what is the formula for germ theory, and it's going to tell you there is no formula for germ theory.
Okay.
Spoiler alert, there's no formula theory.
We have epidemiology, and pharmacology.
I don't think that's germ theory.
It's directly related to germ theory. Is a framework describing everything about germs and their transmission. Like it's how Louis Pascal. Like if Louis Pascal wasn't talking about the transmission and multiplication of germs, there wouldn't be a germ theory. Because it wouldn't make sense that, okay, your body gets infected by a bacteria. Okay, what does that bacteria do? If it's doing nothing, you're not going to get sick because it's just an inert bacteria that's not doing anything. So you have to describe it in terms of some laws.
So did you post the equation?
Wait, hold on. Hold on. I'm just going to check. Because my biology knowledge is a bit. Because I might be getting the wrong Louis. Hold on. It's like expecting me to just know all of science.
No one said that. Right? We don't expect you to know all of that, but if you make specific claims, then you should, be able to back them up. That's all.
To understand science in terms of laws and principles, you generally have to quantize them, or you're not understanding the mechanics of why something occurs. You're just seeing something and giving it a name. That's it. It's not really science. Louis Pasteur. Sorry, I was being a fucking idiot. It's Louis Pasteur, not Louis Pascal. Sorry.
Nowhere in the scientific method
Pascal, bro.
Let's do math.
Yeah, Louis Pasteur gave a hypothesis based off it was like something it saw with like alcohol fermenting and things like that. It was expanded on in terms of like its rules governing like multiplication, spread, and all of this by like epidemiology and pharmacology and other fields. But they generally use statistical models. Like they're talking about rates of transmission, all of this, like probabilities. They still use some degree of maths. All science in some way has to refer to maths because maths is a descriptor for how the laws of the universe interact.
That's psychology.
Is maths your god?
No, I don't worship maths.
But it's the answer.
But you can be skeptical of maths. You can be skeptical of ZFC maths, like our standard maths. But I find if it's sound, it's the best one. But yeah, there is philosophies around questioning maths, but I find they don't go anywhere because ZFC maths best describes reality. It's great. It works.
Are you a fledgling astrophysicist or something? What are you? What are you studying?
My background is in mechanical engineering, but I know bits about space and physics.
How old are you? 12?
26. Like space.
You think that everything that we're told, everything in science is absolutely correct, 100% true?
No.
26 is still in the prime of naivety.
No, so right.
I mean, you sound like you're really deep into it, like.
Some fields of science. Some fields of science. Some fields of science are more controversial. For example, am I very skeptical of the idea of dark energy? Yes, I am. I believe there's probably better explanations based on evidence we've come across. Am I skeptical of like I don't. There are things like dark matter, for instance. There are things that they are contentious in science. For example, there's the addiction debate in science. Like, what is addiction? If somebody claims they have the answer, they probably don't. It's still a debate in science as to what addiction is.
Is it possible you're addicted to outer space?
Yeah. I am. Okay. You've called me red-handed.
It's still in the wheelhouse of cluelessness.
You've called me red-handed. I am addicted to outer space. I love outer space. Like I think.
Might as well face it. You're addicted to space.
You're addicted to space.
I mean, I could do the same and say you guys are addicted to this idea of the flatter.
But because we don't show the signs of addiction, you're the one carrying on about outer space. We leave it as certain things. I don't know. Mysteries abound, and you're just feeding your addiction with all this bullshit.
Yeah, none of our claims contradict reality at all.
Seeing stuff isn't bullshit. My
the story
profile,
you're attaching to it is bullshit. When you're looking up in the sky, you're addicted to thinking of it as one way. You've been brainwashed.
Okay, what? I've been brainwashed. Yeah.
Yes. I too was brainwashed. I faced the same indoctrination pattern that you did in your life.
How were you brainwashed?
That's where you can't say the same thing about us or about flat earthers, Cosmos, because he's admitted to previously being like you, a globe believer, where he believed in outer space. So do you see the disconnect?
I would never claim to have the exact same experience as someone else. I think that's a very egotistical claim.
Yeah, dude. Well, you're just kind of all I'm saying is you need to recognize the possibility that you're still suffering from naivety and just being indoctrinated.
Stockholm.
It happened to us all.
You know, right? When I say I question stuff, do you think that's due to brainwashing? So if I say I question, so hold on.
That's your natural curiosity. You're trying to fight off your naivety.
If I say I question the Lambda CDM model, right, in cosmology, how am I being brainwashed? If I'm saying I'm skeptical of this theory,
because you think it's something that's of substance to be skeptical of in the first place. It's just some idea in the first place. It's someone else's fantasy addiction.
You're doing well. You're doing well.
Yeah, you're fine. I'm not trying to throw you under the bus, but sometimes I think you guys forget that we also were indoctrinated, and some people to high levels of academic endeavor.
I love space. Man.
How do you know it's them being indoctrinated and not you?
What do you mean? Well, it's just a lifetime of pulling head out of ass. You start seeing a lot of the things that they say are lead pipe cinches, not even about outer space. You start seeing a lot of things just don't add up. I mean, all this bullshit. Remember 2 hours ago when we were talking about global climate cataclysms and all this shit? Well, none of these threats that they make and lord over our heads ever come true. They just make a new threat.
No, we haven't
experienced experience. I don't know. Okay. It's possible to pull out of naivety.
Cosmos, what's this about dark matter? Having doubts about that?
Well, it's specifically specifically dark energy.
Okay, so is the cosmos coming crashing down around you? Like is the establishment telling you this is something? This is how it is. This is what's
it's
happened. Why are you doubting that?
You say it's like the establishment's telling you. You realize they're the ones actively researching it and proposing it as like a hypothesis of what's
causing. What I'm trying
to
get at is that you're stuck in space, right? Possibly lost, but so you have your doubts about what they're telling you.
The field of science does. It's not the field of.
Sorry, but when it comes to curvatures and vacuums and stuff, and people telling you scientific facts and proving things to you, and you can't prove them back, you just won't budge from that. But you will have doubts about when they're talking about dark energy and stuff, the greater things in the cosmos.
Because there's very scant evidence for dark energy specifically.
Well, that's what people are telling you about fucking curvature and gravity.
No.
Okay.
Can we talk about directions? Can we talk about directions?
Well, whatever you like.
Okay, right. You guys.
Are you moving the goalposts again, you bastard?
Do you agree? Right. If you, in terms of the compass, do you know like where it is a compass point?
Yeah, you've moved the goalpost. Well done, Cosmos.
I asked if you wanted to talk about it.
I jokingly said yes. I actually meant no.
Okay, well, I can't read your mind. I just go off of what you say.
Somebody else see what they say.
Okay.
Yeah, read the room, bro.
Okay, so can we talk about directions? Because by the way, when you say our theory or what we say makes sense, when we talk about directions, I can demonstrate it makes no sense.
Can we talk about Big Bang? How's it?
The big parts of the Big Bang make no sense. I'll agree.
Ah, thank you. We're getting somewhere.
Yeah, parts of the Big Bang make no sense.
Make no sense. Parts of dark energy make no sense.
Yeah, yeah.
What about evolution? Any opinion about evolution?
Evolution is generally consistent. If you want to argue specific points of evolution, I can do with you.
No, I don't want to argue. I want to debate.
Okay. What issue do you have with evolution?
Let me see. Hang on, it's going to take me about 3 billion years to get a question here.
Where did the information come from?
You think that dolphins came out of the sea, grew a couple of eggs, decided they didn't like it, and then went back into the sea?
Yes.
Really? Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Right. We can literally see semi-aquatic animals current day.
Wait, so I guess that we got to figure out how fucking old this Earth is, right?
We have that. It's about 4.5 billion years old.
And what's the proof of that?
Give me a break.
The best proof we have is isometric dating in rocks. Yeah.
What's that when you call it?
It's when you're studying the natural decay in it's called isotopic dating, and it's when you're measuring the radioactive decay in rocks. Uranium is a really good reference point because it has such a slow rate of decay. So if you see when they're looking at certain, like, I think it's like igneous rock formations, and you see in certain crystallines like zircon samples of uranium, they find randomly interspersed within all of these samples of uranium around the Earth a certain amount of lead. Literally the most rational explanation that we have is due to the natural radioactive decay from uranium. The amount of lead you get around the globe in these zircon samples lines up with an age for the uranium of 4.5 billion years.
Yeah, hang on, you have to prove.
Yeah, that was the explanation. He asked you for the proof of that.
The zircon samples. Oh my god!
Wasn't there a thing about isometric dating and carbon dating being a bit skew, but not correct? Hang on.
No, it's pretty consistent in all of these samples all around the Earth. In China, in Canada, in South Africa, they find the same thing.
Dinosaurs?
Yeah, well, they find dinosaurs as well. Do you know I've been to beaches where people have found like fossils on the beach, like the as they're called, like fossil gold mines, where people can literally just find like fossils on the beach.
And that proves millions and millions and billions of years, just because you can find fossils on the ground.
Well, the rock is millions of years old. So why
According
is
to the circle jock of carbon dating, and yeah.
No, carbon dating's only accurate up to 60,000 years. It's not carbon dating they use, and there's no carbon left in a fossil.
So isometric data you were talking about, deterioration of atoms.
Isotopic. Sorry, I use
isotopic. That's it. So the deterioration of atoms, hoping that all of the conditions have been exactly the same the whole entire time.
There's not much that's going to, if it has to skew the data, it would have to do so erratically that you'd have to have such noise affecting your sample that it would be consistent. Like it would be random, or it would be consistent everywhere to throw everything off by a significant degree, and we find like no evidence of that.
What? Sorry, I don't. What type of education do you have, or are having?
Well, a degree in mechanical engineering.
Okay.
But
a logical mindset, then, essentially.
Well, okay, guys, what do you make of fossils of like dinosaurs and these crazy animals that we can't find on Earth currently? Do you say they're fake?
Wasn't there a fossil that was meant to be extinct some ridiculous amount of time ago, and then they just like found it? And they're like, oh, it's exactly the same, and it's not actually extinct at all. I forget the name of it, but I'm sure I could pull it up.
I know that, for example, like there's no velociraptors walking around, but we find velociraptor bones like all around the place.
Right. You're aware of the one that I was talking about, right? There's like a fossil of some old creature. They claimed that it was extinct millions of years ago, right? And then they rediscovered it recently.
I'd be interested, but like we're not finding that with like a bronchosaurus or something, where like somebody found like a giant like brachiosaurus or a T-Rex in the jungle somewhere. It's just there are seemingly no dinosaurs left except birds. Like all we have are birds.
Dude.
Wow.
Yeah, wow is right.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, and they started
done that as well.
Yeah, they only just started finding these dinosaur bones a century and a half ago. My guess is they dug up a cow femur and they go, "Oh, look at that! It's a toe of a big lizard."
You could say, you could say the exact same for oil wells. That doesn't mean they planted oil wells there.
Yeah, that's
doesn't make any
right.
sense.
All the dinosaurs died in one fucking place in order to give us fossil fuels,
Yeah,
right?
no, they didn't. They're found all over. They're found all over the place.
Isn't that convenient? Oh, they're all over the place, right? How much oil have they pumped out of there so far, and how much more oil have they got in reserves, and how much more they're going to pump out? Isn't it convenient that 10 fucking trillion dinosaurs decided to all die at the same time, and then all create this fucking fossil fuel?
No. The found no. Dinosaur bones are found throughout over 150 million years of rock. They all died out in the late Cretaceous, earlier Paleogene extinction.
Right, so what is oil?
Sorry?
What is oil?
Oil. Fossil fuels. Fossil fuels.
What's that then?
It's largely the crushed remains of living organisms under the pressure of Earth.
How many crushed organisms do you think you need, right, in order to pump all the oil they pumped out to date, and what they have still going to pump out to all die
trillions.
In the same place?
Trillions.
Really?
Trillions.
So, all right. So no wonder the asteroid hit. The Earth was overpopulated with fucking giant lizards. It's fucking stupid, man.
That you haven't actually given a counter argument. Your counter argument was appeal to credulity.
My counter argument, yes, and
it was appeal to incredulity.
Doesn't make any logical fucking sense.
Yeah,
that's
an appeal to
incredulity. About compasses. Why don't you get the compasses?
The compasses.
Hey, you said they didn't work.
Okay, so right. The problem is, say the North Pole, right? We say it points towards the North Pole. Okay, you go north from Canada and you keep going north, right? You just follow a direct. You go straight in a straight line, right? You hit the northern coast of Russia, don't you?
From Canada.
Northern coast of Canada. You go north. You go past all the Arctic islands. You go over the Arctic Circle. You hit Russia.
Yeah.
Right. I live in the UK. Right. I go east. I go in a straight line. I hit the same latitude I hit the same longitude of Russia.
I don't know where it
is. I'm saying I go in a straight line east. I hit the same longitude of Russia as you. What is going on? What's going on a flat Earth?
Let me see. North from Canada, east from UK. He had the same thing.
We hit the same point, say, in Siberia. So what's going on?
Is this a thing you've seen, or is it on a map, or yeah?
No, I'm just. Do you agree? If you went in a straight line from Canada north, and you just kept going in a straight line, you hit somewhere in Russia, and let's say, for example, if you can tell where I'm coming from east, you just keep going, say at this point south through Russia, and and we meet at the same spot, say somewhere in Siberia.
Well, I don't know. We'd have to do that, right, to prove it. In other words, right? So do you agree? Do you agree that's what would happen? Not yet. No, I have to look at it a bit more.
It's kind of. This is my. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But this is my recurring issue with a flat Earth, as to like.
This is the only one?
It's one of them. It's one of them. This isn't right. You guys have got to understand. I'm being as honest as I can with this. I'm being as intellectually honest as I can with this when I ask. I don't know how flat earthers reconcile what the Earth looks like, because we've got this problem where I'm going in a straight line, you're going in a straight line, we're going in different directions, and we hit the same point.
When did you do that, going straight line in reality?
That's what I asked about.
You do well. You do so on some flights. You're going kind of in a straight line.
Nobody's going straight line in flights. Are you saying there is a highway in the air? Are you saying there is a straight highway in the air?
No, I'm not saying there's a straight highway.
But you're saying that there is a straight path of it's going there.
We're assuming a flat Earth.
You have to go over the North Pole to hit the north of Russia.
Why are you assuming the flat Earth?
Yeah.
Why are you
because for the sake of the argument.
Okay, if you take an aeroplane, it will be the same if you are flying over the curved surface or the flat surface, or it will be different.
Well, that contradicts some of your guys' arguments, but whatever. Like, if you want to,
you're the one that's making an argument. He's trying to see what you're trying to say.
I'm granting a flat Earth for the sake of this discussion.
You're not
So you
granting it. You're not. You shouldn't be granting anything if you're making an argument.
No,
You're
no,
creating a straw man.
no, because you have to.
Do you know what is flat Earth position?
No, that's basic deductive. It's if P then Q. It's if P then Q.
It's not deductive anything. You granting a straw man.
No. Do you understand if P then Q? What the that
you
like
talking
saying?
About you talking about the Mollis Tollens?
Yeah, the basic principle.
Mollis Tollens. That's not what you're doing though. You granting a straw man.
How am I not doing it? How am I not doing it?
Because you're saying I'm assuming that flat Earth. You shouldn't be assuming anything.
I don't know why you said
assuming it's not backed by evidence.
How else would? How am I supposed to say if P if I can't say if?
Well, you're supposed to take the actual claim. You're supposed to take the actual right. You're supposed to take. Okay, listen. You asking how? I'm giving you how. If you're going to use a Mollis Tollens, you're supposed to actually listen to the claim that your opponent is giving to you, and then come up with a Mollis Tollens. Not come up with your own idea of what you think it is, and say I'm going to assume that is true, because that would be just you burning the straw man.
No, because to criticize the flat Earth, you have to say if P is true.
Listen, are you listening to what I'm saying? You are in a debate with an opponent that claims the flat Earth. You have to take your opponent's claim, of individual's claim, of what he's claiming for their flat Earth, and create a Mollis Tollens from that. Not come up with your own claim, because that would be a straw man that you're burning.
Yeah, and I'm not.
What was your opponent's claim?
Guys, can somebody else?
You're talking over me. Did you hear the last part? You seem like every time I get to the last part, you talks over me. Did you hear the last part?
Yes.
What was the last part? Before you start, what was the last part?
If I'm saying if P, what is P?
No. I want you to still man what I said, because I responded to that already before you rinse and repeat what you're going to say again. What was the last part? What was the last part that I said?
You have to grant you have to take.
You rinsing and repeating again. It seemed like you just got a script that you just got to say. We heard that part. We heard that part. That's how I know you didn't listen. That's how I know you did not listen to anything I said. Still, man, what I said to you, because I already responded to this.
No, because you're playing a memory game where I have to.
I'm not playing a memory game. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see if I'm having an actual conversation with someone, instead of you just rinsing and repeating what you just said, and you just going to keep repeating what you said, even though I'm responding to it. You're going to ignore my response and ignore my rebuttal, and just go ahead and repeat the exact same thing all over again. No, I want you to have an actual conversation with me, because I already rebutted that little argument that you came up with.
Okay, repeat it.
What was my criticism?
Right, I can't quote it. Right, so just repeat it.
You don't have to quote it. What was the idea of it?
You're taking if P is the claim.
Oh my God!
Man, you didn't listen to anything. You don't know anything. You didn't listen.
Right.
He was speaking about the straw man, if you can remember.
Okay, so you're not going to basically, you don't know what I said to you then, pretty much. Because this will go a whole lot better if you actually listen to what your people were saying to you, because you probably wouldn't even have to make these little silly arguments and get into these back and forths.
You guys don't even apply by modus tollens.
So you are not listening to what we're saying, are you?
You haven't listened to a single thing.
So why is you even in this room having conversations with us if you're not going to listen to your opponent? You hear the monologue?
Well, it's what you guys spend all day doing.
Yeah, what we spend all day doing, we have actual conversations with our opponents. That's what we do. We don't sit up here. We don't sit up here and monologue and rinse and repeat nonsense that we don't know nothing about.
Yeah,
When you guys when you guys come with your rebuttals, which this is what you're attempting to do, we have a response for. Listen. See, you keep talking while I'm talking. That's why I know you're not listening. We actually have a response for it, just like I did. I had a response and a criticism about your term of argumentation.
Okay, tell me.
Do you know what it is?
Okay, tell me.
You need me to tell you again? Great. I'll tell you again. Great. I'll tell you again. Maybe you listen this time. You cannot create a molus tollens based on what you think the argument is going to be. You have to listen to your opponent's argument first to see what his claim is, and then put it in a criticism of a molus tollens, or test it in the molus tollens to see if the logic checks out. That's how you do it. Now, if you have your own molus tollens, right, or your own idea of what you think the flat earth is, and create your own molus tollens and use that as a form of argumentation, it would be a straw man, because it's not necessarily what your opponent is probably saying. Because your opponent could say, hey, that's not my argument.
Yeah. Okay.
Great. So can you still man that?
So you're saying you have to go off what you're saying you have to go off what your opponent's P is.
That's the only way you do a molus tollens.
Right. Okay. Tell me your P.
What was the P of the argument that the person was talking about? What was you guys talking about in the form of the argumentation of the flat earth? What is the claim that was actually being made? What was the claim that you was actually presenting?
That the earth is flat.
Right? And
Why?
that the earth is flat based in what?
Why?
Based in what?
Yeah.
No, his
argument. So what would be the evidence of why the earth is flat then? That's what you would need, right?
That's what you have to present.
Yeah, so you created a molus tollens without getting any of that information then, right?
No, because in a deductive argument, you don't have to have...
Great, hold on. First off, you don't have a deductive argument, because right now you asking me what the claim is.
No.
So before I started talking, you didn't have any idea of what the flat earth claim was and what was the evidence that was supporting their claim in the first place, right?
Yeah.
You're just filibustering.
I'm not filibustering, sir. I'm actually asking you.
I'm not even allowed a response. I'm not even allowed a response because you just butt in after 2 seconds.
I just let you finish just there.
Yeah, what do you have to say, Cosmos?
So when it comes to modus tollens, right? If I make any claim, it doesn't matter on the evidence. It matters if I say something.
Okay, this is why I'm butting in. You keep rinsing and repeating.
You've done it again. You've done it again. You've just done it again.
Because you're about to repeat the exact same thing again.
Yeah, and you don't.
Cosmos,
carry on. Say what you're going to say.
Yeah.
Right. If I make a claim about anything, it doesn't necessarily matter on the evidence I have. If somebody can show through molus tollens that the initial claim is flawed because they're saying if P then Q, and I say right, if P then Q, then show not P, right, and they can do that sufficiently, it throws my initial claim into question, if not out the water.
Do you want us to rhyme off 50 reasons why we think
you just
flat?
Great. Hold on for a second. Yes, you just told me that earlier. That's the exact same thing you told me earlier, and I overcame that by saying if you come up with a molus tollens argument without your opponent's claim or without the knowledge of your opponent's claim, then you are creating a straw man, because it's not based off of what your opponent believe. It is based off your general understanding, your own personal general understanding of what you think you're arguing.
So you don't believe the earth is flat.
It's not what if I don't believe the earth is flat. You don't understand why we believe the earth is flat. Did your opponent tell you why they believe the earth is flat, and did you come up with a molus tollens about that? See, now you're doing it to me.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Now you're doing it to me. Now you're doing it to me, correct? So
yeah, it doesn't matter
now, right?
Because you've just said
you're
something
doing it
wrong.
to me now, right?
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So I'm not the one that's interrupting you. Actually, it's been you the whole time.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, just
So before we get into arguing,
argument is just a Nuno reverse.
Got you. So before we get into arguing about format, what the guy that you was just arguing with, what was his claim?
Right. It doesn't matter on why the claim is constructed. Merely the claim.
Yes, it do. Or it's a straw man.
Not for modus tollens.
Is it relevant? Yes, it do. The modus tollens is to critique a claim. Yes, it is. If you're using a modus tollens in a debate, listen, sir, stop it. If you're using a modus tollens in a debate and you're debating someone, it has to be relevant to what the person is debating, or it has to be relevant to the topic that you guys are having a discussion about.
So you guys aren't saying the Earth is flat. So you guys aren't saying the Earth is flat.
Okay, listen, it's not that. First you have to see what your opponent's argumentation is to even have that debate, or it's what you're talking about is not relevant.
No.
Okay, you can keep saying no.
Because the claim the Earth is flat has to have certain antecedents. It has to have certain inferences. You can't make up your own flat.
Nobody's making up their own flat. It's called argumentation based on the evidence.
It has to have certain criteria.
Is it some criteria, or is people saying the Earth is flat and that's it?
Right.
No, people, you're not saying the Earth is flat and that's it.
And what is criteria?
Yeah.
The rule with the compasses.
So should you give the criteria, or should your opponent give the criteria?
Yeah.
So you can give your P1, P2.
Wait a minute, hold on. It's just a yes or no question. It's a closed question. It's a closed question. Yes or no? Should you give the criteria, or should your opponent give the criteria? It's actually my turn to talk.
They already did. They agree with me on compasses.
So they gave you the criteria?
Yeah.
Great. What was it?
It was the compasses point to a magnetic northern pole.
Was that you guys' criteria?
No.
Okay, so we're just going back. We're going back. Right. So where do compasses point? Because
no, the compasses. What is the criteria, man? You need to find out the criteria.
No. If you're not saying P2,
man, you're saying again Stroman's compasses.
If you're not saying P2, I'll retract P2. If you're not saying P2,
what?
So you're not saying compasses point to a North Pole?
We are not saying anything about compasses. Nothing. We don't need compasses.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay? We are not flat earthers because of compasses. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand compasses.
Okay. Do you want to find out why are flat earthers calling their flat earthers?
Or do you just want to talk about maps and compasses?
Because but that's why I'm interested in how you think Earth's laid out.
That's not the reason why they are flat earthers.
Right, and that's the point. Like, don't you think you should have basically listened to the arguments that flat earthers is making in this room before you start coming up with your own modus tollens and talking about compasses? Because if they saying, "Hey, we're not making our argument based on compasses and maps and things of that nature," maybe you should just critique the argument, right? And then you just keep talking while I'm talking, and then you saying I'm doing it to you. It's my turn to talk.
And criteria is plural, not just singular thing.
How is Earth laid out? How is Earth laid out?
Great. Now you guys, I guess it's you guys' turn to basically now you guys could go ahead and make your claim to him, and let's see if he could come up with a modus tollens based on what you guys actually are saying. Maybe you should listen first. Just like how we do when we say, "Hey, what's your evidence for the globe?" You should respond. If you want to have a debate, maybe your first thing should be, "What's your evidence for flat Earth?" And then people will probably give it to you, and then you could come up with your argument or critique it, however you want to do it. But it would make these conversations go a whole lot better.
Right. So what is your how are Earth's land masses laid out?
I don't know. Have you seen All Earth? How will we know that?
Well, you guys say like Satelloons and all that, so stitch them together. What do they show?
Again,
I'm sorry. Do you have access to satellite images?
The aerial, right? Do you guys think aerial photos are real? Because I've.
Why you don't ask?
I mean, why do you keep going with this way, dude? Like you asking us. What are these
valid point? How can you not understand that?
A map's
How is that a valid point?
A map's reflective. A map's reflective of where things are.
Yeah. Can you give me the access to the Flutterloons? Because apparently you have access to satellite images.
Aerial photography in general.
Right, just aerial photography.
You've done this?
Oh my god.
That's not the argument.
I mean, you're asking us for maps and pictures from aerial photography. I have not taken aerial photography. I have know of anyone in here that might claim that they have aerial photography of the Earth. Do y'all have aerial photography of the Earth?
No.
Well, yeah, we do have aerial.
Oh, you do? You took them?
I didn't take them. No.
Okay, who did?
Someone.
Someone.
Yeah,
well, that ain't gonna help me.
Okay.
Elbow, let's say a plane takes like aerial photography, right? You can agree a plane is very capable of doing that, like an aeroplane.
100% agree with that.
Yeah.
Who has done this, and where can I get those images that I could put them together myself?
So, say, when you look on like Google Maps or something like that, and you zoom right in, and there's.
Did you have the raw images for that? Because those are things that are stitched together with a model.
Yeah, so this is what we're talking about, stitching. It's a pretty seamless stitch in terms of you're not really going to notice a change.
Well, there's not really seamless because you could tell what is actually a art compared to actual images. And when it's actual images, it certainly looks flat.
No, we're not talking about like a whole image of Earth, just in terms of being able to confirm that, say, like coastlines seamlessly, it's like a contiguous landmass, if you know what I mean.
Again, those are usually
continuous landmass.
Those are usually stitched together with a model.
Yeah, especially Google Maps. Google Maps is stick together with a model.
When you guys go on a plane, right? Do you say, I have no idea where I'm going?
No, I'm saying I'm flying over the sea level.
It's not.
No, because the problem is you have to end up saying, I have no idea where I'm going, but they call the location wherever it is. I'm going to. By the way, I'm going to Palma tomorrow. But if I applied by your logic, I'd have to say I have no idea where Palma is. I have no idea where this plane is taking me.
From point A to point B.
You're again building the Strowman.
Yeah.
Man, you again build the Strowman. Nobody's saying that.
Yeah, nobody is actually saying that.
Right. Okay. So do you know where Palma and the UK are in relation to each other?
Different places.
Yeah, how is that relevant?
That's what I asked. Do you know?
No.
Yes.
We're not pilots.
You've just decided it's irrelevant.
No, I didn't. I said, how is it relevant?
Because how would I know where I'm going?
You could use the radars. You could use maps. That's what those maps are.
Right. Maps. Which map am I using?
Google Map.
Google float a spear and start using it.
So I'm using Google Earth.
Nobody's saying you can't use. Hold on. Nobody's saying that you can't use maps. So what are you saying, bro?
The map is based on a globe. Even you guys will say it's a 2D projection of a curve.
It's a 2D projection. Yes, that's what makes it distorted. But it is in 2D because that's the way they measure it. That's their argument.
Right. But
So
the
they
problem is
arguing a flat plane. And when the plane is flying, the plane is also flying horizontally.
Right. So
everything that is practically okay, so every understanding of how the plane navigates what flat measurements, everything that is practically used, which means everything that's utilized in reality, that's why they say practical. All of those come from flat earth measurements.
Does he think that aviators use Google Maps to plot their course?
No, they use
So they don't use Google Map. Why wouldn't they use Google Map?
I'd say it's generally insufficient.
I wonder why.
They don't use Google Maps anyway. They don't make any adjustments to fly over curve.
Stuff for yourself. If you find out people are doing laser tests, go and check it out so you can see what happens. Shine a straight ass beam of light across a 20, 30, 40 mile section of water. Surely there should be some curvature in that.
Well, it's a shame like laser beams adhere to refraction as well, so you can't guarantee that they're straight.
Yeah, that's why the military uses tri-band lasers and they hit things at 150 kilometers. Thanks.
I mean, there's much easier ways to debunk the globe, to be honest, but no one seems to do them.
But why don't you guys, the people who believe the Earth is flat, why don't you guys start a GoFundMe or something and just go up in a spaceship instead of arguing with everybody else?
Bro, just go to space. Why the fuck would I want to go to space?
Go fuck yourself, bitch. Behave yourself when you speak to me. Behave yourself.
Why would you want to go to space?
To me. Yeah, get out, idiot.
I'm curious though. You said there's like several simpler ways. I just like what?
So, lines of longitude, right? They go from north to south. On a globe Earth, they have to converge south of the equator. On a flat Earth, they have to diverge. All you would need to do is get up your coordinates, be in the southern hemisphere, travel due east or due west, let's say 0.1 degree, and then travel south, and then again travel 0.1 degree. If the distance gets smaller to travel that 0.1 degree due east, due west, you're on a globe. If it's further away, you're on a flat Earth. There's literally no argument. Like, the globe cannot defend that. If it gets further away as you travel south, that is the globe debunked. There is no argument. End of. It's just geometry.
Yeah. Has anyone done that?
I know a few people who have attempted it, but I would think that people would want to jump on this because it's such a concrete way of debunking it, because it's just geometry and measuring the ground.
Rocket, I'm so curious. Are you pro or con flat Earth?
I'm con flat Earth, but okay, I'm happy to give experiments to
that's fine. No, and that's very sweet of you. I'm only asking because of your profile. I just wanted to double check.
Yeah. I mean, I'm well in the north, so I can't do this. But if there's anyone in New Zealand, Australia, or parts of Africa south of the equator, you are in prime territory to, test this. And I'm not going to say what the results are because, again, I haven't done it. But I would love to see someone do it.
That was I was going to ask about whoever did it, but you said they attempted. They didn't complete it, I suppose.
I know someone who's planning on doing it, but again, sort of giving someone an idea and waiting for them to do it is another thing. But
well, you're very sweet. Thank you.
No worries.
whatever the test that Rocket was talking about. I heard it, and I immediately forgot what the specifics. So he can repeat himself if he feels like he wants to.
Sure. So lines of longitude, they travel from north to south, and they originate from the center of the flat Earth, or the North Pole from the globe. I think is an accepted thing among both sides. If you draw them outwards radially, on a flat Earth or a flat plane, infinite plane, doesn't matter what it is, if it's flat, they will continue to diverge away from each other as you get further from that center point. But if you're on a sphere, they have to get closer together if you go south of the equator. Now, if you were in the southern hemisphere and you went, let's say, 0.1 degree due east or due west, and let's say it was 10 miles, and then you went due south, I don't know, 10, 20, 30 miles, and then did that same 0.1 degree due east, due west, and it then became 12 miles or 15 miles, then you know you're on a flat surface, because they physically cannot get further apart if you travel due south on a globe. It's impossible. So literally by taking those two measurements, you have verified the shape of the thing you live on.
Ooh. What have we here? A Rocket Man 24.
Howdy.
Hello. So you believe you live on a globe, yes?
I do indeed.
Right. What's the evidence for that?
I mean, personally, besides it being used in my career, sunsets, dip angle measurements, star rotations, navigation.
Okay, well, how do sunsets prove the Earth's a globe?
Because if you're in the southern hemisphere south of the Tropic of Capricorn, and you're seeing the sun rise south of east and setting south of west, then it cannot be a small local sun rotating.
A small local sun? No. I think you got it wrong. We're not asking for flat Earth. We're asking for globe evidence. So how can I derive a geometric consequent from a sunset? Find the correlation, sir.
You can model a globe Earth. And
but are we using models when we're witnessing the physical and natural world? Like
models are very good at replicating the physical and natural world.
Yeah, but we're actually identifying that the physical and natural world observations triumph over a model. So what are we witnessing in the physical and natural world that gives us the indication that we know that it's a spherical shape that we're standing on?
So the path of the sun that it takes, depending on where you are on the globe, the fact that it
on the globe, sir, we didn't identify we're on a globe yet. You're establishing the fact that we are on one. So that's begging the question, sir. You can't beg the question.
Fine, then the path that the sun takes over the surface throughout the year. Analemmas are a really good one as well. But that's more to do with the Earth's orbit around the sun rather than being on a sphere. Okay. The way that the direction the sun rises and sets, depending on where you are, the fact that the sun doesn't change angular size on a day-to-day basis.
Okay, we're talking about the sun not changing size, sir. I'm asking about the rotundity of the Earth derived from a sunset. Please.
Right. So if you take two observers and you match where the sun is in the sky at any given point, depending on their latitude, you can almost work backwards from those angles that you measure, and then you can define the surface that you're on because of the angles that you're observing the sun at the same time. And when you apply these observations onto a spherical surface with a presumed radius, They
We
match
can't
and
do
they
that,
point
sir.
in the same direction.
We can't do that, sir. We're not assuming anything. We're deriving the sun from a sunset being a globe.
But you can make a prediction, assuming a model, flat or globe.
No,
and
we're
then
not.
see if
We're
those
not doing that.
observations match the
We have to. We have to identify that the sun's path, according to a sunset, will give us the correlation that the sun is a globe. But I'm not seeing the tie-in anywhere in your example with two observers on the surface.
Alpha, can I a question about having to observe as opposed to guess, or however you're taking to mean this? What do you
Yes. Are we? As long as we're not going to derail off this path, there's a certain path of logic that I want to take the gentleman down.
No, sure. You can answer this question or not if you feel that it's too derivative, or not derivative, but you get my point. But like, what are your thoughts on like hypotheses in general? Like just the idea of assuming that if something is a certain way, it should come out X, and if it's not, it might come out Y
You should
or
hold
not
your
X.
question, my friend. Hold your question, because that's a pretty cool one, actually. And let Alpha continue chatting with, I think it was Rocketman24.
This is correct. Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate you,
write
sir.
it down, hold on to it, don't lose it, please.
Okay, back. Let's take it from the top. So we're identifying that in the physical and natural world, we're making observations of the sun moving across the sky. And now with two observers on the ground, we're going to denote a geometric shape from angle measurements. So, sir, if you could take it from the top, let's try to figure out if we can derive the radius, diameter, or circumference from these two observers. Please continue.
So, yeah, but like I was saying with the hypothesis, you can come up with two separate hypotheses of if we were on a flat surface, then these two people at these locations would observe the sun at these separate angles at these locations. Whereas if you're on a globe, you would observe it at these angles, and then you take the measurement to see which one it aligns to. It's a common technique in scientific experiment.
But are we not are we not assuming this idea that the Earth is a globe? See, because I have as an example, there's infinite number of permutations of shapes that could occur on a specific idea that we could derive from two observers. So we can't ourselves say that it's a dichotomy, in which case it would be a false dichotomy, because it would in fact be a multitude, if not infinite number of permutations that could occur from these shapes that we could think of. Is
But
that
only
not the
one
case,
would
sir?
only one would match observations. It's completely fine to take assumptions when the result will only conclude to matching with one specific model.
Yeah, but this sounds like a bias towards a specific shape based on a begging the question logical fallacy, I would say. And without you understanding that the fact that you haven't gave every shape basically a look through. You're only saying that it's only this or that based on what you could think of given a paradigm. You are, in other words, told that it's only this or that. You haven't thought of every other shape that it could be. And I think that's your fallacy as well.
I mean, that's completely fine to some sense, and in lots of certain applications, that's a completely valid point. But if the model that you're assuming matches perfectly to the observations that you make time and time again, then there is no point in continuing searching. I mean, you can search to see if another model works. I mean, go for it. You know, if there are infinite, then go for it. But if we are seeing if we are on a sphere, and these observations continuously match time and time again to this prediction, then it is very safe and strong to conclude that the surface you are living on is matched to the model that is matching these measurements.
In this type of outcome, how certain are we that the Earth is a globe?
I would give it a 99.999 recurring. It's not the strongest form of evidence, but it's a very strong.
Okay, so we've assumed that the Earth is a globe, and two observers giving angled measurements on the surface are concluding that it is definitely a globe.
You could take 10 observers, 100 observers, as many.
Well, I was only going by what you said, by what you stated.
Okay, that's fair.
But you can repeat the experiment as many times as you'd like.
Well, I think the problem we're having here is the colloquial term experiment. Concerning the physical and natural world, asking the how-why questions are not covering a what-is question based on what natural science would be asking. The cause and effect relationship from an experiment doesn't conclude, in this case, a what-is question, giving us an example of what we're trying to do as far as like a science experiment. So this is not natural science, in fact. So what you're using is a colloquial term, and you're kind of misappropriating it to say that we're doing some type of experiment when in fact this is not an experiment. But of course you can say that it's one. It's not a natural science experiment. So therefore, in that sense, it's in the wrong category. What we're trying to do is identify what the Earth is, and a what is question has to deal more with what are we talking about in concerns to shape. So the fact is, you're saying it's a globe, right? It's a sphere. But we don't know yet of what dimensions this sphere is. So according to this example that you've given, you don't know what dimensions you're dealing with. So it could be a small globe, could be a very large globe, but you don't know what type of globe. So no metrics are given. Is this correct, sir?
They kind of have to be able to match the predictions, because there is only a very specific arrangement of size and shape that will match your predictions exactly every time. And when we put in these presumed dimensions of the globe, and then they match every single time, and then we can try tweaking them, try and tweak our model, add 1,000 kilometers to the radius, decrease 1,000 kilometers to the radius, see what happens to the results, and they stop matching, then it shows incredibly strong evidence that not only is the Earth a sphere, but it's exactly the dimensions that we presume that match these observations.
Yes, let's examine the claim. So are you telling me that in ancient times up until today, somebody stumbled upon this information and said, I want to do a test? I won't use experiment for this case, just to kind of put an example that we don't need to use the experiment, just a test. We're testing the claim that what is the Earth. So in order for us to find that out, two people in ancient times did this test. Are you saying that somewhere we can look in the annals of history and find out somebody did this test that you are requiring that somebody should do if they wanted to figure out that the Earth is a globe?
Well, I'm sure we've all heard Eratosthenes between Alexander and Syene with his sticks in the shadows whole thing. I haven't personally seen the physical records or documentation. I just know of the history of the test.
Okay, where is it documented, this very test that you're speaking of, so that we can also put perhaps a citation tied into this? So, go ahead.
Personally, I've seen on YouTube people who have done these experiments and uploaded onto the internet. They've gotten multiple observers from multiple latitudes taking their observation of the sun at the same time, and then someone takes information and plots it on a flat surface and then on a sphere, and then compares the results, and only one of those two do their observations all line up.
Can I ask you a question? What do you mean by flat surface and on a sphere? There's a dichotomy there. How did you wind up with having two things there? A flat surface and on a sphere. What does that mean?
I would say that the general debate of this is whether we're on a sphere or a flat surface. Now, if you think we're on a different shape, that's completely fine.
No, but how were the people testing both of those out? How is it possible that you could test both of those scenarios out if there's only one truth?
Because you can take the data and then plot it on a presumed shape, a flat surface, a sphere, a cube, whatever you want. And then you see how the data aligns.
I get it. So we're not knowing if we're actually standing on this thing. You think a mathematical construct gave us the indication we're on this thing? That's either a flat or globe.
By mathematical construct, you mean just geometry and applying geometry, then yes.
Right. So we don't know we're on one. We're just mathematically assuming that we're on one.
The the data that aligns with the geometry that presumes strongly suggests that we are.
Right, but we don't know that we are. We're just presuming that we are.
It depends what your standard of evidence is. For some people, this would be so-called proof. Some people would still question it. It's a personal thing of where your standard of evidence lies.
Right, but the standard of evidence should be empirical, right? We should be able to test, verify, and either that or falsify the claim. So if we were to say, okay, let's figure this out. If the claim is that the Earth is of a certain set size of dimensions, then we could test the claim of the size of the Earth. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just say the predicted value of the Earth's curvature can be predicted at a specific distance from an observer standing on the surface. So according to the math of the Earth being a globe, which would be the radius value, circumference, and diameter, equating to an observer height and looking off into the distance horizontally, that the curvature should appear at a specific predicted distance away from the observer, which means that at a distance to the horizon, the observer would witness the leading edge of the sphere. You understand what I mean, right?
I believe so.
So according to the Earth's size and the geometry which follows, that means that the Earth has curvature on its surface, which means that an observer looking horizontally across the surface would have, according to a straight line, straight observation, he would have a tangential plane or a tangent line, and then the Earth would be dropping away from that, which means that the curvature, you follow? I mean, I just want to hope you're on the same page. Okay, so testing that claim would mean that we could falsify the claim of said a mathematical formula or, geometric construct. Follow so far?
Yeah, so this is actually something that I've done myself. I have taken my knowledge of geometry and made a model, my own model of basically it'll be a cross section of someone taking these sort of dip angles, right? So it's a circle with a straight line of sight to the horizon and a varying height of that eye. And what it does is it tells you the dip angle specific altitudes.
You got problems there, buddy.
And the thing is, what happens with this model that I made on my own, completely out of my own mind, is when I have friends who are surveyors and have modelites, when they take these measurements, they match my predictions to within less than 2 arc seconds of accuracy before they've even taken it. I make my predictions before they do the experiment. They just tell me what elevation they're at.
Okay, so
you've already assumed a ball. Awesome.
Yeah, I think his whole lineup here is that a presumption of the Earth already being a globe, based on, according to him, a dichotomy of it being either a globe or flat. He chose globe, and the predictive values that he gets from a geometric consequent would follow that he lives on the Earth that's a globe. So this is his kind of like, the way he's putting it forward is that he has to presume the Earth as already a geometric shape. He doesn't know that it is, according to him. He doesn't know that it is. He just says they are within a 99.9, quote me if I'm wrong, 99.9% accuracy, that it's as close to a globe as can be. Is that not what you said?
Yeah, it's a more of a test of best fit than objective results that confirm a shape, if that makes sense.
No, it does. It does. But I think as far as the audience goes, I think more or less what we've always been about in this channel is providing that objective evidence. So it means that we have to, in some way, be able to test and verify a claim that's been put forward. So in one hand, we have a globe of a certain size. And according to that size, there's some predicted values where the curvature of the Earth would be according to a horizontal line of sight distance away from an observer. Again, which means that when you're looking straight horizontally across the surface, a dropping away from a tangential line would give us a proper drop over distance, according to the specifics of the dimensions of the globe. So then we could then attribute any things that we can't see in the far distance to a specific curvature that's there geometrically. So that's the geometric consequence of the Earth being a globe, is such that a ship would go onto the water away from an observer, and it would dip behind the curvature, according to that dropping away over in the distance, away from the straight line observation. So that means that you could tell that the Earth is curving according to the effects of a globe, because it is a globe. Still with me?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people do experiments like this, not myself. I think it was, I forgot what his name is. He's on Discord somewhere, usually hangs out in Geos, where he's taken distance measurements to his horizon from different vantage points or different elevations, and then plotted that data, and what it's done is actually plot the surface of a sphere with a radius.
Jesse, Path of Lies.
There you go. That's the one.
Yeah, we know him.
So is the surface of the Earth like an actual geometric shape, which means that it cannot be any size bigger or smaller. It can't expand or contract. It has to be exactly the set values that we give it to a distance away from an observer that would say, okay, I'm going to stand at this specific beach and I'm going to look off into the watery horizon, and I will see a ship disappear from my view at a specific predicted distance, which means if this Earth is a certain size, that at my, at the height that I am, that at the angle that I'm seeing it at straight across, there would be a disappearance from the bottom up according to the geometric shape of the Earth at a specific distance away, a predicted distance. So that means it could only disappear from the bottom up at a distance where my observer height is looking at that boat. And so every day I go and make my observations, it would be the same. Do you think that's correct or incorrect?
I'm smiling because I know where this conversation is heading. So I would say no, in fact. And due to the fact that we have an atmosphere, which is quite dynamic, we have to account for how sort of distances and objects are affected by looking through an atmosphere over long distances, which is why we would have to start taking into account refraction when deciding distances to, not deciding, but measuring distances.
So what's the second medium then?
Yeah, hold on. I do have a question, because you said that. Now, I want to revert back to the previous conversation about sunsets. Did we take refraction into account during those observations?
I mean, you can do.
No, I'm asking, were they taken into account during those observations?
It's been a while since I've seen it. I don't believe so, but the sun was high up in the sky, so that refraction is at a minimum compared
was
to
it taken? I know that's not the question. The question was it taken into account, yes or no?
I would have to check. I don't believe so, but I can double check.
No, well, I have to stand on certainty here in this specific topic. So it was either taken into account or it was not. And I would venture to say it wasn't, but I'm not going to put words in your mouth or anybody else who did this. But I would say that it wasn't taken into account. Now, oddly enough, I'm smiling because I'm looking at you thinking that you have refraction that needs to be taken into account with a straight line horizontal observation and not in a sunset observation, concluding in one construct thinking that the Earth is a globe, but in another, not.
See, so the observations I was making about the person who took multiple observers on different latitudes, I don't know if that might have been a miscommunication on my part. That wasn't sunset observations, that was just sun in the sky observations. So a group of people at the same time took a measurement of how high the sun was in the sky. It wasn't necessarily over sunset. It might have been for a few people. But for
an angular height?
That's the issue is, for some people it was a sunset, for some people it wasn't. In which case, I'm still asking the same question. Was refraction taken into account during these observations? So yes or no, sir?
I don't believe so.
Thank you, sir. Now, if we go back to the horizontal observation, often to the distance when we're watching ships, is absolutely paramount, according to you. Well, it wasn't in the first instance. And I think there's a sort of, there's a, like QE would put it, there's a rooster in the hen house, right? We have to figure out why we're using refraction being paramount in one horizontal observation and not in one where we're still declaring the Earth being a globe, where we're watching the sun move across the sky at different angles, of course. I find it very peculiar that the glober would use refraction when it suits their needs, but not when it doesn't. Don't you, sir?
I understand your point of view. I mean, when you're taking long distance measurements over the horizon, taking into account refraction will get you quite accurate results. I see what you're saying. Okay. I would say personally, from memory of seeing how the person performed the experiment, the difference in result when these data points are put on a flat surface compared to a globe, I would say that the disparity on a flat surface, which I know I'm not the one trying to, or if I'm trying to falsify the flat surface, the disparity between the data and when it's put on a flat surface outweighs any account of refraction that would have or needed to take place. As in, if you did account for refraction, it wouldn't suddenly make it work on a flat surface. From what I've seen, it would make just what it measured on a globe Earth more precise.
So you're saying that we don't need to take it into account when observing the sun. However, we need to take it into account when making a horizontal observation. Is this correct, sir?
No, I think you should. I think you do need to do it for the most accurate results.
Why wasn't it done to accurately predict that the Earth is a globe in the first instance? I feel like there's some tomfoolery going on. We're being put into an example that refraction is something we have to consider, as in it can't be negated in any way, that when we're making our observations in the physical and natural world, if we do not count for refraction, we're doing a disservice to account for any curvature. And I think that in this particular instance, I don't think you've accounted for that in the argument that I was going to ask this question, which threw you off kilter, which still, to this moment, you're trying to figure out how you can square that circle. I don't think you have the answer. And I think what we've exposed here is the fact that most globers would like to say they are accounting for what would be considered refraction on one instance, but not in another. And that's just not convenient for you at this moment. And you're trying to figure out how you're going to be able to come out of this, and I'm exposing that to the audience, that you've just caused a blunder in your explanations. One instance using refraction being paramount, and another not including it, as it's inconsequential. But it's not convenient for you at this time, although you're trying to find an answer to the question, and it's kind of bogging you down a bit.
No, not at all. I would say it's best practice to account for refraction, but
it wasn't done.
Showing the experiment, yes, which wasn't done, but showing the experiment, accounting for refraction would not change the conclusion of the results. And really? Strongly suggest that the Earth was on a sphere. Now,
so we don't need to account for curvature. Refraction. According to you,
that's open to interpretation.
But I'm interpreting it that way, that we don't need to account for refraction now, so we can toss it out.
That's not what I'm saying, but I would.
Well, what are you saying, sir?
I'm trying to find the source, and I would implore people to look for it and to see whether they think taking account for refraction, which would make a bit of a difference, but not a major one, would change.
Oh, really? How do you know that, sir? How do you know it would make a bit of a difference and not a lot?
Because refraction, when it slightly changes the result, unless there's extreme refractive.
You're trying to square the circle, aren't you?
Is anybody replying to you?
You're trying to square the circle. I think the difficulty here is that we have conflicting views here. On the one hand, we have an observation being made of a sun traveling across the sky, where observers are making their angle measurements without accounting for refraction. And on the other hand, we have a ship disappearing from the bottom up where refraction is absolutely paramount. If we didn't account for it, we wouldn't know that the horizon is at a specific set predictable distance away. So what I'm showing you is that it's convenient for you to use refraction. So you try to account for something as in a horizon that's optical and not geometric, using refraction as a crutch. When in the observation of the sun, it was not even considered.
I mean,
it's just very, very suspect, sir.
Yeah, if I may, I got a question for you to see if this might help parse out what you're thinking. It might. So, is refraction a worse condition than normal or a better condition than normal?
I would say you can't really assign a better or worse to it. It's just an effect that happens.
Say you got like a perfect day with no refraction. What you see is what you get. If you add in refraction, does that make the observation better or worse?
Neither. It just changes.
Neither. It just is.
He can't figure it out. He's stuck in between.
Scale.
He's stuck in between trying to accept it and not, because if he accepts it for one hand, he's done on the other point. So he's caught in between a rock and a hard place, and it's a wonderful thing for us because we're listening to you kind of dance between the lines. It's amazing.
This is how you can parse out the two models. On the flat Earth, the more refraction you have, the less further you can see. The worsening of conditions, worsening of the observation. The bettering of the conditions, the better the observation, and the best conditions would have no variables attached to it. It's like a crystal clear day. Crystal clear observation. This helps parse you out. So which model is better? Flat Earth or globe Earth? On the flat Earth, a crystal clear observation is the best observation you'll ever get. On the globe Earth, you could have worsening of conditions that make it both a better and worse observation at exactly the same time.
Yep.
Yeah, so the actual quality of what you're seeing compared to its true nature decreases with increased refraction. I agree. Like, straight lines will come wobbly with high amounts of refraction. But in terms of better or worse results, it's not a better or worse. That's what you're measuring.
Yeah, but do you have anything that's one? Is like for you? Is anything 100%, or is it always just some sort of
confusing heat haze with refraction? They're two separate things, mate.
I mean, heat haze causes refraction. It causes a change in density.
No, heat haze does not cause refraction.
Oh, okay.
Heat haze is an effect by itself. It does not cause refraction.
I just wanted to bring it back to the point that I made, that it's convenient for people that are exclaiming that the Earth is a globe, with the sun, observing the sun at the sky and doing angle measurements where refraction is taken into no account. But yet, when it comes to the ships disappearing from the bottom up, we have to include it in our observations. It's absolutely necessary. Why do you think that is?
So, like I was saying, I'm not fighting you on this. If you don't think, then it's valid. That's completely fine. This is why we have peer review, because in experiments or papers, people will say, I didn't take this into account, I didn't take that, but then they'll verify or validate that them taking in that specific thing into account wouldn't drastically change the results and it'd still be within tolerance. And then it's up to a group of people to agree on that. If we disagree, that's fine, and I'll move to a different point. I'm not going to.
I suppose that you can't make a decision one way or the other. It sounded like from what Crit was asking you and what I'm showing you right now, you couldn't decide the sliding scale which way you would go. You would say the jury's out. It's inconclusive.
I would say that depending on the circumstance, taking refraction into account is more pertinent than others, because if I was doing observation 10 meters...
Do you mean the word convenient? I think that's what you mean. Convenient, right?
No, it's working within reasonable tolerance. Like, if I'm taking a measurement over 10 meters, I don't need to take into account refraction because the effects are so minute. No, you don't. But if I'm doing
what are the effects? What are the effects at 10 meters, sir? What are the effects at 10 meters?
Negligible.
Really? Like what? What's the math to that?
I mean, I don't have it on paper.
Oh, really? But you're saying they're negligible, which gives it some type of structure, but yet we don't have the math to that? That's very curious.
If I was doing a rigorous paper, I would do the math to show that the...
Well, you have the rigorous verbiage. You have the rigorous verbiage to say that it's negligible. How do you know that if you don't know the exact details of how negligible it would be? I find that suspect, sir.
I mean, if personally me, over my own experience, that I've never seen refraction come into massive play when observing anything over more than 10 meters away.
So are you assuming, sir, that it would be negligible?
I'm taking my...
Sir, are you assuming that it's negligible?
I'm taking my best judgment.
Are you assuming that it's negligible?
I'm observing that it's negligible.
No, you're not observing. An observation would deal with your actual interaction with this particular subject matter, but you are not. You're assuming, sir.
Okay.
That it would be negligible.
Okay, let's say I'm assuming. That's fine.
Yes, let's say that.
If someone shows evidence to me that actually refraction over 10 meters does play a significant role, then I would change that. But I've never seen evidence to suggest that 10...
So you're still assuming it. Either way, you're still assuming.
Yes, but then that's the point of peer review. It's the point of peer review. And it's up to people to then say, hang on, I disagree with you. Fine. Here's the evidence to suggest why you are wrong.
Well, the confidence...
Fine, I change my stance.
The confidence comes from a response to something that you think that has been already explored and a test that's been done, but that's not coming from an already understood position of how you could say it is negligible. That seems like a bit suspect. When you say that word, you're giving the false impression that you already understand it's negligible, and it's not. And I think that's where the confusion happens. People listening to you already just assume that you know that it's negligible. But what I'm doing is I'm exposing the fact that the words that you're using, it's kind of like you're giving a false impression. And that's what I don't want the audience to have when they're listening to you. They have to have a correct impression that you're just assuming that it's negligible, that you have never really even looked into it to figure out the math. And then post something to show that you really understand how negligible it would be. That's all.
Okay, I mean, that's fine. We'll use a different thing then. If we can't agree on the same standard of evidence, that's completely
Well, it's not an agreement or disagreement. All we care about is the solidified point that a validation or falsifying method can be done to a specific claim in which you're saying refraction would have to be taken into account for optical differences of seeing the predicted curvature away at a distance versus it being closer or farther away. So you would have to then be able to work out details such as the math and such. But if you don't do that, then you're just giving kind of a basic statement that doesn't come with you're verifying this information. So we have information coming from you that's very suspect. We don't know if you figured it out or not. According to you, you haven't, and you're just assuming that it would be negligible. And also the explanation before of how the Earth is a globe based on a sunset came attached with no refraction taken into account. So there's a lot that we're dealing with from what you're saying that you haven't, and on top of that, you're pre-assuming the Earth is already a specific geometric shape. I'm going to mention that as well. Yeah. So there's a lot that you're assuming, pre-assuming when it comes to the Earth being a globe. There's no verifiable evidence that you're putting forward that you could hand over to somebody they can test and verify for themselves and or falsify a claim, such as if the Earth is a globe based on what you've given this audience. So.
This is why.
If I may,
go on.
If I may add, to add insult to injury, the use of the term negligible also is a highly subjective term, because what is negligible in what context really depends on who's doing whatever they're doing, right? For one person, a margin of error of 5% or less, for example, would be negligible. In another situation, it would be 1%. What does that amount to in actual figures? 2 points of precision, 3 points of precision. It's really subjective. So throwing that into the mix makes it really, unstable and uncertain.
And we like certainty, and we like. Yeah,
Does anyone know of any specific refraction amount that can extend the horizon 771%?
Yeah, this is all very suspect. And so when we ask these questions, we like to adhere to an empirical standard, and by which observations can be made and detailed information can be validated and or falsified. So for our side, we need a lot of information to support a claim, and for it not to be constructed based on assumptions, presumptions, speculations, theories, ideas. They need to have solid evidence to back up a claim. So it was a good attempt, I guess, for your explanation, but it still, for lack of better words, doesn't cut the mustard. We need something that we can adhere to, that we can take outside and verify according to an explanation that the Earth is an actual globe.
Thankfully, the model that I created does account for refraction. And again, when I have surveyors who go out and take these measurements to see if they match my prediction, and they do, and also the fact that my
So
model
while you're there, you'd have your model available. How much refraction would it take to enhance something, the horizon, which would make it go further away? How much refraction would it take to make it go 771.31%?
The horizon being at what distance?
Doesn't matter. It's now 700% plus where it should be. So how much refraction would it take to make the horizon go 700% further or beyond where it should be?
1 second, let me put it into my model. I've got it open here, actually. So,
Hey, your physical geometry only has one distance, bro.
well, fortunately, that affects things.
It was a nice attempt, but we still don't have any concrete information to validate the Earth as a globe. We got models, we got assumptions, presumptions, theories, ideas. We don't have something to go off of where you could hand over somebody information to validate the globe. It's just not. It's just like Crit put it. This juice ain't worth the squeeze, bro. Really,
I would say a refractive index of roughly around 0.987 would give you your 700%.
Now, would that be considered a large amount, a small amount, negligible?
That would be quite a large amount, I would say.
This would be like normal, large amount. It happens on a Friday afternoon. How often would you say this happens? Never. Once every year. It's extremely rare. How often would you say this happens?
I'm not a meteorologist, but I would say quite rarely.
Quite rarely?
Yeah, I was going to add.
Rare as in that photo?
I was going to add.
Because that's the photo that I based those numbers off.
Oh, what the Black
the
Swan.
horizon being 771.31% beyond where it should be.
Cool. I mean, you can see by the crane on the left, there's very high refractive effects happening. So
yeah. So why isn't it affecting everything else? That kind of refractive index, you'd barely be able to see the entire rig because there'd be that much haze in front of it. And the fact that you're mentioning refraction tells us you don't even know what refraction is, because I'd like to know what the second medium is.
It doesn't require two separate mediums. It requires two density changes.
So it's not refraction then?
It is refraction. There's a change
so it's either stooping, looming.
This change in density.
Lowering.
Therefore, refraction.
So which effect is it? It's not refraction. Refraction by definition needs two mediums.
Yeah, two contacting media. Yep.
It needs two densities.
No, would you have a citation to back up the claim for Snell's Law? Anybody can look up Snell's Law. That's why I asked for it.
I could drop it there. And then we can also talk about terrestrial refraction if he likes.
It's a very sticky subject for a glober to get engaged into this and say that the air is two mediums. It's just not.
refraction through air, or atmospheric refraction, is the bending of light as it passes through the Earth's atmosphere due to changes in density. This occurs because the speed of light is slightly slower in air than in a vacuum, and the air density varies with altitude.
Yep. Post that up where you're citing that from.
So we actually asked for refraction, the law of refraction. So terrestrial refraction doesn't meet Snell's law or the law of refraction to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you still don't need two separate objects. You can just have a change in density.
Well,
So then it's not refraction then.
If we're talking about refraction itself in Snell's law, like Banhammer is stating, then we need two isotropic media for the light to pass through. And each media is going to have its own refractive index, as per Snell's law. So what you're discussing is not Snell's law, as you don't have a boundary between two isotropic media.
It's a very gradual boundary. There are slight changes.
Oof.
It doesn't
No.
huge change.
How do you know that, Rocket Man? Could you tell that from the image? Like when you see the image of the Black Swan, the one that Banhammer posted, could you tell me the smooth change in between it? Like, could you point out where that happens?
It's a smooth change. That's like saying point of a circle.
So then could you tell me what the refractive index is on that image by looking at it?
No, you need pressure, temperature, humidity measurements, all sorts.
So you can't tell me by looking at something and saying, those are bendy cranes. So admittedly by you just said you can't tell that there's refraction, yet you just said there's bendy cranes. That is refraction.
That's
a doublespeak, sir.
I can tell there's refraction. I can't tell what.
Really? How much refraction is happening in the image that you said you can tell?
Again, quantifying it and knowing there's refraction are very two separate things.
Really? So you can make a claim that there's refraction happening, and you don't have to quantify it. Is that true, sir?
What you're asking is, okay, is that a building? Yes. Okay, tell me exactly how tall that building is. Very two different.
I'm asking for refraction, not the height of the building. You could find the height of the building out easily. I'm asking for you making a claim that there's refraction going on in that image. And I'm asking you very specifically, if you claim refraction, then how much of refraction do you see?
Well,
I'd
like to cover this horizontal boundary that you're claiming in terrestrial refraction. You said that there are horizontal boundaries. What was your exact words? I can't tell you exact words, but you said there were horizontal boundaries.
Very small differences in gradient.
Right. And so when you're making a claim to refraction, sir, and you don't know the amount of refraction, how could you make a claim to something you don't know the amount of is actually happening to claim refraction is happening? It sounds a bit circular. You want to say there's refraction, but you don't want to make a claim to how much refraction to say that there is refraction occurring, sir.
Because knowing the effects of refraction negate quantifying how much refraction is present at any given moment.
You just finished saying there's bendy cranes. How much refraction would there need to be for bendy cranes to exist?
A lot.
How much is a lot? A lot is ambiguous. Give us a number, sir.
Again, knowing the quantity of refraction needed for this phenomenon.
What does a lot mean? What does a lot mean to you? What does a lot mean to you? A lot. What is that?
Probably greater than 0.5.
Greater than 0.5. Is it less than what? Greater
less
than 0.5.
Greater than 0.5.
What does 0.5 actually mean?
That the coefficient of refraction is 0.5.
Okay, so now we're looking at you're trying to figure. Let me let the audience know. He's trying to quantify the amount of refraction from the image that was posted. So Mr. Man over here is trying to quantify the amount of refraction by looking at the Black Swan image. How do you like that?
What I do find interesting.
And he said, I'm sorry, mate.
Go, keep going.
But he said that you need a lot of constituent parts. You need temperature. What else did you say? What else was required for observing?
He's got a phone call. He just put up. He's got a call.
He said temperature, pressure, etc. But I would
Yeah,
like to
he's
go
adding
through his...
he's adding all these things that he needs to qualify how much refraction there is, and he's making a guess of a lot of refraction happening just by staring at bendy cranes. This is really important, guys. I want to keep him on.
But he doesn't understand what the refractive index is either, because the refractive index is the speed that light travels through a medium in comparison to light traveling through a vacuum, and air itself is 1.0003.
Okay, so listen. So the temperature difference was 3 degrees in that picture. So you can count out refraction.
The thing is, and you're not going to like this, long distance
Rocket Man,
measurements.
what we want you to do for a second, at, where is it, 9 minutes past the hour, you can see the image there where the black bit has been scribbled over the top of the cranes.
Yeah.
The bit that we're interested in is where the horizon is in respect to where the oil rigs are. As you can see, looking at the horizon, there's no refraction. So your claims of refraction means, about as much as me eating a lollipop. So
Yeah, the thing about it though is I want to hear him actually explain how he was giving a quantified value to how much refraction there is without even knowing temperature or pressure or any of the constituent parts that he thinks that would require for him to understand how
Said
much
he doesn't
refraction there would be.
Said he's not a meteorologist.
The thing is, you're trying to force an answer out of me, and when I'm giving you my best guess, you're then saying,
Why couldn't you? Yeah, but
no
Rocket
shit,
Man,
it's a guess, you just forced it out.
why couldn't you tell me that you wouldn't be able to know? Why wouldn't it be easier for
I've
you to say
literally been
I
telling you
don't
this
know?
the entire time that I
Then
don't
why did
know
you
the
try to
exact-
quantify it by saying there's bendy cranes, therefore there's a lot of refraction? And then I asked you, well, how much is a lot? And you said, well, it's more than 0.5.
Because you wouldn't stop asking me.
So you have to give me an answer because I can't stop asking, and you can't say that you don't
this
know?
conversation isn't going to progress if you keep repeating yourself like
you just had to say, I don't know. That's all you had to say.
I've literally-
Instead of
I've
waffling
said
on
that
with
multiple
Rocket Man, instead of waffling on with bullshit, we've got to quantify it and all this stuff, you could have just said, I don't know.
I literally said it multiple times.
No, you haven't.
Just shows
You've
you
spent the
can't.
last 15 minutes being a weasel.
I don't know the actual,
The reason you don't like that image...
The fact that I know reflection is taking place.
The reason you don't like that image, Rocket Man, like every other balltard that comes in here,
hey, no name,
is
no
your
need
only
for name
defense.
calling. Let's keep it civil, please.
I was.
Okay, so...
No, you called me a balltard. That's Let's keep it civil now. Come on.
Your own citation debunks you in the first instance that you read out on terrestrial refraction, for a start. And secondly, there are no horizontal boundaries in the atmosphere.
There are density changes.
But there is no boundary between the less dense and more dense air. So we can't apply the law of refraction here.
The boundary is an arbitrary line where the densities change, where there is one density in one place and different density in another.
You
So
understand?
they have to be vertical then.
Hold on. You understand that you can't use the law of refraction then. You've got to address what AJ said. If you understood what the law of refraction was, Snell's law, you'd understand it was.
This term among certain flat earthers. So here's my I don't know how to characterize it, but let's just call it a trap, a logic trap. So if you're being criticized about refraction, you ask the person, and I'm talking, this is flat earthers among flat earthers, right? Because there's this argument out there that the law of refraction applies, and since you don't have two media, you can't use refraction, therefore it's not refraction, therefore usually that ends as attempted to end the argument as if the Glovers have nothing to talk about. Now here's the problem. So you ask the person, can light be redirected from its path, from the target to the observer? The answer is yes, it can be. It could be, at least possibly, right? For example, I could put a mirror in between me and it. I could put a lens in between me and it. I could put all a multitude of things occurring that we know for a fact and we've witnessed in our lives cause light to not be accurately describing the thing that's in front of us. Like the path has changed. So for some reason. So if they say that the law of refraction applies, then you just ask them this. Is light being redirected, is only refraction what causes that? If they say yes, then that means all redirection of light is refraction, and then you have a penumbric umbrella term to sprinkle on every deformation or variation or differentiation in the path of light.
Yeah.
If they say no, then they've agreed that light can be redirected with something that's not refraction. Either way, they lose.
I like it.
And I've just thought of this within the past 5 minutes, so not 100% parsed it out yet. But I don't think it's assailable in any way, shape, or form. I think it's a lock, stock, Dunsky argument.
Nice job, AI.
Right. They open themselves up to being wrong, and they open themselves up to an all or nothing fallacy. So you win in either case. That's how.
Yeah, so if refraction only applies as a term to anything that is governed by Snell's law specifically, with the standard definition that you need two isotropic mediums and a boundary, right? Then that would mean that's all it applies to. It would mean that all the other variable paths of light that you see is something else. And so by saying it's not refraction, it doesn't debunk that the variable path of light could be occurring. It just means it's not applicable to that pairing of the definition with that term. However, if refraction is a general term that just means any variable path of light, as sometimes it's been come to be known in common parlance, right? Then either way, you could take refraction off the table. You're still left with a phenomenon, right, that you can see with your own eyes. You see it all the time, right? You could see it. Let's just say you see it on a hot road. Well, maybe that's not refraction. Well, what's causing it? Maybe it's Fresnel drag, right? Maybe it's scintillation. Who knows? But it's certainly not the conversation is over and we don't need to talk about variable path of light anymore. Like that's just disingenuous at this point. And to be honest, every flat earther listening to the sound of my voice needs to update their modus operandi if they think that just saying it's not refraction is the end of the argument and the discussion. It's just not. It's completely disingenuous. And somebody putting that forth is if they're aware, then they're a bad faith actor. If they're unaware, then they need to be made aware. And that includes the rank and file all the way up to the pseudo celebrities themselves.
So it's pretty wild. We actually do have like some pseudo celebrities as well.
Well, the reason is like some people, they'll argue these points in an attempt to shut down the Glober from going down this path of argumentation, but it's a valid path. Because it is the case that we look out in the world and we see things that look different from day to day, from condition to condition, right? We've all witnessed that, haven't we? Usually. I usually have never encountered a person that hasn't seen some kind of effect in the visual world, right?
Yeah, we've all experienced. Flat Earthers share Skunk Bay and then deny that light can be redirected. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that is absolutely incoherent, and it makes flat earthers look like they're trying. It makes flat earthers look like someone is intentionally trying to embarrass them by seeding false, retarded, incoherent arguments in the community. It can't be the case that light can't be directed in the quote unquote air, quote unquote atmosphere, quote unquote atmo, and Skunk Bay exist with that video. They can't both exist simultaneously. You have to pick one, dude. Or you just have to sit down because you don't understand. I just don't get it anymore.
Yep.
Isn't that our original point though? When they were claiming this geometric, hump of Earth, we're like, no, it's optical, and refraction plays part as one of the variables for why it's optical. Is that not true?
Yeah, that was fielded. Yes, that's true. Historically.
Yeah, I remember those days. That was like early 2017, 2018. And I remember that being, it was a Flurspective. The package of Flurspective involved,
Yeah, there was like
not just
30.
Yeah.
There was something like 30 effects that occur in the ambient atmosphere that are completely disregarded when it comes to Globers making their geometric claims in relationship to what they see. Like, it's almost always true that Globers will disregard optical effects in favor of some kind of imagined reality where they're in an orthographic God's eye view looking at the scenario, right? And they totally forget that you actually see through optics. You don't see from the side view.
And when you're looking through air, the ray model approximation is like, it's only good for very short distances, obviously. Just look at what they do in surveying, right? They're not doing 10-mile shots.
Yeah.
I think when it comes to this, like, I think we've been stuck for years in like the fallacy of the single cause. Like, it's either refraction or not refraction. It's more complex than that. It's way more complex, especially at long distance.
Yeah, that's right. I said all or nothing fallacy. I meant single cause. You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all the same thing. It's also like a false dichotomy, right? So you can lump in a bunch of fallacies there.
Yeah, it's also ex post hoc ergo propter hoc.
Damn, that sounded like.
Good
That
luck.
sounds
Good
like.
luck with that one.
That's crazy.
For the horse.
Is that what that means?
What?
Is that what that means? Proctor hawk? Is that cart before the horse, or
something like that? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But you don't. But in that way that I phrase it, it's you don't put the cart in front of the horse until someone challenges you, and then you go back to alter it. So, for example, you have this observation. Globers say, "Oh, look, this proves the globe." Then you have this other observation that supersedes that geometry. So they look at it and they say, "Oh, that proves the globe too." And you'd be like, "Well, how?" Well, if the Earth was a globe, in order to see this, there would be this much curved light. We already know the Earth's a globe, therefore there's that much curved light. And this photo you just gave me proves there's that much curved light because I already know the Earth's a globe. Like, they're doing it from the back, they're arguing from the back end, They're not proving their case in the first instance. They're altering their case to prove their point after the fact. Which is what all those stupid Earth curve calculators do. They're an after the fact excuse-o-meter. How much excuses do I need for this observation? Press this button and it'll tell you.
They're not that simple, man. They got a slider because they're sophisticated. They got an excuse slider.
Excuse slider. Damn.
But AI, that's what that kid was doing in the stream that's being broadcast. I was listening on X, so and what's being broadcast, that's what that kid was doing. And Alpha exposed that pretty good. Because like the sunsets. Oh, did you take? Well, he asked him, hey, if we shouldn't a ship disappear at a specific distance? He was like, well, no, because you got to take into account refraction. He's like, well, didn't you just say we observe sunsets? Is refraction taken into account at that? Oh no, you don't have to do it for that, right? And then you get into what AI just said, right? Well, how do you know there's refraction? Well, we made the sunset observations without refraction, so now we know it's a globe. And then we go look at their ships, quote unquote, disappearing behind the horizon. And if they don't disappear at that distance predicted by the sun angles, then there's refraction. And we got to account for it now.
Well, the concept of atmospheric refraction, as far as I recall, was invented to explain why the celestials aren't where they claim.
Okay.
Is someone named Nick Gurr in here? I think you got the wrong room, bro.
Oh, my bad, bro. My bad.
Yeah, there's no Nick in here, bro.
Yeah, I thought my friend Nick Hurt was in here.
Yeah, he's not here, dude.
Profound, dude.
Diffused.
Thought you were looking for Amanda Hug and Kiss.
Wait, I've never heard that one. That's a good one. Nice.
Bro.
That's a good one. I'm stealing that. You guys talked to Vlad? Oh, Vlad. What about Darth Baby Panda?
Dude, what is it with this server and the name Darth?
Darth Baby Panda. We got a shy panel today, guys.
Are we live?
Let me just quickly check. Looking. Okay, it's been confirmed. We are live.
So I got to ask you, CB, what do you think about Kanye's new song?
Oh, it's awesome.
Yo, it's fire.
Yeah, man. I think
It's actually a good
funny.
song. Like, even without, like, I thought he's like, yeah, I'm going to make this song. I thought it was just going to be like some contrived trash. But it's actually a good song. So I'm like, dude's got talent. Like, no doubt.
For sure.
What he did hanging with his cousin when he was younger?
No, not that one.
About?
I think he's probably trolling, but it's whatever.
It's the Hungry Hippos one. Hungry Hippos.
Oh yeah. That the clean version?
Yeah, it's AI kickball.
Nice, bro. Very nice.
Is that along the lines of the memes where RFK is supposedly going to ban all junk food and fillers and sweeteners and all that, and then all the women are going to become thin again and attractive?
We need fat camps. We need that.
I think you've been hit with the Mandela effect there, yeah.
Man, 2025, who knew it was going to turn out like this?
Dude, I saw the funniest thing that was like, it's from like Nick Fuentes. He was like, imagine back in 2015. We told the liberals, right? That's like the Obama era and all the crap that was going on then. You're like, Kanye's gonna have an HH song. They would have lost their goddamn minds, man. And Trump would be president after trying to overthrow the government and then talking about a third term, which you can't even run for. Like, they would have lost their cotton picking minds.
Cotton pick in mind. Yeah, 100%. We're living in a movie, and I think like Miggy's got a big vision for our community as well. We shouldn't think small, chat. We should think very large. Like I like where Miggy's head is at. We're going mainstream. We're gonna blow up. That's good. We should keep that same energy. Look where we are now. It's nothing but up from here. They tried to say we were gonna like die out. Oh, flat Earth is gonna just go away. And then the fact that we've come over here and become like the hottest call in the whole server, 100,000 deep. That should be your clue right there.
McTune's been saying that since like 2017, man. Flat Earth is dying. You've been saying that for so long. Now with the final experiment, it's really dying this time. No, this time really. I mean it. This time, for sure.
That was Brenda. Brenda was like, "Oh yeah, now the final experiment. Yeah, flat Earth is done."
But they're still here. Like, so good stuff, man. I like this. As the head of the cultural development department, I approve.
Aren't you the leader of the cult, man?
Yo, quiet, man. Just
Well, you must be because you're getting all the bitches.
you're not supposed to tell them that, dude.
That's how you figure out who the cult leader is. Who's the dude with the most bitches? That's why you become the cult leader. That's the whole point.
That might be true.
Tell me a cult, dude, that the head guy wasn't like sleeping with everybody's chick.
Yeah. Yeah.
There might be some hypergamy, man. So it's like hypergamy, especially like when you're in like a small. So like, say you got a small group of 100. Hypergamy is drastic.
Yeah.
Very too many rungs on that ladder, man. It becomes pretty obvious.
I'm over here thinking about AI's pseudo celebs. I mean, wouldn't you be one of those AI?
Gotcha, bitch.
What the hell's a pseudo celeb?
Are you saying that even our community has like pseudo celebrities?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, that shit's everywhere.
I mean, I'm thinking QE. We got Oakley. We got AI.
The biggest, if you think about it, the person to like leverage their pseudo celebrity into the like go from the lowest level pseudo celebrity to the highest point would be Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian.
Yeah.
She leveraged a fucking shitty sex tape in a fucking parking garage into fucking billions of dollars, bro. Like you gotta give her credit for that. She took nothing. She had nothing, like a pile of crap, dude. She was like, I'm gonna take a pile of crap and then be a billionaire.
Yeah.
Gotta give her credit for that.
For sure.
What are you famous for? Being famous?
Me and a 304.
I'm famous for being famous, man. Think about that, how stupid that is.
Sad but true. Yeah, AI said from the lowest, like from the rank and file up to the pseudo celebrities in this community. I had never heard of that before, but You're probably right that there are some of those. I always thought it was rank and foul. I had to learn it was rank and foul. What does that even mean?
It's a reference from chess.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so like the board, right? The I think going straight is the file, and then the sideways is the ranks.
Oh, interesting. Nice.
It's also military. I think it was just like hijacked into chess. So when you're like in a formation, right? And like the the Greeks could form like a box phalanx. You know what I mean? So like you have the ranks. So that's like if you're at the back, right, going forward, each row is a rank, and then each line is a file.
Nice. Okay, I see that. Dope. Well, it's weird because nobody was appointed really here, right? It's like mostly participation, um, you know, competency, and probably some other skills there as well. But it's like nobody was really appointed in these roles here, sort of. People stepped up to be who they are in this community, and it's interesting to see like the different rank and file, right? AI.
Well, the standards that we've always held at 24/7 was demonstrated competency, sincerity, and activity over time.
Yeah.
That's what causes your, whatever to happen.
It's cool though, and also people recently have sort of stepped up from what I can see. There's more people participating, people who maybe used to be like listeners, and now they're more of a speaker, which is great. I would try to reward that behavior, but seems like the head of the pack is pretty locked in right now, for the most part.
I mean, it's just like human nature that groups get self-organized.
Yeah, we're so organized
It's
too.
like,
That's cool.
yeah, I mean, but it's like, at least for me, dude, it's like, it's not ambition to like, I want to be at the top of the pack. It's like, I just want to, like, I don't know, do the most I can.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
it drives myself, right? Like, I drive myself, like, shit, dude, I want to do this, I want to do that. Like, fuck, dude, I want to drop this. It's not like, oh, dude, if I do this, and everybody's going to love me. Like, fucking,
Yeah,
that's like the furthest thing from my mind.
Yeah, same here.
I'm trying to make the Glovers hate me. Like, literally, like, I'm going to do this, and these Glovers are going to be pissed. It's like the reverse. I'm not looking for love. I'm looking for hate.
Yeah. That's actually so true. Yeah. I'm trying to do what I think works well or whatever I see. So I agree with you on that one.
Yeah, dude. Everybody should like whatever they do to their own talents. Like, you don't have to do anything either. Like, that's your prerogative. You know, this ain't freaking not holding a gun to anybody's head. You just want to sit back and listen, unless it's like a no listening call. You know?
Exactly. No listening, you hear me?
No listening, you hear me?
It's such a good clip. I don't know. I love my role in this whole thing.
I like, or we hear you breathing.
Yeah, that's a goated clip too.
That's fine.
Yeah, there's a lot of rhetoric that's developed over the years that's intended to shut down the conversation with the Glover that's being had as if ending the conversation with someone who's inquiring is the goal. Where, it depends on the type of environment you're in. But if exposition is your goal, then your goal is to talk about all the topics, flesh them out for people to hear. And so someone's goal of shutting it down as fast as possible, is antithetical to that. The definitions of victory that vary person to person.
It's dude, the weird thing about this chat is, man, is there's so much serendipity. Because I was listening to Dave Smith, he debated that Douglas Murray guy. He was talking to Tucker Carlson, and he said, because he debates a lot, different topics, and he said he was frustrated, not by the debate, not because everybody thinks he won, but because he never actually got to have an interaction on the substance of the arguments. And he wants that so that people, the audience, can hear both sides and decide. But if the other guy's saying just using logical fallacies nonstop, then the debate never actually happens, and you just lose because the other guy's a douche mouth, or you win because the other guy's a douche mouth. The other guy basically just throws the match and wastes time so that there is no exposition. It just becomes like a petulant argument.
About that is that I've noticed people who operate like that and then they emulate that behavior, whether it's on either side, is when they're not in an environment where that is rewarded, they can clearly be challenged and they have no answer. They cannot think for themselves. They've literally been trained to stop thinking for themselves and to rely on the rhetoric that they've been taught. And when they're pressed on any of the particulars, they can't expound at all. They just get stuck in a loop of repeating the same thing as if it's going to win. It's embarrassing. I've got to tell you, it's literally embarrassing at this point.
Are you talking about FE or both sides?
Either side, but I'm specifically talking about flat earthers. They come in, they make claims, they don't realize that they're claims, and they're universal claims that they can't possibly bear the burden for. And then you ask them, well, how do you know that? And they can't actually tell you how. They just repeat the claim again. It's like the claim is the evidence. So the one that really upset me the other day was we were speculating on, the moon and traveling to the moon on Speculation Sunday. And the argument was, no argument, it was just speculation. And then somebody came in and they were like, it's impossible to travel to the moon. Impossible. Very decisive claim. Which I replied, well, how do you know it's impossible to travel to the moon? The reply, well, you can't have gas pressure without a container. So I said, well, what about gas pressure without a container would preclude you from traveling to the moon? And they said, well, you couldn't travel there because there'd be a barrier in between you and it. And I go, okay, what about a door? You ever heard of a door? They're like, well, then all the gas pressure would rush out. And I said, well, have you ever heard of an airlock? Right? So every time they gave their point, they were just repeating the same thing. And I was giving them caveats that would defeat their claim. And another person who was there, who I think was a Glover, actually, they just caught on that and they said, well, if the moon was inside the container, then your argument wouldn't have any validity on whether you could travel to the moon or not, because it would just be within the environment. But the person in question, and to their defense, they were a little, buzzed, so you can't take them, at full, you can't hold it against them that they were making bad arguments at that time per se. But the point is they just kept repeating the talking point as if the talking point itself settled the argument, and they never parsed out the logic, never followed the conclusions, never did any of that stuff. And we're getting offended that other people were offering alternatives that would defeat their logic or fit within their logic. And to be fair, we've got 10 years going on in this now. If that's what flat earthers are being trained to be, that's embarrassing.
Yeah, you should always be really careful about making possibility claims about the natural world. That's usually yeah, you're going to have problems with that. Making possibility claims about abstract things like logic or something, or math, like you can't be 2 and 3 at the same time, right? That's impossible. Yeah, that's fine. When you start saying things are impossible in the natural world, you're going to get yourself in trouble. It's like it's almost it's let's say this: it's impossible to prove impossibility in the natural world, pretty much.
Yeah, and the arguments usually are, like the Globers will bring it up because they'll say, "Oh, we got pictures of the Earth from the moon. It shows the Earth as a globe," and the flat earther will reply, "That's impossible because you can't have gas pressure without a container. So it's not. There's no way they took the picture on the moon." Well, that thing that the flat earther just said isn't actually logically conclusive because the Glober could just reply, "Oh, no, you forgot. The moon is within the Earth's atmosphere. No problem. We went through the Earth's atmosphere, arrived at the moon, turned around, took a photo of the moon as a globe. Therefore, the moon's a globe. Sorry, the Earth's a globe." Right? So the flat earther actually didn't rebut the point at all, and the globe earther adequately rebutted their logic. Now they still have to parse out their particulars and prove them, but just argumentatively, the flat earther lost that round.
Yeah, certainly, I agree with that 100%. I mean, I think it's like maybe it's a cultural thing. People feel like they have to have the answer for everything, right? They got to be able to answer every question. Explain this, explain that, and like I don't know. I think that's what happens a lot of the times when people make unsubstantiated or even unsubstantiatable claims that they can't prove. I think it's like ego, like, oh, I have to be able to answer this because I'm in a debate. Like, it's okay to say I don't know. We get the Globers to say I don't know all the time. I don't know why, like, flat earthers are afraid to say it.
Yeah, and you're correct on that. But like, I just want to reiterate that point. Is like the vibe that I'm getting from these interactions is, for whatever reasons, these flat earthers are allowing themselves to be, or being done so by just not understanding what's going on. They're actually being trained not to think for themselves. They're being retrained to not think for themselves about a new paradigm, right? The flat Earth paradigm, let's call it. So they had the globe Earth paradigm where they didn't think for themselves, and they started to think for themselves, became a flat earther, then met a bunch of other flat earthers who are now training them to not think for themselves about flat Earth, and that's a problem. Part of the reason why that's happening is because there's an illusion of victory. So people are being taught that if you argue this way, and then you just shut down your opponent, that you've reached a victory, and so they want to go into that victory loop where I'm crushing Globers, I'm wreaking havoc, I'm making arguments, taking names. It's like, no, you're not. You're actually just making a bunch of non-conclusive statements that don't follow logically, and you're just refusing to be challenged on it. You're not actually winning any victories. Because if you consider that a victory, then you're essentially forcing other people by proxy to agree with you, right? If you say this is a victory and the other person says, yes, it's a victory, what have you just done there? You've just made the other person a victim of your illogical nonsense. So you're out there victimizing other flat earthers with illogical, incoherent arguments that don't carry the conclusion that you think it does, just because you think you can put a notch on your bedpost that you scalped another Glober. That attitude shouldn't exist in this community, truly.
Yeah, I don't think there's a victory to be had. Like, to be honest, There isn't going to be like the time runs out and then we're going to have a score and they're going to have a score and then like one side's going to be victorious. The goal probably thought it was victorious. You know what I mean? Just because go on the wiki page. Flat Earth is an archaic idea. The idea that no one thinks that anymore. Oh, you guys got to be trolling. Why are you guys so stupid? We've known for 2,000 years that Earth is a globe. No one thought the Earth was flat since 300 BC or something. Right? That whole narrative, people actually believe that that's the case because of the information that they get societally. They think that it's a done deal. There was a victory, the globe won, that's it. Well, the flat Earth has never actually gone away. It's just been below the zeitgeist, right, of thought. But it's always been there. And even if we prevail at some social level, right, and it becomes everybody, most people, hey, the Earth is probably flat. The globe isn't dead; it'll come back. It's not going to just go away. There's still going to be people that believe it. They might be a minority, but they'll just be there will be no victory. This is like a fight. It's like a fight without an end. It's a battle. And I'm okay with that. I don't need a flat Earth victory parade.
Or likewise, there's going to be new paradigms created out of the conflict. We've already seen that happen among the flat earther community where, there's upward rising earthers, there's Ethereum cosmologists, there's, magnetron moonbeam cosmologists. I mean, who knows? It goes on and on.
Dude, eventually there's going to be Schrodinger's Earthers, right? That the Earth is flat when you're on it, but it magically turns into a ball when you're far away from it. Like the physics of the universe change when you're above the Earth and it just turns into a ball. Or some perceptual thing or some other nonsense. They can shoehorn a ball into it somehow. They already do. Like they're already shoehorned, it's just locally flat, but it's actually a ball. So they've already shoehorned the concept into observable reality as it is. They can get crazier with it.
Yeah, it could be flat in the fourth and fifth dimension, but in the sixth, seventh, and eighth dimension, it's a globe. That way, when God is looking at it, he can just flick his finger and get to another location to look at real quick. It's much simpler for his user interface.
Oh, it's just like with the airplanes argument. No, the gravity, it's horizontal, but gravity makes it, curve. Like what?
Dude, I'm telling you, dude, I want to make a video game that's it's an airplane game where the Earth rotates and you got to try and fucking land that shit. And you take off from Ottawa, Canada, and you fly to the equator. Everything's like a simulation, like flight simulator. I wonder if you can modify flight simulator to have a rotating Earth below the airplane. Hey, can you land this plane? You started off at 500 miles per hour. Now you got to catch up to the 1,040 mile per hour rotating Earth at the equator and try to land your plane.
Conservation of momentum, man. You know how they use that argument? another a magic term. The plane
On the game, you could see if you could take out frickin' the Twin Towers in it with the Earth spinning. See if you can do the Osama bin Laden frickin'
Yeah.
double
Try
frickin'
to
trick.
try to catch up with the moving buildings.
Yeah, Jerry. Hit the afterburner. We're almost there.
Yeah, really. Yeah,
Hit
that
him at
would
2
make for
miles
a
per
good.
hour.
That'd make for a good game because it would be very precarious to try to land in that situation.
Yeah, but son, there's no like the conserve momentum thing don't work because you need because say you're like I think it's like 580 miles per hour at like New York. That's how fast you're going. Like, how do you get to it at twice that speed? You can conserve the 500 miles per hour, fine. How do you get up to 1,000?
Exactly. So that would be interesting. Think if they could make a flight simulator that simulated all the actual claims of the globe, all the motion, all of it. That would be very interesting. Yeah, that would be impossible, man. That'd be good to see that, though. Where the plane had to constantly nose down in order to negotiate, or else you end up out in space in a matter of minutes. Okay, so Para, why do you think the Earth is round? Round or a sphere?
I've got you in my sights.
Go ahead, buddy. You're up. We don't do TTS. Grab your mic. We hear you breathing.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Para. We have a friendly crew on here right now, and we just want you to present your case, and we can take a look at it.
The mute button doesn't work. We can hear you breathing right now.
How did you hear me? I put you on mute. Did you think a mute button was going to stop me from hearing you?
Yeah, we have our ways.
Watch out, bro! Move! Bro, move out of the way! Swear it, bro. You need to move, dude. Oh, shit. What's that? I'm like, dude, sorry.
Yeah.
Bro, this fucking cat is so annoying, bro. He literally wants to step. He wants to lay where I'm walking every time. It's so fucking annoying, bro. I want to step on this motherfucker sometime. Bro. Move, bro. Para.
What the heck?
I'm gonna cook this fucking cat, bro. Not. Oh, this is a family show. Sorry.
Yeah, he's not literally going to cook a cat. Don't worry, folks. For all you cat lovers, your cats are safe.
Depends on what kind of cat we're talking about, chat.
Yeah,
anyway.
Meow.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, Para. We made room for you in the chat, so you're up next.
Para, come on, man. No, we're doing a no listening panel today.
No listening. You hear me?
Silence means it's flat.
Yeah. So since we've got no anything contrary to that statement, then the Earth is flat. So globe or silence equals Earth is flat.
Yep.
Thanks for playing.
Facts.
We appreciate your support by not speaking up, Para. Earth is flat. Good job. Yeah, so if no globers speak up, then Earth is exactly the way we experience. Water is flat, horizontal on the top, stationary, not in motion, and gas pressure requires a container, just like AI was talking about.
Facts.
Unless you got an airlock, airlock Earth. Hush, you going to help this person, Para? You going to help them out? You could tag team it.
Facts.
Para, you just saying it just is. That's not an answer.
It just ain't.
Yeah, how do you know it just is? Can you explain to us so we can get some clarity? I mean, maybe you have information we never heard before. Thought about. Yeah, have you thought about that? It's possible. Nah, not really. We've heard everything. But try anyway. There's no reason why you shouldn't try. I mean, Maybe you do have information that we don't know. So come on, Para. Enlighten us, please. Or any other Globers out there listening on YouTube or Rumble, come on in and help your fellow Globers out. They're having some trouble miking up.
Yeah, Lord knows they need the help.
We need someone to come in with all 10 toes and proclaim the Earth as a globe and tell us how. Oh, we're on Twitch also. All right.
We're on Twitch?
That's what Flat Lloyd said. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get banned off Twitch any day now, Jeff.
As a matter of fact, that's an interesting point. I was listening to Ladies' Night last night, and it was really pretty good. Mary Mom killed it, and let's see. Oh, there was someone that came on. I don't remember their name, but he goes, "I'm not an anti-flat earther, but I'm the one that had a paper or something." What's it called when you get a bunch of people to sign a petition to shut our server down? But he said he wasn't. He said he wasn't an anti-flat earther, and I'm like, you're lying. If you have a petition to shut our server down, and you claim to be championing free speech, then you're an anti-flat earther. Good job.
Was it?
Why you got to lie about it?
Was it Crit Stalker?
No, had some weird name and some strange writing. Like you couldn't really understand like his name unless you looked at his bio.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't remember what his name was. Should have made a note of that.
Probably some no-name loser.
Some witchcraft or something. I don't know. Something weird.
How do we listen? You're not talking. And also, we don't need to just listen to claims either. We've heard all the claims. We just need the proof. We don't need to know why it's round. We need to know how. Like, what's the proof? How has it been verified? Just saying why you think it's round isn't really that helpful. Damn near everyone in this panel was a globe earther before. So just being like, well, it's round, and I think it's round and round. Yeah, we used to be like you until we realized there is no proof for that. And then, actually not round. So you need more than that. You need to make a decision. Either grab your mic, your iPhone, or whatever, get in here, or get out of here. Okay.
All right, whose soccer account is this?
Who?
Oh, we have Cora Horror. Am I saying that right?
You can just call me Corey.
Hey, Corey, how are you?
Doing all right.
Is this your first time here? You've been here before?
I think I popped in like once or twice before, but not much. But I just saw one of my friends in here. Thought I'd come and say hi and just listen to what was going on.
Nice. Who's your friend?
Panda.
Panda.
Yeah.
Cool. I got Ghost in the Phantom. All right, let me stop. So, are you, what's got you hanging around the Flat Earth? Have you talked to Flat Earthers before?
No, I not really. I mean,
That's
based on
okay.
what I've heard from some other people, I guess the time or two that I've come in, like I've only popped in for like a second or two, and looks like I kind of popped in during a bit of a lull. So I was like, I guess I'll go hang out with my friends in some of the other chats.
Right on. Well, hold on there, Tate. Hold on there, buddy. Corey, just a quick question. Like, if I were to give you like a piece of paper and a pen and I had you draw the flat Earth, what do you think you would draw?
Sorry, repeat that first part.
No worries. I gave you a piece of paper and a pen or a pencil, crayon, whatever you prefer, and I had you draw the flat Earth. What do you think you would draw on the paper?
I mean, I'd probably try my best to make that, because I've seen a model or two of like the flat Earth where it's essentially just for perception, maybe making it a little bit more like look kind of like a bit of an oval type of thing. But if not, then I'd basically just do the circle. And then I've seen models where it's like it has like a dome over it or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, no worries. I think that a lot of people, when they get introduced to flat, or they hear the words flat Earth, they picture the solar system. You got the sun, Mercury, Venus, and then some sort of like squished globe, like something flattened. Is that kind of what you're picturing?
More or less.
Yeah. Don't do that. Don't do that. I actually think that's why a lot of people are like, flat Earth is dumb. Where do I jump off? And what's hanging on the bottom of the flat Earth? All these questions stem from this type of idea. But actually, this is not really what we think. It's not like a flattened planet in the solar system or anything like that. So, but let me ask you some questions about, say, like the universe. Like, what if I had to give you a piece of paper and a pen and I had you draw the universe? What do you think you would draw then?
I don't know. I mean, I took an astronomy class when I was earning my Jones Associates, but I'm not really in that field. It's basically, oh cool, like looking up at the sky. It's the moon. The moon's pretty type of thing. It's
So you don't know what you would draw.
I don't really. Yeah, not really.
No, I get that's cool. That's like part of the question. Personally, I don't know
probably
what I would
just draw
draw
like
either.
some stars, maybe.
No, I mean like
maybe a little
silly.
spiral, maybe like a little spiral thing, maybe
Dude, no. I mean,
I don't know.
the shape of it, you silly. You know how you can draw the globe, right? You can leave the globe, look back, see it's a ball, and draw a ball. Right? When you did the flat Earth, you're like, okay, well, I look back,
Gotcha.
I
You're
see,
talking
I see
about
a
like a
flat.
shape.
Yeah. Do you think you would draw what would you draw for the universe, you think? Or you don't know, or
I don't really have a concept for like a shape of the
bam.
universe.
Perfect. Exactly. The same way you're thinking of the universe is how we think of flat Earth. It's like I think of the universe kind of as this is everything. This is reality. Not something you can leave and look back at. You can't, you have like a puppet on your hand and you can see it from all these points of view. You could potentially do that with the globe. You can leave the globe and look at it like a puppet. You can't do that with the universe. And what we're saying, or what I'm saying, is that you can't do that with flat Earth either. This is reality. This is the universe. We don't have the ability to see it like that. So you just have to be careful when you start thinking of flat Earth like, well, like a flat disk or something like that. There's a bunch of objects probably in your room and in this world that you can pick up and represent something flat. A book, piece of paper, a plate, all kinds of stuff. But what object would you pick up that represents the universe? No clue, right? You don't know what that's like. So I would say flat Earth is a lot like that, where we don't know necessarily like what shape it is and stuff like this. When we say flat, we mean this. I want you to take like 30 seconds, just look around your room or wherever you are right now. You'll notice everything has a surface. Got the walls and the ceiling and the floors, maybe a screen, a TV here or there, a book, whatever. But then these things are going to have a flat surface. Even with bumps included, my ceiling is like very bumpy, but it's a flat ceiling, right? The floor and the walls, like the walls are bumpy with like the little, paint on it and stuff like that, but it's still a flat wall. Now we have some round type of objects, like my iPad here. It's like the edges are rounded, or the couch here is rounded there, the pillows rounded. But you'll notice that those are the only two options. The surface is either going to be curving or rounded in some way, or it's not. And so I would say this is true for the surface of the Earth also. It's either rounded or it's not, bumps included. So when we say flat, we just mean it's not curving. And so, like if you go to, say, the ocean or bodies of water, a lake, a pond, and etc., these aren't curving either, bumps included. So flat means the surface, not like a shape or, some pizza in space or anything like that. You tracking so far? Cool. A lot of people get the word flat confused. They're like, so you mean like smooth then? It's like, well, not necessarily. Like my ceiling, for example. You probably have seen a ceiling, or maybe your ceiling is like bumpy, is super bumpy, right? But it's not like your ceiling is like curved in or like caved up.
I've explained it like that too, CV. I'm like, so would you consider your textured wall flat, right? And most people answer yes to this. And I'm like, well, there you go. That's the topography of Earth.
Mm-hmm.
It's texture, but we don't call it texture. We call it topography.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's on the top of the Earth.
Yeah, so they say there's a lot of water here on the Earth. And this is a good place to go and test to see whether it's curving or not. And I can, Jenna, you want to like talk to her a little bit, or did anybody else want to add in here? Just seems pretty genuine.
Yeah, I saw Para in the chat, but I don't see him in the VC.
Oh, he's shy. And they left anyway. They're gone.
No matter, we have a current guest engaged. So speaking of what she said when you asked her, if you look outside from the universe, turn around, look at it, what does it look like? Interestingly enough, on the same token that you said you can't look outside the Earth and look back at it, yet it's flat, they say the universe is flat.
Mm.
The universe on a grand scale is flat, so they say. They've never been outside the universe, turned around and looked back at it to define it. And so, like, you quickly recognize that these ideas about what the flat Earth is, they sometimes have problems with them, but the same problems apply to the globe Earth paradigm of what the Earth is and where it is in its location. It's just one step removed or kicking the can down the road. But rest assured, like, in all paradigms on a cosmological scale, nobody really knows the answers. Nobody's been at a vantage point where they can turn around and look at it and say, yep, I see it. Nobody.
Yeah, good point. And I'll add to that. The same problems, yes. The characteristics of the universe are very similar to the characteristics of a flat Earth. People ask us all the time, where is the edge? Well, where's the edge of the universe? Has anyone been there? Can you even get there? Well, it's probably a very large place that may not have been fully explored. No one's been to any edge.
And based on what I remember, from things of learning, like, because the other thing that came to mind, as in like, oh, what is the shape of the universe type of thing? Like, I was never given like a specific shape of it. I do remember at one point being like, oh, well, being shown like an image of like just to kind of illustrate, oh, the theory that, oh, well, the universe is expanding out type of thing. So like it's getting bigger type of thing.
Yeah. I've heard that before. I've heard that before too.
So like if I were to draw like a shape, like if I had to, that, yeah, I guess flat in like a rectangular kind of way. Like if I had to do like one, but where it's like I wasn't given like a specific shape.
Let's talk about that for a second. So if you imagine, like many people believe, that the universe is expanding, and that means that the structure of three-dimensional space is increasing. Now, you might say, well, is the Earth a rectangle? Well, maybe not. What if it's expanding the same way the universe is expanding? And then someone might argue, well, that's silly because you can't have matter constantly increasing. Well, wait a minute. You just said you can have space constantly increasing. Why are you allowed to have space itself constantly increasing and just think you're going to get away with it? Like you get to have a miracle. And then you critique other people for saying, well, maybe the ground is expanding. Now, in the heliocentric expanding universe, the edges of the universe are supposedly expanding away faster than the speed of light, meaning that theoretically we could never access them. So it's getting bigger at a rate which we could never travel to discover the edge. So why is it fair for them to say that, where they can never define their boundary? But then they demand from flat earthers, I want to see the edge of your flat earth, or it's not real. Well, I want to see the edge of your expanding universe, or you're full of crap. Isn't it fair both ways?
Yep. Go ahead, again. Like, I was going to say, long story short, I think flat Earth is very similar to the universe. No one knows where the edge is. No one knows what shape it is. It's a large-ass place, probably not fully explored. Boom. We're basically the same, flat Earthers and globe Earthers. But the problem is they want to compare a globe Earth to a flat Earth. You can't do that because then you're comparing, like, so the globe is a thing in a place. It's an object within like a realm, if you will. A flat Earth is not a thing or like an object inside of a place. I think flat Earth is the place. So if you want to compare the two worldviews, you got to compare the universe to flat Earth. But that's difficult for a lot of people, and that's my stance. I don't necessarily mean to speak for everyone in this call. So, does anybody else want to chime in? Ghostin is here as well. Okay, we got the law. What's up,
Flat Earth,
Ghostin?
there's no point in me, but like, I wouldn't mind to watch. Why not?
You want to watch? All right. You a globe earther, bro?
Me?
No, Ghostin.
I'm not a globe earther. I'm a flat earther. I've met you before. My name's Avi Loeb. We're friends. You might remember me, maybe not. It doesn't.
Oh, nice. How long you been around
Yeah,
the topic?
I was in your server at one point.
Oh, okay. Nice, man. Well, welcome back. Do you know anybody else in this call, or why did you join today?
Well, Crit's kind of my friend, so like I just like to jump in here every single once in a while and just see what people are talking about. Because sometimes it'd be kind of wild because people don't know what they're talking about, and it's just fun to witness that, you know. So.
Oh, what do people say when they don't know what they're talking about?
More so like the globe earthers when they make stupid arguments that they've never even understood themselves before they actually say it, and then it
Same.
just really becomes stupid because they don't even know what they're talking about, and then they can't provide sources, and it's just amazing. So I just like watching that, and I just like watching people get absolutely like smashed in an argument.
Damn. What's something stupid a globe earther might say?
Oh, that the globe Earth isn't actually a globe, and that's actually a dinosaur. Yeah, something like that.
Oh yeah. All right.
Someone actually said something like that the other day. It was very interesting.
Yeah. It's like a immediate cope. Yeah. I feel you, bro.
But if that was actually true, though, that would be a really cool Easter egg about dinosaurs. To be honest.
All right. You feel like you can argue flat Earth pretty good, or no?
I would say I'm pretty good at arguing out that the fact that we're actually on a flat Earth, and that's because of the observers. Not only that, it's because you can never see the horizon any day of the year. And another thing is that people say that we're too far away to see the horizon, but the thing is, it's not mirrored out that there even is a horizon in the first place that is seeable with the human eye, regardless of that range of you being able to see it.
Okay, you're a moron. Just stop talking. Just stop talking, dude. You're not a flat
India.
earther.
India. Don't go fucking ham on him just yet, bro. God damn.
I made a good point though. There's no horizon that can be seen. That's all I was saying. Like, what the fuck?
What
That's
is a
literally
horizon?
what horizons don't exist if they can't be seen because it's apparent.
That's
That means
literally
you
what
see
I
it.
said. That's literally what I said.
No.
Oh fuck! I can't. No, I can't.
That's not going to work.
Oh, you fucking laughed. God damn. Indio busted out the Falcon punch on this guy. Holy, bro.
Well, his only saving grace would be if he's confusing. If he's confusing just general horizon with geometric horizon and saying the geometric horizon can't be seen. That's true.
Bro.
Now, I'm not saying that's what he was doing, but it is the case that globers look out, think they're seeing a horizon, and in their view, what is a horizon? In their view, a horizon is the leading edge of a giant globe that's interrupting their field of view in the way. They never see that. Never.
Yeah, that's probably what he was saying, Indio, you meanie.
Indio, your power level's too high, bro. You fucking Hadoukened him out of here.
You just chased off a future freaking flat earther, Indio. You freaking mean son of a bitch.
No, nobody. Look, he could have been a scrub. I'm just parsing out the argument. I'm not saying he holds that argument.
Bro, blasted him into the freaking shadow realm.
Falcon punch.
Oh, that's too good.
Turning over a new leaf, dude. Retarded flat earther statements.
Wait, he's back.
Challenged.
He's back.
All right,
are you there, buddy?
Why don't you ask him what he meant by what he said and see if I was correct or if he was a bunch.
I got you, bro. I got you. Ghostin, are you there, buddy? It looks like he's lighting up and muted for me. That's weird. Let me just.
See.
I see him lighted up, but no mic.
Oh, we hear you breathing, bro. Just go ahead and chime in, dude.
How did you hear me? I put you on mute. Did you think a mute
I'm not talking. I'm just listening, bro.
from hearing you?
Oh, we're doing a no listening panel. What is a horizon? Can you define horizon for us, bud?
The line that goes across the earth. I don't know.
Wrong.
Wait. Well, it's all right. We can figure it out together. The line that goes across the earth.
Could be true horizontally, yeah.
Horizontally? Okay.
It's a little bit up in the sky, as people claim, but I've never seen it. That's all I was trying to say. Like, I don't understand.
Jedi, you want to help him out?
No, you got this, bro.
All right. Well, I'll go to Google. Let's keep it real simple.
I wanted to ask him what did you mean by you've never seen it? You've never seen Horizon?
I haven't.
Well, I feel like that's why we should get a definition, right, chat?
Maybe I just don't even know what a horizon is, and I've been lied to.
Have you ever been to the beach?
Oh, okay. I've definitely seen a horizon before. I'm stupid. Yeah, I'm stupid. Okay, I'm stupid. I don't want to talk about it. Just
Maybe
move on,
he's
just move
talking
on.
about the edge. Maybe he's
Yeah,
talking
that's what I
about
meant.
the
That's what I
curve.
meant.
Bear,
That's what I
please.
meant. Curvature. Yeah, curvature. That's what I meant.
He's
I'm
not talking about the. No, you're not stupid. It's okay. A lot of people don't know what it actually means to say they see the horizon. So it's all right. You don't have to you don't have to self-deprecate because of that. It's okay. We can like CB said, we can kind of go through this together.
Yeah, I'm listening. I mean, what would the correct definition for it actually be?
I'm putting it in the chat right now. This is an image.
Sorry, guys.
Boom. All right, check the chat, brother.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
So a key point there is that where it says where the surface and the sky appear to meet.
So that'd be at the very end of the image, right?
Well, it changes from day to day. So, like it says appear, so that means it's an apparent place. Do you know what that word means? Apparent?
Something. I know what it is. I just don't know how to define it.
Yeah, it's okay. It's pretty much the same thing as appear. So it apparently is there. It's something that we optically see we can see it's there. That doesn't mean it's a geographic location.
Oh. Okay.
So, in other words, like if you tried to travel out in that water and get to where that horizon is, you would never reach it.
Okay, I think I understand now. That makes sense, actually. My bad. Jeez, I really need to get a better education. If I didn't know what a horizon was, that's like
You can't go plant a flag in it. That's what he's saying. Basically, you can't go there, but you can see it all the time.
So Ghost or Sonny, I mean, we see that with this thing called the horizon, right? That would be like, I guess, an effect. What causes that horizon to exist?
I don't know.
You guys he's like, you guys can't be too high level right now. We're gonna meet him where he's
I included
at.
Sonny.
Oh shit!
I'm like really new to this. I just believe in it because I saw observers and that made sense to me. That's all. And I've never seen curvature. Like that's all it is. Like I don't know shit. To be honest, it's just my belief and my understanding of it being real. That's it.
It's okay. So you can use this as a learning experience. It's all right. We all had to go through this. So the horizon is where the word horizontal comes from. Horizontal matches the horizon. So we know here on Earth, you've heard of sea level, right?
Yeah.
So sea level. So the word level means the definition is no part higher or lower than the next. So level matches the horizon or horizontal.
Oh, so the horizon only basically occurs with water then, right? Basically?
No,
Landmass?
you can have horizons on land also. But those could be different than what we're talking about when we're talking about the sea level or horizontal, because land can have tilting parts, they can have rises, they can have dips, hills, foothills, mountains, valleys, rivers. So the land topography can change quite a bit.
Nigga, watch out. Oh, sorry. My bad.
I mean, I'm kind of understanding it. So basically, horizon is something that is horizontal that basically appears to make it look like that it meets up with the sky. I think, I mean, that's that. I get it. It's just, I just don't know how to say it because I'm just tired and I'm trying to learn it now.
It's okay. So a key point to remember, very simple and a basic level, is the horizon is not curving, which would be required on a globe or a spherical surface.
Right, that makes sense. I see what you mean.
We can use water at distance to find out if it's curving or not. Because if 70% of the Earth is water, and the Earth is supposed to be a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, then there would be consequences on the surface. The water would show that it's curving, and if you go to any basic Earth curve calculator or a Earth curve chart, they tell us how much drop there would be over the distance. In other words, 5 miles would be nearly 17 feet of drop, and 10 miles would be like 67 feet of drop.
Oh, yo, this actually makes sense. Okay, I'm following. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
So if you can see a view of something over water at 10 miles, and you can see all the water going out past an object, let's say at 9 miles, and you can see a horizon beyond that 9 miles, then we know that water is not curved in between those 2 points. And
right, because if it appears flat all the way through, then there's no curvature. Okay.
Right. So we have long distance observations, many observations over water, over laser tests over frozen lakes. And over again, we find that the water's not curving anywhere we look.
Right.
I've actually done my own photograph of Catalina Island off the coast of California. And I'm standing at the beach about 6 feet above sea level. And I took a photograph of Catalina, and there's oil rigs in between me and the island. You can see all the oil rigs going out beyond 9.95 miles, basically 10 miles. And then the island is 30 miles away. Now, the island at 30 miles away should have 486 feet of vertical drop below my line of sight. So I can zoom in on that picture and see the shoreline, or basically close to the shoreline, and you can see lights right near the shoreline. They should all be hidden, and for nearly 500 feet of that island should be hidden. The highest peak in my view of the island is 1,000, basically 1,100 feet. So half the island should be cut off by the curvature, but it's not.
Right, so that means that curvature doesn't exist. It's not cutting it off or hiding it. I get it. That makes sense.
In this, begging the question from the consequent model here. What is it that should be cutting things off in the distance?
Is he roboting for everybody, or is that just me?
Yes.
Yeah, it sounds like he cut out. Sounds like he cut out a little.
I'll be back, but thank
Oh,
you
I guess
guys.
he's giving me the cold
I'll be back
shoulder.
in like
But
5 minutes.
No, I'm roboting. Why?
He's gonna head out, chat. We have. I wanted to talk to ILS.
Why?
Am I? What is the word when you like do things that are probably not good for you, but you do it anyway?
Self-destructive.
Well, self-destructing in 3, 2.
Gay.
Boom.
He said gay.
Yeah.
ILS, I just want to help you clarify this point because he's in the chat saying like, how much curve would you expect to see? We're actually not. We're not saying that you should see curvature, bro.
What are you saying then?
Well, you heard me say something about my iPad. What was the point I was making?
I can't remember exactly.
Damn, bro, you're trying to cook and you don't even remember what you said? That's crazy.
I'm not trying to cook. I'm not trying. I'm just asking.
Okay. Well, I was making the point that I was presenting a dichotomy. You're familiar with what that is?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was saying like surfaces. I would say there's a dichotomy in how a surface can behave. It can either be curving or it's not. So, like my iPad screen, for example, this is a flat surface, but also like the bezels on the corners, though, there's some rounded, nature going on there as well. So, I was presenting that as a dichotomy in how a surface can behave, not saying that you should look out and see curvature if the Earth was a globe. You're trying to drill into that. Well, you shouldn't see it. I'm not saying you should.
So all I was trying to ask then is like, is it possible that a circle could be so big that you could lay the iPad on it and the side, the sort of tilt that it would have would be basically imperceptible?
We're not saying that you should be perceiving curvature. I feel like I've made that fairly clear. Everyone here in this
I get that.
Everyone here in this panel knows that even if the Earth was a globe, curvature wouldn't be like something visible. It's so big, it's flat, right? Even you globers have to say that the observation is flatness. So you're not really cooking right now when you say
I'm not trying to.
Well, you're definitely not, but yeah, you're not really making a good point there because we're not saying you should see curve. But you're asking us, well, you shouldn't see it. Like, we know. We're not saying you should.
Okay.
Right. This is like, holy shit. Anything else?
I was just trying to find out sort of how far you're willing to think about it, basically.
We've thought about it. I already know what you were saying before you said it. My question would be, do you agree in that dichotomy?
It's incomplete.
What? What's the third option?
Well, the third option is
the object is either curved or it's not curved, right? Whether you're looking at it or not is irrelevant. The object itself is either curved or not curved, right?
The surface, yeah.
The perception that you have is a completely separate point. Now, if you say, well, maybe I'm perceiving it flat because it's so big, what would you then do? Say, oh, well, therefore it is not flat? That doesn't make any sense. The rational conclusion would be that it's flat. If you're claiming it's curved in that wiggle room of tolerances, then you'd have to prove it's curved. Now, it just so happens that the globe Earth has dimensional claims that are within the tolerance of testable results, that we have equipment that can test, right? And we have ranges and optics and tests and lasers and all kinds of things that can demonstrate that the claimed curvature of the Earth isn't present. So the idea that it's so big you can't see it is irrelevant because you can't measure it either.
Boom. Cooked. So, you're saying that you don't agree with that dichotomy, or it's incomplete? Is there a third option?
Yeah, so I asked, like, how big would a circle need to be that an iPad could lay on it and its tilt would be imperceptible?
We already covered that, though. We're trying to get out of you.
So-
You're saying you don't agree with the dichotomy, so what would the third option be?
It's not really that there's a third option, it's that we can't really know either way.
No, I'm saying there's a dichotomy. You don't agree with that.
So you're making a hypothesis?
No, it's an observation. Look around you right now.
Okay, and
Literally, I want you to take.
Yes.
I'm going to repeat what I told the 304 that was here talking. Can you look? Are you inside of a room right now, or are you outside?
Yes, I'm inside, but I can see outside.
I want you to take at least 1 minute and observe your surroundings inside of your room. There's surfaces everywhere. Tables, floors, phones, lamps, pillows, but everything has a surface. I want you to try to find a surface that either isn't curving or so hold on. You're going to notice that the surfaces are either curving or they're not.
Yes.
If you can find a third option.
So of an individual object, sure, we could say that it is curving and it isn't curving within our reference frame that we can look at. But in regards to the Earth that we're standing on...
No, hold on, before you jump to the Earth, because I'm saying that if this dichotomy is true, that would also apply to the Earth.
Okay, but we can't know because of the size.
No. I would say this. Look, I'll give you this.
How big, dude? Hold on, CB.
Okay.
Quantify what you're saying, dude. You're just saying Earth too biggie. That ain't good enough. Quantify it. At what scale does it become immeasurable?
Outside
what
of...
radius are you?
Well, that's a difficult one to know, but like within the bounds of sort of the understanding of physics and the materials that we are able to make large enough to measure such things directly.
You realize you have, hold on, bro. We have equipment that can measure within a 50 millionth of an inch, dude.
Yes.
So what scale would you need a curvature to be to go beyond that tolerance? Good grief, dude. The idea is ludicrous.
That's not the same thing, because a microscope can't see long distances. Like, you could say we have microscopes and we can see bacteria, for example, but that doesn't just translate to, so we should be able to see thousands of miles as well. Like, the lensing is different in that analogy.
Who said C?
It doesn't work.
Nobody said C. Nobody said C. We said
no. I'm not saying. I'm saying the analogy of scale is all that was applied there. It's not about seeing anything.
No, you're strawmanning the whole thing. I said measure. I didn't say look. I didn't say see. I didn't say anything like that. I said measure.
No, I understand that.
Yes. Does it become immeasurable?
Okay, so like I said,
LIGO claims they can measure 1/1000th of a proton radius.
Okay.
Okay, so can we measure that?
Apparently.
Fucking people. How big of a radius is that?
I don't know.
We want to measure curvature at fucking, let's say 10 miles away, and it's 1/1000th of a proton radius of curvature in that space. Could we measure that?
Apparently so.
Apparently, why, dude? It's so funny, dude. You guys are like in a cult. You think you can measure 1/1000th of a proton radius? You actually think that's possible?
I mean,
with what? What are you measuring it with?
With light.
Light from the sun?
From a laser, apparently.
Okay, you're measuring 1/1000th of a proton radius with light. How do you know the size of the light?
Stop humping the laser.
They measure the light. They measure the light.
With what? Photon?
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, but you believe it, right? You just auto believe
Not
it.
necessarily. No. Not necessarily. Like we're jumping way far ahead.
No, because this is you're starting to make. You're saying, "Hey, dude, I can imagine if there's a situation where there's a ball that's so big, that ball is immeasurable as a ball, and it will just seem flat, no matter what measurement you do, right?
Okay.
Is that what you're saying?
Not. I mean, not exactly. Like, surely you can imagine things that are just huge.
That's what she said.
I don't need to imagine. I'm looking at it. Oh, sorry. Pause.
But it's not the size of your town, is it? So, I mean, there's a long way to go there.
Well, like we can all imagine, like sugar plum fairies and all that shit. But let's stick to like reality, right? Do they claim that this ball is immeasurable?
Not necessarily immeasurable, just sort of difficult to measure.
Then this hypothetical don't need to be entertained.
Right, so why don't we bear the burden in particular? So at 25 miles in the alleged circumference of the Earth as given, with a radius of 395, 25-mile range from point A to point B, the differentiation measurement tolerance of a straight line leveled at one location out 25 miles is 90 meters of differential. 90 meters, nearly 300 feet. Now, do you think we have technology that can measure 300 feet? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so then the Earth as given is discernible of whether or not it's curved in the manner in which they claim. Now, if you say, well, maybe it's a giant ball that we can't measure, well, guess what? If you massively inflate the radius of the Earth, then all the angles to the celestials, primarily including the sun, are defunct. The idea that you have this world where it's the globe and you have these things orbiting around the Earth or the Earth orbiting around them is destroyed. So all evidences about the Earth being a globe that don't have to do with direct measurements are immediately no longer evidences. So if you appeal to an inflated size, you basically debunked the globe Earth, dude, as given. And you completely upended the standard paradigm that people believe nowadays.
I think you're missing out a lot of information in your conclusion.
Nothing, bro.
So,
Bro. You give me an example of missing information. Go ahead.
Okay. So you said we can measure 300 feet. Sure, like that's fairly easy, but it's not actually 300 feet that you need to measure. You need to measure the 25 miles out as well before you can measure the 300 feet.
That's easy. 25 miles being measured is easy, dude.
Where did we get the 25 from? What?
He said 25 miles.
So hold on, friends. I asked for the missing information. He said the missing information is how the heck can you possibly measure 25 miles over land or water? I don't know.
No, but directly with a straight instrument, for example. That's the difficulty.
Some kind of range finding.
Let's say my measurement. Okay, fair. Let's say my measurement of 25 miles is 10% off. That still leaves 290 feet of variance.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying.
270 feet of variance, dude.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I get it, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like what we need here is like a perfectly flat object that's 25 miles long, and then we lay it at some point and somehow have it extend outwards on a tangent. If it was a ball, for example, to be able to see whether it's sort of 290, 300 feet or whatever.
You don't even need it that long because we have discernible amounts at much less than 25.
Yeah, we have much less because we can, like a ruler, for example, can measure 25 centimeters very easily. And the physics will be able to sort of keep that object from bending under its own forces.
Right. So you're saying the only way to truly arbitrate the proposition is to have an extremely large straight edge that you can apply to the Earth.
Yes.
That being said, then it can't be the case that you claim the Earth is a globe in any knowledgeable way. So in other words,
It
nobody
doesn't
knows.
follow. It doesn't follow that it can't be the. It doesn't follow that it can't be the case. It's only that we can't measure such things.
Well, that's your claim, dude, based on the limits that you've put on it, because you said that only a straight edge could really accomplish this task. However, we have equipment that can accomplish this task, like lasers.
And you trust lasers?
There's all sorts of devices.
What do you mean trust lasers?
I mean, to trust lasers, like
What do
we
you
have
mean
to.
trust lasers, dude? Skip the rhetoric. What do you mean by that?
Like, I mean, light travels at a speed apparently, and
What's that got to do with anything? We're talking about whether the light goes straight or.
yeah.
We only care about the orientation of the light. We need trust lasers. You trust cars? Do you trust airplanes? Do you trust strictly?
I mean, only as far as. Not entirely, yeah. Like, obviously, there's things that I can't know about them, and I don't trust them completely. Like, they fail often.
Lasers fail often.
Everything fails often. Entropy.
Dude, you're failing often in this chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do the military targeting systems using lasers trust lasers? Or no, they're not trustworthy.
It's more about the way that you sort of you go on, like the government information can't be trusted and such. So I'm just trying to work out.
Who said that?
Here's the thing. I don't go on that. I don't go on that, dude. I used weapon systems that had laser targeting. Okay. They're extremely accurate and reliable.
What's the threshold of their accuracy?
You're dead. That's the threshold. So I laser and blaze the target. It adjusts everything for me. Then I fire, and then you get explode.
Frickin' laser beam.
Over what sort of distances are they accurate? And to what degree?
This one out past 3,000 meters.
It depends what it's used for. If it's defense, if it's sound, then it's thousands of miles. If it's light and it's, I've been quoted up to like 10, 15 kilometers. If it's a defensive, somewhere between like a directed energy weapon, again about 5 kilometers.
So there was a slight conflation there in the thousands of miles. So
that was the radar. That was sound. So, for example, the THAAD system, THAAD, detect a baseball at about 1,000 miles. They kind of let these things the fucking time, dude. Found that out on the news yesterday, and then went and researched the THAAD system. Yeah, that's one of the highest observational radars that they've got in the military today, and that can detect a baseball about 1,000 miles away.
You got a source for this? That's pretty fascinating.
It is.
Yeah, so you're the one that burped into the mic, so we don't give a shit what you think.
That's all right, dude. No big deal. So, for example, the target system that I had, it lasers the target, gets the distance, and automatically reorients the barrel based on the gyroscopic data at the time of the orientation of the vehicle to adjust for ballistic drop so that the round will intercept the target, depending on which round I have selected. Okay, very accurate, extremely accurate. And even if it was within a certain tolerance, like when I'm talking 25 miles, 300-foot differential, this is 2 orders of magnitude off the globe claim, dude. So
what do you mean? How so?
Well,
what's the example?
I'll tell you. So, if the Earth is flat, then a laser transit 6 feet on one side, 6 feet on the other, right? That's the single digits. But the prediction of the globe is 300, which is in the triple digits, which is 2 orders of magnitude greater than what's actually the resultant, which is they took a laser to Lake Edsel in the Netherlands, I believe. I can't remember exactly where it is. Whatever country it's in, Lake Edsel, and they shot a laser across the water, hit a target, 6-foot laser, leveled, 6-foot target, hit. So debunked the globe Earth by 2 orders of magnitude. and all the variables that you claim could be affecting it are within that tolerance range. So either way, you end up with it debunked.
Where was the target acquired from?
Okay, they were on one shore. The target was on another shore, across the lake. And actually, what they did is they horizontally panned the laser through targets of a lesser range. So, for example, I can't remember the exact particulars, but it was like one was 7 miles, one was 14 miles, and then the next was 25 miles. So they panned the laser across the lake, hit the first target, hit the second target, hit the final target.
You got video of this?
Oh, dude, we got a whole documentary about it, and we got a data set on a PDF for you to peruse.
Oh, let's see it. That sounds fascinating.
And you can ask questions about it. Indio knows it very well. I'm kind of a little bit busy, so I might not answer right away. Yeah, I'm getting it for you right now. Over in our main server, we have these on our bot. You just type in with this. What your name is. That's the post that you just gonna have to look.
Thank you.
Now, not only do we have this 25-mile one, but here's another one, 28.6 miles. We also have one on land, 35 miles. We also have ones performed by an expert in optics, PhD physicist, who decided to test it himself. He did it with dual band lasers to mitigate any errors. And he came up with the resultant that, based on his expertise, that he concluded the Earth is flat and became a flat earther based on his test.
Yep. Cool. Yeah, I'll take a look at these.
So, what you should really check out, the land one is, I mean, they're both really good. So the one in AI got it right. It wasn't the Netherlands. It's a saltwater lake that used to be connected to the sea, but they blocked it off and then it became a lake. So they shot it a bunch of different distances. They also did it like 2 or 3 weeks apart. So it's a series of tests. It's more than just like we went out and we shot a laser. Oh, look, the Earth is flat. It's a series of tests that they did over time. And they had like meteorological stations where they measured the meteorological conditions, blah, blah, blah. But the one over land, that was done at the Great Salt Lake. Right. So that's basically a big salt flat. And they actually have a laser attached to a vehicle driving. So they did a bunch of different tests, but like the coup de grace is a truck driving around on the salt flats, where they can see the laser of the truck 30 miles away while it's driving around
from the ground. Yeah,
and the laser should be like 400 plus feet under the curve of the Earth.
It's interesting you say under the curve of the Earth.
Under the horizon, under the curve of the Earth. The Earth should be curving down, right?
No. Like so. It's just. I'm not necessarily saying it's wrong, but the reference frame is slightly different in that it would be down if the physics were on a flat, sort of a perfectly flat plane, but like with an oblate spheroid globe, the physics are such that down is always towards the center of the ball.
That's irrelevant, bro. That's irrelevant.
Is it?
Yes, it's down from the fixed point of the observer with a straight line that's leveled at the observer point, extended out in free space, and the curve descends away from it, just like you would chart in calculus or any other type of curve formula. So it's definitely down when it's graphed. It's down when it's graphed, okay? So you could say all you want about down. In reality, it's irrelevant. We're talking about graphing this out as if the Earth is a static circle from the observation point of the observer.
And the observer looking towards the circle or on top of the circle?
Observer looking out, extended horizontally level.
Okay. So a tangent.
Yes. Eye line would be a tangent to a circle if you graphed it in an orthographic or on any other standard graphing procedure. So yes, the target object would be relatively down in that regard, and the curve of the alleged Earth, if you try to get a sight line to that object, would be interrupted. Right, the curve would be interrupting the sight line, and so that would create an off angle where after the interruption, there's another point called the Sagittah, and then after that, there's another dissension which would equal 400 feet. So the object should be below the sight line 400 feet.
Yeah, I understand the analogy.
Yeah, perfect. Again, this is 2 orders of magnitude debunking.
Yo, hello, boys and girls. Yo, Jenny, are you here, mate? Oh, Jenna? Oh, Jenny?
It's Jenna, and I can hear you.
Oh, Jenna, nice, yeah. Yeah, like, that whole thing with the shadows and the final experiment, like, I haven't met many flat earthers that honestly say it was fake. What seems to be the issue is that it doesn't really fucking prove anything anyway. Like, that's the concern. It's not.
Stuff, man. Fucking wits it, vapes it. We're seeing fucking the edges of the studio walls. Fucking McToon walks 10 feet and his shadow stretches like a motherfucker. Right? And I've walked fucking miles with my long shadow in front of me, not changing, shrinking, or lengthening.
Perspective. There is a video that explains it.
There's quite a few videos, and this is what I'm trying to say, Jenna. Like, not many people that I've met in the community like say it's fake. You're one of the first ones I've met. Honestly,
yeah. Either way, it definitely trimmed the weak fruit from, like someone was in here saying our TFE, our flat Earth tree.
Nah, but I sat in here with like flat earthers, and we like I don't know. There's a guy called DJ. He's usually got like a lot of space footage and shit, and we went through it. And like somebody else just mentioned, people have done similar experiments with similar
right?
setups with similar cameras, and these are explainable things, you know. I don't know how it proves the shape of the surface, but the actual video looks real.
From everything I've analyzed, there's far too many red flags in that, and as far as I'm concerned, it's a publicity stunt, and it didn't help them any. End of story. It only brought more traction to Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, I agree. It definitely helped blow it up a bit. Yeah, sure.
Okay, I gotta adjust, son. I gotta adjust this Nectar retard. Nectar, unmute your mic. Yeah, no one said that, Nectar. So, a straw man after idiocy. So, Nectar, let me explain it to you. Zeno's paradox. Zeno proved that when contemplating whether anything, any space, is bounded or unbounded, okay, that it cannot be proven one way or another, geometrically, logically, or arithmetically. Okay, this was proven 2,000 years ago. It's at least a paradox. Oh, so you're gonna mute? Okay. Yeah. Little
Oh,
bitch.
he's getting kicked. You're getting kicked, Nectar. Bye-bye.
Bitches, get out. Okay, Kate Bar Grunt, you can unmute next and adjust what I said. Just what I said about Zeno's paradox. Because you guys you say it's either infinite or finite. It either goes on forever or it's limited. Okay, prove it. I already know you can't prove it. Zeno proved that you can't prove it. That's the thing. So you can make this statement that you have this dichotomy, it's either this or that, but you actually don't.
What do you reckon? Do you reckon it's infinite or do you reckon it's finite?
That's a false dichotomy, dude. I just told you. Are you deaf?
But I mean, I can I can dig into the Earth and then see that it's 3D, and I can hold a 3D object, and I can know that this 3D object.
Can you hold the Earth?
I mean, it seems to be material. It seems to exist.
Can you hold the Earth?
I can hold some of the Earth. I can take a chunk out of it.
So
I can deduce. I can deduce that it's material.
Bro.
I can deduce that it's material, like everything else that is material.
Okay, that is still the fallacy of composition.
What? Give me an example. Give me an example that would contradict that the Earth would follow.
I don't need to give you an example anyway.
Because you can't.
Why would I need to? I just proved what you're saying with logic. You made the fallacy of composition. Go ahead, Alex.
There's not a fallacy. There's not a fallacy. You made that.
Indio, give me an example. Here's the question, Indio. Give me an example of a fallacious, incoherent object. Wow, how's that possible?
Apparently, Indio just made up the fallacy of composition.
The fallacy of composition and the fallacy of division. It's where you attribute to the whole, right, things that are true of the parts, or you attribute, or the vice versa, right? I mean, it's a well-known fallacy. It's established. Easy to look up, easy to validate. This is logically fallacious reasoning. I mean, not even complicated.
The Earth isn't flat.
Well, we got another protester. Joe, go pick us somewhere else.
Okay, that's really funny that you say that, right?
Yeah, go pick it somewhere else, dude. Go get your sign with the Earth isn't flat and go pick it somewhere else.
What, you want me to go outside and show you that the Earth isn't flat?
Yeah, I want you to go outside for the first time this week.
Well, no, I literally went outside the other day and I showed y'all that the Earth is not flat. And
Well, that was, listen, we all know that was at gunpoint because your mom made you go back to third grade.
You're stupid. Oh my god. I literally showed you that the Earth isn't flat and you just denied it. I showed you the curvature on the Earth and you just got mad.
Listen, you already admitted the horizon's flat. We got you.
I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
You made an AI video, you edited it, and then you made it a clip to make it look like
worthy of an AI video.
Yes, you did. The other person,
you're not even worthy of that shit.
Clipcore did it. Y'all made an AI video of me saying,
brother, you're forgetting a really key factor. We can't edit our lives, dude. That would be changed to not being a live broadcast. You could check on YouTube. The only one who they let edit lives are space fakers like SpaceX. We don't have that privilege.
In pads, it's not a matter of semantics. You don't know what that fucking is.
Yeah, as a relative,
imagine being a grown man and believing
I
in
thought
such
I used
childish.
the wrong word. To be fair, I'm not gonna lie.
Pathetic ideas. Go get a life, you pathetic. All you guys in this VC is pathetic. You're a grown man believing such childish ideology.
Yeah, dude. Go get your protest sign and go protest down the courthouse or something.
It was just a
Birthday
drive-by
flat,
chat.
flat earthers are pathetic. Go get your sign. Go protest.
Go blow your horn somewhere else.
Yeah, like you guys are pathetic. You guys come in here and it's like globe-tard virtue signaling. I went in there and I told the flat earthers that Earth ain't flat. I'm in the club.
This reminds me of when I was at the I was at Boardwalk right by the beach, and these guys had a big Trump tent, huge flags, bunch of Trump stuff. And I went up and I was just like, shout out to you guys for just like being bold and stuff like a blue state. And like as I was standing there talking to them, these just people would come up and be like, "Ugh, you're ugly." They would just like do these drive-by things. It's like that's all you're doing. It's not really that effective. You're not doing shit by driving by and yelling out. Bro.
Yeah, bro. If he knew what a CV was, he would put cold flat earthers in his CV.
What's a CV? What is that? Did I just cook myself?
Essentially, your life's resume, your curriculum vitae, your accomplishments.
Okay.
You know, where I work, my talents, my skills, why you should hire me or respect me, or it's like I went into a VC and told flat earthers Earth wasn't flat. Check.
Right. Not effective. You guys all suck. All right, cool. Later. Got anything else?
Dude, it's virtue signaling. They're afraid to be seen not shouting us down. Like, they don't see me shout. If I don't freaking do something, then they'll think I'm with them. And I have to show everybody I'm not with them. You stupid flat earthers, I'm not with you.
Dude, he probably makes his fat girlfriend walk 30 paces behind him.
Ooh.
Not with her, I promise.
Damn, bro.
Jet chicks are like a moped.
Oh
You're
my.
cool until your friend sees you riding one.
Damn, bro. You guys are on demon times.
Well, it is like if you appreciate having an overweight girlfriend and that's what makes you happy, be proud and own it. Walk hand in hand with her down the street, and anybody gives you grief, just tell them to F off.
Savage.
Yeah, like my aunt. I was talking to my aunt. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go to the States to go buy some stuff, and she's like, "Oh, are you a supporter of Hippo?" And I'm like, no. It's like,
Incredible.
You got Jake in the text chat, but he doesn't want to get in the VC.
What's his name? Jake.
Jake from State Farm. Oh yeah, what's he wearing?
Oh, khakis. That shit that was actually a very legendary commercial. Oh, khakis. Damn. So who's next? Who is Al Mcdad?
Yeah, friends, don't be intimidated. You have the superior position, backed by thousands of years of alleged science, the mainstream media, the political elites, right? And we're just retarded, cow-like morons who don't believe what you believe. I mean, you should be coming in here dancing on our graves, right?
Yeah. Bring the smoke. We want all the smoke.
Oh, it's kind of like baking, right? Like they got the ingredients, right? They got the temperature, the formula. But yeah, they put all those ingredients and temperature together, and they come out with a freaking burnt muffin every time.
A burnt muffin. Nice.
Yeah, the globe is supposedly the most well-established, quote-unquote, scientific fact in the history of humanity. So it should be easy to come in here and silence the flat earthers. It shouldn't even be a question. It should just be ipso facto. Here's the evidence. Kaplam. It's over. I'm out. Peace. Nice knowing you. Close the server down. Close the channel down. etc.
Wham bam. Thank you, ma'am. But they won't do it. Too soft.
I got another question. How many of you out there listening who may or may not be interested in the actual physical nature, but more the metaphysical implications? Like, for example, you might be a materialist, atheist, or something. Like, do you think that whether the Earth is a globe or flat would affect your worldview? And so you may either be intrigued or scared of the topic.
Well, they scared, all right.
Or maybe you're like the nice lady who was here the other day, who basically said she could care less whether the Earth is flat or a globe. Her main concern is she was afraid that she would lose the idea of space, like all these distant worlds and diamonds raining down on different planets. It's like whether the Earth is flat or not, she doesn't care. But if anything endangers her fantasy of the romance of space, then she cares.
Cringe. That's pads there for you.
I used to be like that. I used to really care about what a retarded, insecure, dead rock was doing a trillion miles away from me when I was a kid. It's like, oh my goodness, maybe when I die, God will allow me to fly throughout the universe, see the stupid rocks that are absolutely pointless. And then I woke up one day and I realized, wait a minute, a rock a trillion miles away from me doesn't matter. It's pointless. It's stupid. What actually matters is real people, real interactions with sentient agents, stuff that we actually care about. Real quick, what the three most important things to you in all of existence? I guarantee you not one of them is a rock a trillion miles away. So in other words, don't be scared. There's nothing important to lose. Everything that's really important, you're still going to retain, regardless if the globe that you believed in gets snatched away and deflated, like the incoherent daydream that it is. However, there's one caveat. You could lose something important because your family members may be such jerks that if you decide to give up the idea of the heliocentric expanding Big Bang cosmogony and universe, that they will shun you. Now, let me submit this to you, friends. Why is it that your family would shun you over that? You ought to think about that and self-reflect. If you're concerned about your family shunning you over you just having different ideas about the cosmos, you might want to, self-reflect about the nature or the character of your family members.
Hi, Chuck.
ACB.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put my mic on my paint so you guys can listen to it dry. Fill the dead air.
Well, my phone, you're gonna be happy to hear this, but my iPhone just glitched out there for like 2 minutes. Couldn't point to talk to anybody. That was crazy. I literally turned the phone off, threw it at a wall, and turned it back on. And now it's working.
That's awesome. I think I'm going to actually buy one of the iPhone 5S's or 5SE, you know, the new re-release. Because I need a new Apple device.
Wait, what? You need a new 5S, bro? What are you talking about?
Yeah, dude. Listen, dude. When you're dealing with cross-cultural language barriers, you know, like for example, you know, somebody's like mentally deficient and they kind of speak in a haphazard language structure. You kind of have to learn it, and you kind of have to like have an interpretation matrix. So I, as an advanced cyborg that uses Android devices, obviously, and I need to communicate with lesser life forms, I need a translator so that I can actually understand how the lesser life forms interpret data, and which is why I need an iPhone so I can, you know, see the language of the morons.
Yeah, it checks out. That makes sense. A 5S. Chad, are you guys hearing this? You gotta get the new 5S, bro.
The colored one?
Oh, dude. Yeah, you're the ball, man.
The iPhone 5S is literally the perfect form factor for a cell phone. It's absolutely ideal.
You know what's funny?
It's
I
in
saw
your
a post.
pocket. You can touch everything.
Yeah, no, I had a 5, but I heard someone was posting the other day that the 6S was the perfect one. No pun intended. Literally, it's called the 6S.
No, way too big, dude. 5 was
No.
perfection.
Yeah, I like the 5. I dropped my 5 in the ocean, actually. It's crazy. Shit died.
So let me tell you, dude. If you put a 6S in your pocket and you bend over, the edge of the 6S will literally impede your hip line from your waist and like jam you up, and you can't actually pick something up off the ground. But a 5S is below your turning point because it's hanging in your pocket, and you can actually be fully ambulatory. And so, if you're ever in a crisis situation where you need to like, you know, just like yak up 5 dudes real quick, the 6S is going to get you killed, bro.
But the 6 is when they did the plus. You can get the small 6. You know? The 6 is they did the plus 6 plus and all that shit. That's when they got the big ones. But yeah, I feel you though. The 5 was nice. It had like the flat edges. It was nice. I liked it.
Dude, I got the UAG case, which is so I got the white one, and then I got the UAG case, which has black and white accents, so it looks like a stormtrooper communicator. I thought it was
Nice.
hotness back in the day.
Nice. Very nice.
I still think the OG Blackberries were the best with the ball.
Oh,
so you can play Brick Breaker. That was the only point. Brick Breaker and BBM.
Absolutely. If they just banned all iPhones, I'd go back to BlackBerry in a heartbeat, bro.
And they were like indestructible. Like I had them in high school, and whenever I'd run out of battery, I'd always be like, "Hey, let me borrow your phone" to a buddy, and then I would just take his phone and I'd take his battery out and swap it with mine. In like
Oh
2
my
seconds.
god. Steal the battery? That's a G move right there.
So back then, dude, eventually Sony came out with a phone called the Xperia Play, and it was essentially a mini version of their portable PlayStation system, and it slid up and it had a full controller, and it even had analog sticks, or I mean, it had some. I don't know. I don't think it was sticks, but it was some kind of analog. You know, the 2 little analogs in the center. It had that.
Nice.
Had everything. It was awesome.
Good old days, bro.
And because it was an Android platform, you could actually you could emulate all kinds of games on it. So you could basically make it play all like the 32-bit games from the whole history of gaming.
Nice. Good times.
Was it the Sony? No, you said Samsung. Yeah.
Good times.
Who's that on mic? Creation. How's it going, bro? You good?
Yeah, good. You?
Yeah, not bad, bro. Not bad. I've been in text for a while. I've been listening. Finally got a chance to get on voice. Let's go.
Let's go.
I
Man, you
fucking
gotta
hate
let go.
text messages.
Oh yeah, it's pretty good. Wow. Bro, you gotta let go of outer space, bro. You don't need it. You can still
I gotta
enjoy
let go
it
of you,
in
bro.
books and video games and stuff.
I'm gonna
Trust
let
me.
go of you, mate. I'm gonna let go of you soon. I'm gonna stop going
Nah.
mate. Fuck it. I'm not gonna waffle on about it. It's the same shit, and it takes too much time, bro.
I totally get it.
Like, do you just want? Do you want
I am.
aliens, or like, what do you want?
I fucking wish. I am curious on like an actual flat Earth argument though, like just genuinely. Well, not something like Globers say against us essentially. So you must be familiar with the Southern Cross argument, right? Like why we see different things when looking south.
The Earth is really big. The sky is huge. What percentage of the sky do you think you see when you look up?
I don't know. Fuck
Like,
knows.
give me a
I have
number.
no idea. I just want to know if you. I mean, if you're familiar with the argument, I'm guessing most are. What's the general like rebuttal against it?
There's no need for a rebuttal. They have to prove their case in the first instance, and they can't do it without affirming the consequent, which is a logical fallacy. They have no conclusive proof. So they're saying if the Earth was flat, how could things we have no access to look a certain way to us? That makes no sense. How could I possibly know the answer?
Sorry, what do you mean affirming? The first thing you said, bro, affirming the consequent. What do you mean? Like, if
Yeah, so there's a bunch of assumptions baked into what they're seeing that they don't tell you, right? So, for example, the idea that the stars are a fixed object that exists in free space relative to the Earth, and the rays of light that come from it are operating in a certain manner. Like there's this stack of assumptions that they have to stack on stack on stack before they can end up. So what they do is they say, if the Earth was a globe, the stars would do this. The stars do this, therefore the Earth is a globe. That logic string doesn't carry the conclusion. What they should end it with is, therefore, maybe the Earth is a globe. But if they say it is a globe for those reasons, they're committing a logical fallacy.
Fair play. All right, nice. Nice, okay, fair play. That's exactly what I wanted to know.
For example, I know for a fact that optical information can be distorted, right? You can have counter rotation caused by optical effects. You can have inverted images caused by optical effects. You can have appearances of things in multiple locations in a holographic sense caused by optical effects. The list goes on and on and on. So in order for me to really know what the stars are doing, I'd have to be aware of their location in free space relative to the Earth and the interaction between whatever's going on between them and the Earth. Since I'm not privy to that information, I can't give you a conclusive answer. The problem is the Globers want to trick people into thinking that they can give a conclusive answer based on circular logic.
And
fair play. Makes sense.
So the elephant in the room is, especially if they use the Southern Cross, it doesn't match the globe anyway. You can see the Southern Cross from the Canary Islands.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
No, definitely. Not probably. Definitely. The entire Southern Cross. Okay? So if you fire up Stellarium, Celestia, any astronomy software, and use the Canary Islands as the coordinate, add in elevation, add in refraction, add in whatever you want. There's no way you can configure it to get it so you see the Southern Cross. You should, according to that, you should never see more than the top star.
Are they not in is the Canary Islands not in the southern hemisphere? It's just off the coast of Morocco, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, is it not? It's
the north.
The same as Cali, right? No?
No, they're right off they're off the west coast of Africa.
Yeah, oh shit. Fuck, I thought they were more south. Right, fair play. Yeah, they're off the coast of Morocco.
They're at 28 north.
Right, fair play. Nice.
And you know what? Like, the only difference between, like, say, the Canary Islands and some other place is that happens to be where the world's largest telescope is. 10.2 meter telescope. So largest telescope
in the world is there. You know why they put it there? Because what they call it in astronomy is called seeing, right? So you have very few particulates at the elevation they do observations at. Right, so you can see very, very far, not because of the curve of the Earth or anything like that, or refraction, because they don't want refraction, right? In astronomy, you don't want refraction because refraction will displace the star angularly, and then you can't do any calculations. So it's not refraction; it's just the air is super clean.
It is super clean in the Canary Islands. It is extremely clean.
Have you clean air on the islands?
Hmm?
Yeah, so keep in mind, brother, that they claim in the globe model that the Polaris and the southern stars, opposite Polaris, are antipodal to each other, and they share the same relationships, with which once you pass the equator, you can no longer see them. So if somebody says, I'm at 28 north, you just heard the term north. It's in the north. So how could it see the southern point? Transversely, they claim if you're in the south, you can't see the northern point, and that's how you quote unquote know the Earth is a globe. Well, if you do in that instance, then the opposite should also be true. Because the opposite isn't also true, then the first instance isn't true.
Yeah.
So it's not true. Their claims are false.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. Like Jedi just mentioned, not Jedi. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know who it was. India, I think.
Will Duffy said if the Earth is a globe, then the south should be the same as the north.
Yeah.
You would expect to see the exact same stuff in the south and the north because it's operating because the Earth is a globe, but you don't see that. Why is that? Well, the answer is easy because the Earth's not a globe.
Got him.
Yeah, makes sense. Nice. No, I got chatting with somebody about it the other day. That's all, and they mentioned that, and I just thought it was interesting. I've heard it many times. I've just never actually took the time to question it. You know, I rely on other shit to be fair. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
At the end of the day, brother, when it comes to the celestials, especially beyond the sun and the moon, the only thing we have to work with is the arrival angle of the light at the observer location. That's the information we have. Would you agree?
Give me a second to think. I pretty much think I would agree, but just give me a second to. I can't think what else we would use. Sure.
Computing.
Computing. Yeah, literally. Yeah, I'm thinking about it.
Yeah. So we don't have their actual locations in free space. We don't have what's between us and them, and a bunch of other missing information. All we have is the arrival angle of the light, and of course the light itself. That's what we have to work with.
Don't we have predictability, maybe, or patterns, like not predictions, but postdictions and shit like that to work with as well? Just in general.
Yeah, but function to make predictions in certain instances doesn't necessarily mean that the working of the prediction makes the model correct. That's a fallacy called pragmatic fallacy. It works, therefore it's correct.
Shit, that's how my code works, bro.
It's like, you know, I've heard Globers argue, and sadly I've heard flat earthers argue that they make an argument about planes, right? And they say, well, the plane arrives at the location and nobody died. Therefore, my argument about how the plane is flying is correct, because if it was incorrect, people would have died. No, that's a fallacy. That's actually appeal to pathos, and the other fallacy I just named, which just escaped my mind. Pragmatic fallacy, yeah. So it's actually like three fallacies in one.
Just instead of telling me the name of the fallacy, just explain it to me, because I don't know all this fucking postmodernist woke fucking lingo.
So, for example, there's
not woke.
There's kinematic models of the celestials, right? Some of them are grounded on the Earth being flat. Some of them are epicycles. You know, some of them are globular. There's all different models, and they all generally explain the same kinematic function. So if you have disparate models that could be modeled physically differentially, then they all can't be correct, right? However, you got to define what you mean by correct. So in this instance, people would argue that my model works to predict this thing. Therefore, the physical nature of how I modeled it is correct. But what he really meant to say is my model makes correct predictions, right? If he says that therefore my physical, mock-up that I made of my idea is true, that would be false. Not necessarily false. It wouldn't carry the conclusion.
I get what you
So
mean,
that's why it's fallacious.
Yeah, not false, but I get what you're saying.
So just to add on,
Can't
so
fucking
there's
repeat it.
so there's kinematic models and there's dynamic models. Kinematic models are basically there's no forces or anything like that. It's data fitting of repeating patterns, right? That's all it is. But a dynamic model is like a simulation, right? You're simulating forces, you're simulating trajectories, momentum, inertia, angular velocity, like conservation of momentum, all these things, right?
How is it dynamic
Most
in
of
the fact
these,
that we can change the input, or is it how's
yeah, like you're computing forces, right? So here's the mass of a planet, and here's the freaking force of gravity, and here's the velocity it's going, and this is how much momentum it has. People think that that's how, like the motions of planets are predicted, and that's not the case. It's not the case at all. It's a kinematic model. It's not a dynamic model. If they use a dynamic model, because what they say is there's too many perturbations of smaller bodies that we can't account for because we don't know where they are. So our dynamic model gets all whacked. So we just use this kinematic model because it's more accurate. They do this with ellipses. They do
an example of something.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll give you an example of something traveling in a circle, right? So you got NASCAR, right? You know what NASCAR is? People show up to a race. There's very famous races where the tracks are ovals. So all the cars are essentially going around in an ellipsoid pattern or an oval pattern, right? So the cars are going in a circle. So kinematically, you can map that. You could say car A is making this course and it's arriving back where it started. Car B is making this course, it's arriving back where it started. You'd have an accurate description of the motion of the objects. Now, you then may go into the dynamic aspects of it and say, these cars are moving because the tires are rotating. The rotation of the tires is pushing off the tar of the road and forcing the cars forward. Now, how the tires are rotating is because they're attached to a drive shaft, which is attached to a transmission, which is attached to a combustion engine. That combustion engine has tiny explosions in a chamber, which forces a piston to go up and down. They're connected to a rod, which forces those up and down motions into a rotational motion. Now, the problem is that year, they actually had all electric cars. So you're wrong. Get it?
Yeah.
So you made this entire model of how the cars are powered, but you were wrong because you didn't have access to what the engines were actually made of.
Yeah. It's available knowledge, isn't it? Yeah. No, I got. Amongst other things.
Yeah, dude, just think of a bus schedule. You can catch the bus. You don't need to know how a bus works at all.
No.
But in this topic, you'll hear these things conflated, right? Well, we have this model and it works. Well, that's a kinematic model. I don't know what that means. They have no idea. They just know that, like, there's certain things that they can predict with a certain level of accuracy, and they just imagine in their head that they're like, it's like they're running some physics simulation to figure that out. They're not. There is no physics simulation. Like, how long is the sun going to be up?
they're using a kinematic model. They're not simulating fucking orbits and the Earth rotating, the Earth orbiting the fucking solar system. They're not doing that. They're not doing a giant physics simulation.
Hello. Mashallah, hello.
No, bro.
What?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Barely.
Heard you.
Like a stretch.
What do you think the Earth is like?
What language are you speaking?
Nah, Middle East,
Teach
brother.
them already?
Joe, your voice changer sucks.
Eh? Hello. What did you say?
Mashallah, brother.
Mashallah.
Mashallah. Where you from, my guy? Where you from?
Iraq.
What the fuck? What?
It's that stupid Deadly Kid or Joe or whatever he goes by.
Oh, is he
Yeah,
just taking?
100%.
You know, the guy at the driveway, proving curvature. You know.
Yeah. The pink car in the backyard, the cute, his whip.
The one that actually said the horizon was flat.
Yeah.
Got him.
But I don't know who that is.
The one that said you need a container for gas pressure.
I
Cooks his
don't
own
know who
stuff.
that is, brother. Sorry.
I remember that. We're not gonna forget, bro.
Yeah, I don't know who
Dude,
that is, brother.
how many accents can one person have? In like you're using
In like
slang
5
and accents.
seconds.
But I don't know who that is. Sorry.
Bro, we know
That
who
was
you
like
are, bro.
Czechoslovakian plus Islamic plus English, fucking Pakistani.
Plus Ebonics.
I don't speak. What's bonus?
What you speak, bro?
I don't speak Ebonics. No.
You celebrate Kwanzaa?
Why are you gay?
Oh
Brother, no, brother. No. Stop it. Stop. I don't do none of that nonsense. No. None of that
That's
nonsense.
racist. That's
I don't do
racist.
none of that nonsense. No. I don't do that black nonsense. No.
Aren't you a
Why did you
watermelon
sound like you're
warrior?
from London all of a sudden?
Brother, no. But why do you think that is flat though? No. That is not correct.
Because of how flat it is.
That is not flat. Hey, go outside. Do you not go outside?
Yeah, go outside. Yeah.
Okay. Do you? Oh, okay. So you go outside. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Fresh who? I said support shoe. You don't. No. So you don't go outside.
Yeah, I do, Joe.
Okay. So why do you not see the curvature?
Because there's no curvature to see.
But there is curvature. Do you not look at the ground?
Curvature.
Can you
Yes.
define curvature?
Curvature.
Yeah. Do you not see that curvature when you walk outside?
Yeah, I don't know what curvature is. What is that?
You are
Yeah,
lost.
yeah, define it for us.
Curvature. Go
What
outside.
am I looking for?
Look at that curvature on the ground, and you see.
What?
Look at that curvature on the ground and you see it.
Yeah, where?
On the ground. Look down.
You mean like at the ocean, the flat horizon?
No. The ocean is not flat.
Is the horizon flat?
There's no horizon.
There's no horizon.
No.
Oh, welcome to flat Earth.
Hold on. Curvature is something.
Welcome to flat Earth, bro.
Hold on. Shut up. Curvature.
Yeah.
Is not flat.
Welcome to flat Earth, dude. You said there's no horizon.
Curvature. No, I said there is a horizon, brother. But curvature is something what you can't see, but it's the you can see curvature, brother. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Dude, pick a struggle.
What
You just
struggle?
contradicted yourself twice in like 3 sentences.
Yeah, properly. I said there is curvature and there is a horizon.
You're a fucking mess.
How am I a mess? I just told you.
You told me 2 different opposite things.
What do you mean, partner? You're switching up accents like on the fly, man.
Of course, I do not change no accent. No, I just joined the VC. I just met y'all, and you very stupid. You know, so why do you think that is flat though? What evidence? What evidence?
We just told you.
You never
Evidence
told me.
debunked.
What evidence did you show me?
Evidence.
No.
The flat horizon.
The horizon is not flat.
Okay, so what way is it curving?
It's curving forward north.
Curving what?
Curving forward north.
Curving forward?
Yes, north.
Curving north. So you're on a cylinder?
Yes, sir. Yes, we're on the cylinder. It's curving.
Your cylinders are brains.
You looks like you don't have no brain, but no brain, no brain up here.
Come on, man. You need to pick up your troll game, man.
The acting is not good, dude.
What troll game?
Dude, you're gonna win a Razzie.
Yeah, what troll game? Though I'm confused. I'm not trying to go. I'm being dead ass right now. Bro, that no, I'm being
dead ass. What's that, dude? You're from fucking Iraq. What the hell is that?
You know, right? Like, what the fuck, dude?
But I don't know what you're talking about. No.
Indio, you're sharp as ever, man.
No, but y'all it's Joe with the out account. I know who Joe is, brother.
How did you say dead ass in Arabic?
Brother, I don't know who Joe is. Who is this Joe?
Come on, Abdul. Come on, Abdul.
Who is this Joe? Who is this Joe? Tell me who Joe is.
Joe Mama.
Ah, nigga, shut up. Shut up.
What the fuck? Man.
Joe Mama is. No. I've been trying to tell you, the earth is not flat. Okay? The earth is not flat. You are wrong.
Yeah, and you're wrong.
This guy is boring as fuck. Nigga, shut up.
Why does this Iraqi have a Jamaican accent?
I know, right?
No, I said I was Jamaican. Yeah, I am Jamaican, brother. Yes, I'm Jamaican. This guy is boring as fuck. I'm not trying to be funny though. I'm trying to tell you the truth.
You wouldn't know the truth if it fucking bit you in the ass. Joe, you don't even know how to figure out what the truth is. You don't have the tools, man.
Bob the Builder head ass.
This is how Joe figures out what the truth is. I'm going to Google it. Whatever Google says is the truth. And then he proceeded to try and get pregnant.
I see what you did there. Someone mute him? Wow. That's funny. Someone was sick of their shit.
Hey, you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yo, people that left this house, man, they left the garage with all their stuff. They were moving up until the last minute, so fucking had to clean up all the mess they left behind. Fucking hell.
Damn.
I'd look at your contract, man. Usually that's fucking deductible, man. Like, seriously. Usually in a sales contract, if they don't take all their shit with them, they lose money. I'm just
out
saying,
taking
man.
pics, though.
Yeah, don't touch anything. Take a bunch of fucking pictures, dude. Because typically when they sell a house, it's got to be empty, dude. Like, they can't have anything there. Usually, you don't. Your mileage may vary, but everything has to be
gotta be
gone,
cleaned out.
or there's a penalty.
Mm-hmm. Dirty rugs left. No freaking cars.
Oh, brothers, check it out. As an officially licensed realtor, I'm going to tell you right now that if a fixture is structurally attached to the house, it's considered to be part of the house. So if you leave your nasty crap because your body odor and schmegma has glued it to the surface, you could argue it's now permanently attached to the house and part of it.
Smegma. Yeah, whatever. Nasty. Smegma. That's a weird word.
Yeah, ideally you would have a pre-close inspection, and what you say is that if it's not cleared by the pre-close inspection, then they forfeit a certain amount of money, and the lawyers, when the money changes hand, they'll just do it. The owners won't even have an option. That's the best way to protect yourself from that. Just have that clause in your real estate contracts.
Guarantee it's in it. Almost guarantee it, dude.
Yeah, most of them should have something like that. The only problem is if you already did the closing, then you have to go at it after the fact. It's better to have it where it's done at the closing, and that way when the money changes hands, the lawyer just automatically deducts it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but you have to tell the lawyer, hey, this shit's still here, right? So. Well, I mean, like, what you're saying is pre-closing inspection, like, yeah, they have a date.
And then realtors be sneaky sometimes. So like you want to rent a house, right? Or you want to rent your house out. So you own a house, you're moving out, you're like, I'm going to rent this place out. You hire a management company, which is a realty firm, and what they'll have in there is a clause that says if you have us represent you as a renter manager, you can only sell your house through us forever. So like, let's just call it Smoogle Boogle Realty Company. They must represent you in the sale, and so they guarantee that whenever that house sells in the future from you, they get some money.
Smoogle Boogle?
Yeah, Snoogle Boogle Realty.
Nice.
That seems kind of illegal. That's like, what if like a dating app like Tinder, and you find like your future like wife or husband on there, and they're like, oh well, you signed the clause, so a person at Tinder gets a piece of that ass too.
Piece of that ass. Savage.
Brother, that's what the movie Braveheart was about. Remember? You remember the beginning of the movie? Why Braveheart got so pissed off is because the king exercised prima nocta, which means if there's a marriage coming up, he gets to be the first one to bang the wife.
Golly.
Prima nocta.
Which also ensures a probabilistic outcome that many of the children in the realm will actually be his. It's just a weird historical thing.
Piece of that ass.
I can't remember the story. Did in the movie? I'm just talking about the movie with Mel Gibson. Did the wife kill herself after the event, or did the king kill her? I can't remember.
Sheesh. It's been a while. I don't remember.
She was killed during a raid that happened afterwards, like a battle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it makes sense. But either way, the moral of that story is that just because there's an established power paradigm doesn't mean that what they do is correct and that you just have to kneel down and take it.
Pause.
Kind of like the globe, you know, they teach you that the earth is a globe, and then you're like, oh, yes, master.
Wild.
Come on, man. Where's the globe champions, man? What's up, man?
No, dude. Let them with the smoke.
Dude, you know what I want? Right? I want to be anti-flat earther. Like, it's aspiring to be like a McToon or a Fight the Flat Earth. We ain't there yet. Destroy his dreams before he even gets to dream them.
That's what I'm waiting for right there. What you just said is what I'm waiting for.
Dude, I was listening, bro, on the live stream, he was just playing a recording, man. You got one already today. Even though, like, there was you got it today. I'm taking this one. Dude, it was a kid that was like, he was like, we can measure elevation angles to the sun and figure out it's a globe. And then you were like, well, how about ships going over the horizon? He's like, well, then we got to account for refraction. And you were like cooking him, man. You remember that, dude? You like sounded good when you were young.
The thing about it, I like the dynamic of the conversation because I want them to surprise me. I don't care what they say. I want it to be original. I want it to be straight from what they think, how they can prove the Earth is a globe, and then I dissect what they're saying, like on the fly. I don't want to give them a canned response. I want to be catered to what they're saying.
Oh, you did too, man. Like you had the whole okay, we got a whole banquet table here. Put all your favorite dishes on it. And I'm gonna be like fucking Gordon Ramsay. I'm gonna taste all this shit. Yeah, it didn't go good. You were like, dude, you need to learn how to cook because this shit's nasty.
Hey man, bro, we need to update that meme, the idiot sandwich meme with that Asian chick, but we need to put a globe for her head.
Oh, word. I'll do that.
Hey, you guys ready to go mainstream or what? Because we're going fucking mainstream. Once I get this fucking studio set up.
Yes, we were talking about that earlier, Big.
Yeah, bro, I just had another live convo the other night. Someone was bringing up conspiracies that they were interested in, and I had to be deferred to because they know that I'm an expert in these types of topics. So I had a really good convo with the lady, and I didn't really flat smack or anything, but I opened her up to the possibility for future combos based on the premise. It's like when it comes to a lot of conspiracy theories, quote unquote, like the real pivotal point is something that no one has access to. You know, even the people promoting it don't have it. You know, like David Icke with his lizard people. It's like nobody's been to the lizard people homeworld, you know, or any other thing. It's like what's really going on in Area 51. It's nobody's really been in there to show you. So there's always this plausible deniability around it. And more than often than not, people are using that to segue somebody to give up something they already believe in so they can replace it with another belief. And they never stop to think of how to think critically to really come to knowledge rather than just a new set of beliefs. And that's something like that we promote here, is to avoid doing that. And to be fair, like Globers do it and flat earthers do it, and it's fair to scrutinize them when they do it. It's like, no, we're not just going to let you use our venue to spew out a new belief to replace somebody else's old belief because you didn't stop to think critically or ever be critiqued for what you're saying. Now, why is that relevant to what Alpha was saying? Well, the answer is because everything that's going on in the internet, yes, it was stifled a bit, but it's like a soap bar that was squeezed. People are still talking about it. They're talking about it in their daily lives among mixed company, which is what happened the other night. So, yeah, it is primed for people who are level-headed, well-presented, able to go through the arguments, able to talk about the philosophy, able to talk about the sociological and personal impacts and all these types of things without simultaneously directly offending the audience so that the audience finds it palatable to listen to, even though it's challenging.
Yeah, that's my jam, AI.
Yeah. Yep.
You were all thinking QE right then when you said that, weren't you?
What?
You're thinking QE. That's your
No,
guy.
dude, there's dude, I could probably name 75 flat earthers that I know that are
Not
too
me.
abrasive for general palatability to the public.
I need favorable advertising terms. Mickey, can we discuss that before you get popular?
We always got you. You know we got you.
Yeah, we'll discuss the terms. My agent's talking to you right now. He's at the very top.
We're gonna need a bunch of free samples and some
free samples. Exactly.
Yeah, fret not. We're gonna need a bigger boat.
No, we are, dude. Bear, we already had a little powwow. You need to make a new brand called "I'm Ready for This Convo." I was like, "Hey, man, let me get a cup of I'm ready for this convo, and I'll be back." It's awesome. Don't you like it? I like it. I'd buy it.
Yeah, you could market that because you could put it into like a little, I guess, a plug into the show or whatever. Hey, by the way, Barry Pelagic has a coffee name. Are you ready for this combo? And that's when you get to start your day. You want to know if you're ready to hear something. You got to try this coffee out, man. It gets your ideas rolling, your motivation. So you really want to get you a nice piping hot cup of coffee of this. Are you ready for this combo?
Yeah, and it's cross contextual. Like, for example, your wife might come home and be like, Steven, here, we need to talk. Let's sit down. And you pull out the coffee bag, put it on the table, and it says, hold on a second, I need to get ready for this.
Earmuffs not included.
Ironically, you're going to need that kind of coffee if you sit down with Jaron and pay $249 American to have a sit down with him and, talk about what reality is really.
Someone's already offered to pay for the Jaron experience. If you have that coffee, I'll drink the coffee. I'll put it. Hold on, Jaron. Let me drink this coffee real quick. And I'll put it right in the camera.
Nice.
Hey, I got the perfect meme for that one too. Get the one with the army guy with the helmet with the straps like hanging down. He's got that coffee cup raised and he's smiling. That's the perfect meme for that one.
Every morning I wake up.
Oh, you got to sing the Folgers jingle, bro. The best part of waking up.
Paraplegic. Oh, we'll have to work on that one.
The best part of showing up is flat smacking dumb fucks.
Nice.
realized something funny the other day. There may not be any such thing as the vacuum of space, but there is such a thing as space cakes.
Are you hungry?
It's not the sort of thing you eat when you're hungry.
And where can you find all this delicious space food?
Wait, I don't think I have that on the soundboard. SPC. I need to add that. It's on the old. It's on the old one. Or if I know. You guys honestly need to watch that show, man. Like, it's not very long, like 10 minutes an episode, maybe like 60 episodes. It's all on YouTube for free. I think you'd enjoy it. You just got to get through the first, because like they started off kind of rough. You know how like production gets better over time. Like even us, we started off arguments probably a little choppy. Our mics are shit, but over time we got better and better and better. Kind of the same thing. Where it started off a little rough, they were using bad mics, but then they really turned up the production hardcore, and it turned into a really good thing. So it's called. You can look up Team 4-Star or TFS on YouTube. DBZA, Dragon Ball Z abridged. Abridged meaning like shortened. They make it like a parody. It's really funny though, guys, and I genuinely think that the writers of this were, I don't know, they like poke a lot of fun at outer space, tons, a lot. There's like I can think of like five
It was
different
funny.
references off the
I watched one.
Huh?
That was funny.
Yeah, it is funny. It is really funny.
That's like the Weird Al Yankovic of
Dragon Ball Z, yeah.
whatever the hell you call that stuff. Anime.
Yeah. If you've seen Dragon Ball Z, you'll super enjoy it. If you haven't seen Dragon Ball Z, you'll get to experience the show without all the, you know, it gets some criticism because people would say that it's spent like they take like 3 episodes to power up, shit like that, which is kind of true sometimes. But yeah, it's really funny, especially if you haven't enjoyed it before. You really like it. We got a lot of references on the soundboard just from that show alone. And there's more I haven't even put on there because it wouldn't make sense to people. The Krillin, there's like a guy that's like, "Oh, what are you, like a duck, like a space duck?" And he's like, "Quack." It's like space duck. Like, where do they even get that from? But yeah, check it out, guys. TFS DBZA. If you search that on YouTube, it'll come right up. Highly recommend. Super funny. There's a scene where Frieza's pulling up with his boy in like a spaceship to the Earth, and he's like, "Oh, look at that little blue ball! Like, what is it called? Eos?" And someone's like, "No, it's Earth." He's like, "No, I'm just gonna keep calling it Eos." That's one of my favorite lines in the whole show. It's so funny. What a pretty little blue planet it is. Damn it, man! We need to get that other soundboard back. If you give me a minute, I'll pull it up for you guys, since it's some dead air here. It's good food. It's space.
That reminds me when you guys are talking about like kind of going big, when going mainstream with everything. Like, have you ever run into those advertisements where it's like some guy selling a Lamborghini or McLaren that's all souped up and they give it away with $50,000 cash? It'd be great to do one of those, but like, yeah, if you can prove the globe drop over distance, you're gonna win this Lamborghini, man.
Yeah, Neil and I have done stuff like that before. We're like, yeah, we're gonna drop $50 Discord Nitro. Like, we'll just say funny stuff. Like, I think it's really cool.
You'd be like, join the show, and then pay for the advertisement. Wouldn't be too
They're
hard.
gonna win a cyber truck, but like
Cyber
real small print that it's a freaking toy. You know?
Yeah, or like a Toyota, and it's just like a little Yoda.
Oh my god!
Cybertruck with a paint job that says the Earth is flat on it.
Did you guys see that guy's leg tattoo I posted in the chat yesterday? I'll post it again. I was in line at Whole Foods, and this guy in front of me has a freaking astronaut planets and stuff tattooed on his leg. I'm sitting on the call with you guys. I'm like, should I do it? Should I do it? Should I ruin his day? I could ruin this guy's whole life right now. But I let him go, chat. I just let him go. I don't want to ruin his whole life. Bro, you got it tatted.
Yeah, I had the same thing. There's a guy with NASA thing, and they had a dinosaur. I'm like, oh my gosh, I just kind of
he had a
want to
dinosaur. He had a dinosaur, bro. Oh my god.
Dude, would that be funny if you were like a flat earth tattoo artist that like fixed people's like childhood f ups, like all the space.
Oh, you know what? There's probably some money in that.
I can turn this freaking Are you into pool? I can turn your freaking your solar system into freaking billiards, or I don't know, freaking do something. You'd have to freaking get creative.
Your solar system into billiards.
I don't know. You'd have to freaking turn freaking dinosaurs into I don't know.
I don't know.
But
Yeah, man, I was so close to being like, "Hey, bro, can you have gas pressure without a container?" See what he said. He'd probably be so confused. Like, I just want to let you know, dog. Like, face is fake, bro.
he'd be like, "Did you know it rains diamonds on?"
Diamonds on your ratings.
Is that where it is? I thought it was on Jupiter.
He probably thinks it's so cool, this little astronaut tattoo. He's like, yeah, man, look how hard that is, bro. Paid like 5,000 for this one. There's not even an Earth. It's like, where's Earth? Incredible. Yeah, but that would be funny though. Like, win a Cybertruck sponsored by Flat Earthers. That'd be really funny. Oh, you know what? Like, this guy would probably end up experiencing what a lot of these Tesla owners are experiencing. Have you guys seen Teslas that say like, "Please don't destroy my car. I don't like Elon," or like anti-Elon. I bought this before I knew Elon was bad. Have you seen those? Those stickers are like popping up everywhere now.
I had one pull into the post office next to me, and the other guy like said something to him. I think he complimented, and I was like, "Kind of looks like a rolling dumpster, doesn't it?" And he was like, "I kind of like it." I'm like, "Nah."
A
awful.
rolling
I
dumpster.
haven't looked into it yet, but I heard recently somewhere that there's like a lot of videos online of raccoons trying to break into them because they look like dumpsters.
Oh my.
No way. That's actually pretty
Oh,
funny.
dude. What if it's like Oh my gosh. What was the other guys? Remember when the homeless guys broke into Will Ferrell's freaking red car? Homeless Mike and the boys. You remember that?
I don't remember. No, I don't remember
God, it
that.
was so funny. I think that was the other guys. You don't remember
I
that?
really want to
Yeah,
get
there you go, Mark.
I want to get a custom bumper sticker on my car that says, "Please don't break into my car. Break into the Tesla next to me."
Nice. Well, they were vandalizing Teslas hardcore for a minute there, and then they got cracked down on that super bad. Like the people that were doing it, like they're like in prison now or something crazy.
What?
It's- oh, you didn't
Why did
see it?
they
Like
get
they
it
were like
worse?
blowing up. They were blowing up
Oh,
Teslas, or like
jeez.
going to dealerships and spray painting them, or
Oh my
destroying
God.
windows and stuff. And then, yeah, they cracked down on that shit so hard.
Like more than regular vandalism?
I guess it was they're just trying to
Like,
prevent people from.
wait, I just got 10 years for freaking a 6-month vandalism charge?
Yeah, man. Well, they're going to dealerships and destroying like boatloads of cars. What other car brand is getting that type of flack? Dealerships, going to dealerships and spray painting all the walls and stuff.
Hey man, well they're creating flavorism because of the lithium mines. I'm
Mm.
freaking I'm free and slave, damn it. uh I don't know.
Yeah. He said, "Oh, look at Saturn at the top of the Kabbalistic tree. Looks like some symbolic ladder of ascent. That's the fanboy to demigod. Honk honk." Yeah, I wanted to say something so bad. I was literally on the call. I should have been just speaking out loud, like, "Yeah, I got flat Earth," or something. I don't know. But the chat was like, "Don't do it. Don't say anything to him." All right. I'm trying to start a fight in the Whole Foods in the suburbs. Don't check to see if it's still live. Hold on, chat. We're gonna check to see if we're still live.
Sorry, I was just thinking about that guy who came in earlier, Cosmos, where he said gravity is both the cause and effect.
Oh, Lord.
Oh man,
Was that today?
that was this morning.
Oh my goodness! Again? There was someone did that just the other day.
It is probably an everyday occurrence, but it's just
Yeah,
weird
like
that the double down results to like, oh man, it's both. I can't be wrong.
yeah, I was driving home the other day, and the same conversation was going down. He's like, someone was asking for the cause and the effect. He said, "Well, like to both." No. So much for us being science deniers. Starting to seem more and more like it's the other way around.
Well, I don't know if they're science deniers because you got to know what science is first to deny it.
Facts. That's so true, bro.
Yeah, what was it last night on PNR? I think you remember Allison, right? She came into the 24/7 a while back, and acts like she's on the fence, but is clearly a Globie, but really kind of just there to spread doubt and like you don't actually know. Just again projection of not knowing the globe. But she's like, well, everybody knows that you can't feel really big things moving. I was like, well, how do you know that? Can you give an example?
What her last boyfriend told her, bro.
I was gonna say, like, I'm glad I wasn't there for that.
Sounds a bit loose.
Sounds loose. Yep.
But it was like, yeah, can you give an example without pointing to the globe? Well, everybody knows you can't feel the motion. I was like, okay, so how do you know it's moving? And she just completely backed out. Acted like I was being mean. I think she even said your voice is so creepy. It's like, what?
What? Bro. Wow, that's such a
They'll stoop to anything just to avoid, any kind of response.
That is such what a woman would do, like when you're addressing her specifically.
We're seeing it more and more, like this mindset where as long as there's an explanation, a reason behind something, an unsubstantiated claim, then it's okay. You should just give it the pass, right? It's like, no.
Well, that's what triggered her. I said, you have to abandon your senses to believe that you're spinning on a globe. And then that's what, she just kind of lost it from there.
Your voice is creepy.
All right.
I don't know if it's because of ladies' night too, but I've actually, I don't know, maybe it's just a correlation, but notice there's been some more random 304s just popping in.
So you guys actually did ladies' night yesterday?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Oh,
it was kind of missing some globe action, but
was it because when I jumped
I think like
on
2.5 hours?
Oh, okay. Yeah, y'all, probably a good thing I wasn't there for that. I would have just clocked into Misogyny headquarters, but
I can definitely appreciate Bambi and Karma and all the others voices.
We banned our sidelines certain people to allow breathing room for the peeps to not be abated by either aggression, commentary, or whatever else. Worked out well.
yeah, that's good.
Definitely
That's good.
effective.
How'd it go? I mean, Dandelion, get some Dandelion there. Anybody else was cooking? Batsy?
Yeah, it went good. So there's trends in conversations that they go a certain way, and certain personalities, for whatever reason, end up going a different way. And so we want to curate our platform to go certain ways. So the only way to accomplish that really is just to remove certain people from certain times. And I mean, that's just what we're going forward. Like, we know who these people are. We know the interactions that they have. We know, like, they're going to come in and interject one of our, like, let's say we have a really good exposition about optics by India. We know that there's like 3 people who are going to flock to it and try to interrupt them, even though, like, whatever they're going to say is absolutely a waste of everyone's time. So they're just going to be pre-muted when the conversations happen. They're just going to have to live with it. And, it's that simple.
I really want to be toxic and have you name the AI. But
It's always in flux. Like, it's a judgment call at the moment,
Yeah.
Well, that's not to say they're not allowed to speak, right? They're allowed to speak. They can go to 24/7 Maine and talk all they want. They can go to politics and religion if they're muted in here. I mean, like, everybody doesn't have to be available at all times to interject with other people in one forum. Like, there's multiple forums we can be in and have different conversations.
Yeah. I do find it interesting that people, and this might not be a good critique or anything, but I do find it interesting that people will be rather silent like 90% of the time, and then when it's going, now I want to speak up. It's like, well, dude, you had all this time to speak before. Now I guess I'm saying. But, I get it.
It's a position, like, because they're coming in sometimes on the coattails of somebody who's clearly competent in handling it completely. They sense any dithering by the opponent, and all of a sudden they think that they're the person that's going to tip the scales by coming in with their incoherent sentence, which can't even, half the time be heard or even understood, or wasn't even necessarily on point. So it's like, dude, it's like, have some self-awareness. You're clearly not up to, you got to understand that if somebody's going down a certain logic train and you just come in with something off base, like, you're going to get shut down. It makes perfect sense. The idea that you think you can just get away with it at this point, it's like, get real.
I do know what you mean, though. I know what you mean, because sometimes that's me, bro. Look,
It's nothing personal against anybody. Like, everybody's got their strengths and weaknesses, and you got to play to your strengths and weaknesses, and sometimes that requires other people who understand the conversation, what's going on, and they want to curate a certain style of convo or result, like, that's going to get broadcast out on our curated platforms, which is our responsibility to curate as we see fit. Like, you're going to get curated. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's definitely not personal. Just because I remember, like, back in 24/7 when I first joined, I was definitely somebody who didn't really speak much at all, and I would instead, like, meme, and you get called out for, like, posting something that is either fallacious or kind of sheds bad light in a way, like, and it was simple. You're like, oh yeah, I totally see your point, and then you kind of take that meme out of the reel, if you will. But I'm kind of prideful in my meme selection, that it's like, dude, I can almost have a whole conversation with a Globie just through memes. Like, They get so frustrated with that. It's great. But like, another thing I noticed with my meme collection and like the GIFs and things too, that a lot of it is actually practical demonstration, reality. They're not really filled with too many diagrams or cartoons, and I do think that is important too, that like the information that you bring to this forum, you got to check it out. You got to siphon it, even check it with the other guys. Like, does this make sense or is it too fallacious?
Yeah, dude, you're correct. And speaking to that, we had to go to task against a flat earther who usually routines this place, who made edits to the Black Swan argument to essentially satiate Globers who say, oh, refraction this, refraction that. So he had an AI make a version of the Black Swan where the oil rigs were perfectly crisp, right?
Oh.
And didn't caveat it too much, and he got scrutinized for that. It's kind of bucking the scrutiny, but it's kind of like, dude, it's like you're basically falsifying evidence here and doing it on our forums and thinking that, us who are critical of that type of stuff aren't going to critique you for it. It's like,
right.
I mean, you got to be out your mind if you think that's going to fly. Now, look, you may have been well intentioned, misinformed, or misunderstanding the impact of it. But if you're falsifying images, right? Yeah, exactly. But if you're falsifying images like that and they're being proliferated and people start pulling it and be like, oh, look at this argument I found. It proves the flat earth. And then the Glober's like, dude, that's an AI image. It's not even the original. They're going to get wrecked out in the field. It's a very disservice to the community to do such a thing.
Yeah.
If you got it's one thing if you're completely unaware, but if you're claiming to be somebody who's involved in the community for a long time, you have standards, et cetera, you've been hanging out with people who critique and have standards, like, I mean, it shouldn't even happen, dude. And to be fair, like, you could make an image like that and caveat it out and be like Mo Day, and this is just ridiculous. This clearly isn't what we see in real life, et cetera, et cetera. So, like, you have all this surrounding rhetoric around it, clearly demonstrating this image is fabricated, it's false, it's not reality, and it's intended to critique someone else's argument rather than intended to remove refraction, quote unquote, whatever they mean by that. But yeah, we had to put our foot down on that one. As sad as it is, that's the way it's got to be.
Yeah, he made an unwise decision. I don't know where he got in his head where he thought that was a good idea. There's no scenario where that's a good idea, in my estimation.
Who is that? Who did that?
You'll know.
Come on, guys. I'm so toxic. I just want to stir the pot.
And to be fair, I mean, to him, he interpreted it as like people are telling him what to post on the internet.
Nah, he's probably missing that point, though.
Which, I mean, I can understand that to a degree, but I don't think that was what people were trying to tell him. Telling, hey, it's already bad enough with the straw man, and then you got to say, look how dishonest flat earthers are. They're trying to pass this off as real. Which is like almost like the facto, the fact you correct it is like almost de facto admitting that you wouldn't see what you see, right? That it is refraction and that like you have to do this crazy shit to even prove the point. They can twist it into anything they want.
Yeah, we get on them for doing stuff like that. Remember the green table with the red level thing? They're like, well, we corrected it.
Yeah.
Look. It's like, no, dude.
Exactly, bro. So how this thing came across my desk is that somebody was looking to present the Black Swan image, and they looked through back history or something or wherever they were, and they found this fabricated image, and they presented it in association with the Black Swan argument, not knowing that it was a fabricated image. And so right there, the damage is done.
Damn.
Yeah, and then we have to end up explaining away like why that image was created in the first place and what the motivation were and blah blah blah, right? Totally derails the topic.
When it came across your desk, were you actually sitting at your desk, AI?
It's a metaphor. But look, the same image could have been used for rhetorical force if you had. It's rather than editing the image in that way, maybe putting an elephant in place of, rig 1, and then putting a clown juggling in place of rig 2, and be like, this elephant and this clown aren't relevant to the argument. What's relevant is the fact that the horizon is 10 times greater, right, et cetera, et cetera. So there's plenty of ways you could have used this style effectively without giving off the air that you're fabricating evidence intentionally. Because whether you have good intentions or not, that's the way it's going to be perceived.
I know I could use that. I could definitely use that because that image looks like the 10.10 mile image the cranes do. So you get the black swan, they're like, that's refraction. Like, so what are you saying? It should look like this? And then they'll be like, yeah. And then you drop the 10.10 mile one on them. You're like, okay, we got that. You already conceded this is what it should look like with no refraction. Here you go. There's one way to use it.
Yeah, exactly. You have a caveat around it. It didn't exist with this one. It's like it was presented in a way without any caveat. It's like, the casual onlooker or someone trying to critique flat earthers would see it as this person intentionally falsifying the evidence to favor their argument, rather than using it as a point in an argument, which is completely different.
Yeah, man. You don't need to select them. You don't need to do stuff like that. Everything got it is. I don't know who that was. Y'all should just. You don't have to name names. It's fine. Don't be honest.
Oh, by the way, just so y'all can sleep well at night, resting assured, Rich Evan approves of me criticizing other flat earthers, just so you know. So now you can sleep good at night.
Oh,
You sleep good at night, though?
Thank God. I was staying up all freaking night, all week, thinking about that.
Well, he's so consistent.
You're drinking too much coffee.
Might have to change positions if Rich Evans said something was okay.
It's flat earth jujitsu right there.
He messaged me and said, "Why do you deny reality? Why do you deny reality?" I laughed and tried to message him back, but it wouldn't let me because I'm. Can he message me and I can't message him? How's that possible?
He probably sent it then blocked you.
Says we weren't. It says we weren't on the same server or some crap.
Yeah, he probably blocked you. People do that on X too, right? They'll say something to you and then block you. So cowardly.
Weird. Rich, why is he always listening or what?
I typed out a reply, but it wasn't long. It was like, "You're a dick," and then it wouldn't send. I was pissed.
Dude, that bro is probably here more than me, bro. Like, I don't know how he doesn't see that as weird behavior. We need to get Flatsy. I need to put it on the soundboard. Like, why are you So sexy. They're like that. Next time someone comes in there like, what? Why are you guys dedicating your time today? You want to know who dedicates even more time? These weirdos.
CB, you sound kind of muffled.
Oh, really? Maybe my headphones are dying.
That was a little better.
Oh, really? All right, my bad.
But yeah, man, I've never understood that, man. Like the weird, like, kind of like addiction to flat Earth, but like hating it. Like, why you want to be somewhere that you don't like? That is clearly like triggering the most projection you've like ever experienced. Like, man, if I ever get like that, you guys stop me. About like anything. Like, why would you do that with anything, man?
Well, Alpha, I think, has the perfect name for it. He calls it a hate boner. They have a hate boner.
No. Not about to let slide on that. That's
Ew.
my shit. That's my shit. All right, I gave that to fucking all y'all ninjas. Hey, boner, that's me.
That's freaking
Okay, we'll give you
gross.
credit.
I can't
Yeah, it
remember
is
where I
gross.
got it from.
But that's what it is. That's really what it is. Like they're aroused by hating flat Earth.
It's
God, man.
an anger stiffy.
What about sadgasm?
That's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah, the hate boner. They just sit and stroke it. Like, it's so weird, bro. Where's your people at? Go hang with your boys, man.
Where's your model? They always completely ignore that. I'm like, you think you have a model too, right? Just no answer, no reply.
Got our flat Earth model, Grace AI. I love that freaking meme. I lost it, man. I don't know where the hell it's at. I gotta freaking take a picture of his profile again. Blow it up.
That was a good meme. It's always either that or, yeah, I have my globe right here. And you ask them to post it in chat, and they can't do it. Every time.
Gotta be serious though. Drace is pretty smoking hot.
Hey,
Yeah,
yo,
he's a good looking
pause.
dude. All right, check it out. I'm at my friend's house. The next door neighbor works at NASA, and he freaking cuts his lawn with one of those push things, right? But his lawn's always really long, and the front one, it's so uncut. His wife comes out and cuts it with like those little scissor things. I laugh every time I pull. They got a Ukrainian flag out front, man. Oh my god! Do you want to get a shot of the front lawn?
Yeah. Oh, well, don't dox them or yourself, but.
I'm not.
So is he too busy punching numbers for NASA? Or? To cut his own yard? Maybe he's waiting for some new like NASA tech to take care of it for him.
I didn't know you lived in Ukraine.
Is that crypto? Somebody shout out the panel. Wow. Let's do a check-in.
Crap, you can't see this freaking ad. I should have cut out the. It should. It doesn't matter. It doesn't know what street it's. Dude, can you imagine scissors? Like I remember them old timey scissors. Like we used to use them in the 70s to like clip around like before weed whackers, like clip around like your light pole out in front or along the the edge or something. Before weed whackers got popular, like little spring operated shit, like horizontal trimmers.
She does the whole yard with that?
Nobody hears. Well, no, but you can see the part she does. It's not done. Now I'm sure she'll say, "I've got wildflowers growing" or some crap, but most of it's weed. Dude, like you wouldn't believe how much they spent on that freaking house. I couldn't believe it. It's like no freaking way.
And get the massive bucks, bro.
Yeah, I know, man. Like, well, what the hell? We are freaking laundering money. Might as well get out. Got 5 others just like it. What would be funny is if they were monitoring the website. They saw it. Oh God. Oh shit.
And I'm pretty sure we're live. I'm not looking at the call right, but I'm gonna check and see if we're still live. It's not been confirmed yet, chat. No one's speaking until we confirm we're live. As of right now, we are not live chat.
What? Not live?
We haven't had any confirmation yet, so yeah, we're not live. Come on, check.
We are not. I have no idea.
Clear. I don't think we're live yet until we get confirmation.
CB, of course we're not live anymore. You didn't hear? We're shutting down the server. Clubproof came in. T-minus 5 minutes.
Oh, damn. That was a good one while it lasted, guys.
Yep. Come to find out, the kid that Indio freaking kung fu'd with the death punch earlier. He works for Discord. He's shutting the
Oh my god, dude. Indio Falcon punched him out of here so fast.
like comes in like, hey man, I'm really interested in Flat Earth. I just want to learn.
What the fuck?
He's like, what the hell are you talking about? Freaking Horizons.
Yeah, he was clearly
Serious? He
laughing,
works for
obviously.
Discord? How'd you find that out?
Oh my god, I just made that up completely, just fallacious.
Things like that have happened though.
Really? My dad works for Discord. I'm shutting you guys down.
Oh my gosh. All I wanted to do was learn about Flat Earth and India and
Hit him with the
four leg
Hadouken.
lock me and then DDT me.
I think they're scared of shutting us down because I don't think they want a lawsuit on their hands.
Oh shit! Are you? My dad's a lawyer. What? My Uno reverse card. You work for Discord? My dad's a lawyer.
Well, there is the potential, like for. So if it can be shown to be unwarranted, right, unjustified, then there is the potential for a class action.
Damn. Yeah,
So they got to be absolutely 100% certain that this minority group, right, and we know how the society feels about minority groups, right? Yeah. So they've got to be careful. They've got to cover their bases, man, just like anyone else.
I like the way you think, sir.
My dad's a judge.
My dad works for Trump.
There's a guy that already established the Flat Earth Church, and so you can actually use a religious defense for religious persecution if you so.
We're covered on all bases here, chat. Don't fuck with us.
So it goes to Discovery. We win whether or not we lose.
However, 4D chess now. Think about it. If you use that defense, then that means the Globers can likewise use that defense, and therefore Flat Earth rooms will be considered religious persecution against them. So it could be an Uno reverse card where they're like, aha, we tricked you. And now you're going to be shut down because you guys are the religious persecutors because our globe is our religion and you can't stop us.
I don't know if they're smart enough for that one, AI. They need some big brains for that one.
Dude, they're always in here admitting that they're in a religion. What are you talking about?
True.
Oh man, it's almost lunchtime, CB.
We cook? I'm getting hungry. I've been finishing chores all day. I was hoping you guys didn't hear that. Oh, I can't say it.
I gotta paint one wall, then I'm taking a snackity break.
Yeah, definitely. That sounds good.
I got broccoli, carrots, apples, and peanut butter.
Oh, that's boring.
And 3.2 ounces of salt.
What are you gonna do with that?
I'm gonna eat it. What else, dude?
Like how?
You open your oral interface system that leads to your conduit to your food processing unit, and then you.
Wait, but like table salt or like sea salt, pink salt? What kind of salt are we talking here? It better not be just regular table salt, bro. That stuff's not good for you. Dude, AI really is a cyborg, bro. He said your oral conduit. Like, what? Where do you even come up with the.
Oh, dude, I for a second there. What'd I miss?
Had to reboot? What kind of salt are we talking here? Like good salt or bad salt?
Sodium chloride. What else, bro? The most tastiest nutrient known to man.
But like, is it table salt or like pink Himalayan salt?
This one is just, the kind. Oh, McCormick. It's the kind that comes with the black and white little tube.
Dude, that shit is trash, bro.
Dude, it's still chemically identical at a fundamental level.
I don't know. I've heard some conspiracy theorists say that stuff's not good for you.
But if the salt has lost its flavor, wherewith shall it be seasoned?
Mm-hmm. Look, dude, I need like 7.2 kilograms of salt for every 87 hours of operation ability to replenish my electrolytes for my advanced processing units.
Nice.
So I have to get it in the carton, just drink it.
Don't do that, AI. Get you some real pink Himalayan salt. Buy a nice bag of it. It'll last you a while. I don't know.
I seen you can get battery operated automatic salt grinders and pepper grinders. So you just turn them up, put them over your plate, and then they just start grinding for you. Those are awesome. But yeah, you put the pink Himalayan rocks in there. And
yeah, get the pink stuff, man.
You know, there's a way you can taste salt without actually like eating it.
Put it in your water.
So what you do is you open your mouth, right, and you that you're like shaking the salt shaker into your mouth. You know, you try it. You know, you'll taste the salt.
Just thinking
Yeah,
like
right, dude, that's such an easy joke. That's such an easy joke to see through, bro.
Wait, I just tried it. Oh my god!
Yeah, you tried it. See, we know you tried it, CB.
Why would you do that?
Dude, sometimes if I'm in a rush, right, I'll just like cut myself and just pour salt in the wound, kind of like a nicotine patch.
You don't cut yourself first? What the heck?
Dude, that's how else you gonna get it in your bloodstream immediately? Good grief, dude. What is this, amateur hour?
Wound? What kind of cyborg wound are we talking here? Don't you have to open up your like gasket?
No, dude, the organic tissue is wrapped around the metal endoskeleton. Completely separate. Has its own biosystem that's completely separate from the main function.
I see. Brilliant.
We've come a long way since Wizard of Oz's Tin Man, right?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, like when Tin Man didn't have a heart, and the AI is all heart.
Ooh. Okay. You got that dog in him.
BB, someone actually accused me of by taking my shtick seriously that I actually had a time machine and went back to affect a debate that happened 10 months previous to the thing that I did that supposedly affected it. That's right. I was accused of possessing a time machine. No, not today. A while back.
Oh, okay. Oh.
No, not today.
All right. I just heard you say this, but you were talking to the guy earlier. Said like, bro, we don't edit our live streams or something.
Yeah.
So
I had to go on their show and do a PSA. Like, all right, guys. Yeah, I had to go on there and do a PSA. Okay, guys, check us out. You guys may not be aware, but I'm not actually a cyborg from the future. Just so you know, that's not actually the case. Yeah, there was a debate, and the person was being accused by the Globe opponent of constantly interrupting. And then the other person who was that person's friend said, "Oh, this is because AI, taught everyone that this person interrupts, and then they could use it as an argument against him because AI was nefariously, thwarting this, this debate." It happened 10 months prior. So the only way for me to accomplish effectuating that debate would be if I had time travel powers. Now, to the person's defense, he's not fully, in possession of his cognitive faculties most of the time, because usually he's imbibing, intellectual detriments like, blood alcohol levels of, greater than 7.
God damn.
Blew my mind though, CB.
Are you talking about?
If you're like, dude, I'm into things. You remember back in the day when you first met me, and you're like, yeah, I'm totally into themes and all that stuff. You're like, oh, it's so cool that you have this. Man, come on now. Why'd you have to spoil it?
Yo, you know what Stevie asked you today? He was actually
Yeah. He was the one who did it. Yeah.
because if you could time travel, it could be today, even though it happened in the past. For you, it would
True
be
story.
Wait, so Adam actually thought that's bro. Wow. Also, AI, bro, are you on a roof again? Because you're not lagging. Like, you're not
Right now, no.
It's not like we're hearing you fine. It's just like
There's a big rainstorm going
shit
on right now.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
Right. Yeah, because you're cutting in and out a bit.
Well, it's like we're like 2 seconds off or something. 5 seconds off. I know it ain't me because I got that W Wi-Fi right now.
Because I heard, all right, action, a cyborg. So if there was a not in between, we didn't hear it. Oh no.
Oh, so it's confirmed he's in cyborg chat.
Sometimes when I'm traveling. Sometimes when I'm traveling back and forth to the past, I forget to come back at the time I left. And so you guys have a gap in my presence.
You need to work on that AI. You need your timing down.
You know, like it's kind of like with Mandela effects. You know, like
There's a gap at
every time I go back, there's almost always a Mandela effect.
Could be 2 of them.
Oh my! Damn, AI,
Because I always forget to do something right. Like for example, do you remember Stevie James that was just in the chat recently? Yeah, do you remember?
No.
Stevie James, he was just in the chat, right? You remember that?
Not yet.
No, nobody remembers him?
No.
Stevie James, dude, the flat earther. He was just in the chat like 5 minutes ago. Remember him?
I have no clue who that is.
I don't know, dude. Maybe I'm not hearing you guys and you aren't hearing me. I don't know.
Correct.
So the way that joke goes, Creation Bears, you go, oh, no, I don't remember no Stevie.
And then I say, yeah, I remember him because
And then
I don't believe in Mandela.
like, exactly.
Okay.
Insinuating that he got erased by one of my time waves.
You just got erased.
All right, don't worry. I'll go back in time and.
We haven't drop out and rejoin chat.
Dude, could you at least go back and make sure don't get shot? But then again, people probably won't have delicious coffee, so you'll have to make a really freaking hard decision. I can walk, nobody will have good coffee.
Yeah, there's an interesting episode of Star Trek where like Picard was gonna die, and Q was like, "Since you're gonna die, I can do something for you. I can like change things. I could move you through time and let you live the perfect life. It's my last big gift to you." Because he knew that like Picard was gonna change things that kind of like really made him the person he was today. Like mistakes that he made, but he learned from. So during the episode, he did all these things where like this one girl he wanted to hook up with, you know, he really did hooked up with her. This other guy that he got into like a bar fight and whatever. He changed all these things, but then it brought him back into the future, and he's like lieutenant junior grade, and he's like, "What the fuck did you do, Q?"
He was
you know?
a little
Yeah, he's like
little punk Picard.
Yeah, he's like, "You're a weasel. You went back in time. You played it safe. You changed all the things about your character. You erased all the challenges. So now you're a boring, dull astrophysics officer with no point of advancement. Your career isn't going to go anywhere." He's like, "Q, I'd rather be dead. Take it back. Change it back." You know.
No.
That's a really
And
deep lesson.
the guy never goes to frickin' 90,000 feet in the bathysphere called Picard because of all that.
Yeah. It's so. I mean, sometimes people could say like when you look back, and some of your biggest scars make you who you are. Like the time when you stood up instead of staying down.
Oh, man, paraplegic, you're gonna take that, dude? Wow, Cray, you're on demon time, bro.
Metaphysically, I'm not talking about actual.
You're on demon time, bro. No, that's really deep, though, kid. Honestly, there's like a life lesson in there somewhere. That's cool. I like that. Well, I'm sure a lot of you guys in here, like, man, I wish I could change that, but then you wouldn't be or where you are today. I don't know about you guys. No, I don't like where you're at today, CB. Okay. All right. I had some homies a while ago. They were like joking around. They kept calling me CB. They had no idea about my creation bear profile. They were like, "Oh, Chris Brown, you Chris Brown motherfucker." Blah, 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 blah. And they're like, "CB, CB." They were calling me that all night long. I'm like, interesting that. Strange world. When's Megan gonna go live, dude? Are we talking like a couple of months from now? Or? I definitely want to be a part of that. Am I muted? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
I haven't been looking at the phone. Okay, cool. I'm just making sure. I haven't been looking at the phone in like 30 minutes. Right on, right on. What's today's here today, Chris?
Bringing one of those clowns from last night.
Well, didn't go after I left. It's more for us.
I left too.
No, no. Think about that thing. BC. Where did we leave off, Heretic? What was the last? We were cooking somebody.
They were just melting down in the chat, super mad, failing to comprehend any argument we made.
Oh yeah, it was that guy that was. He kept saying, "You're pivoting. You're pivoting."
Yeah. Chanting, "You're pivoting. You're gish galloping." Literally said the same thing to him like 40 times, and he called it gish galloping.
He ultimately, like right before I remember getting off the highway, he said that things that are in behind something that's being blocked. I'm sorry, I'm just fumbling it, but like you asked him, How can something behind an obstruction? What was the question again?
Well, it's like, how can something block something while being behind it?
Yeah. And he's like, well, it can't. I'm like, okay, well, you're cooked. It's over. We're done.
Yeah, he forgot about why that question was being asked because the first time I asked him, he didn't want to answer it. Then later on in the conversation, he seemed to forget the context and he just went ahead and answered it.
Got it, guys. He was projecting so hard. Oh, changing the subject. Oh, you're gift scalloping. Oh, red herring. No, dude, that's you.
He's like, the real horizon is at B, and that's air
Oh
between
my
B and A.
I forgot he did say, he kept trying to say, well, it's not really, can't really see it. Bro, what? No. I went off on him for that.
Yeah.
What do you mean you can't see something that's apparent? This is like, what?
I know. It's complete insanity.
Hey, you can't see something that's apparent. Your dad.
Oh. Where were you last night? That would have been good.
Sometimes, like, some of these guys are just nonsense machines. It's just, like, saying anything to them, like, it's going to be futile trying to get through to them on anything. They're just
Well,
going
that's
to
what I
make
thought it
something
was helpful.
crazy up. They don't care if it's consistent with anything else they said.
Yeah. That's that girl say anything syndrome. But I just thought that's why I thought it was helpful to bring in Nolan on board. But okay, well, someone else that disagrees with it, but they can at least be honest about what they're seeing here. And then I noticed that other illogical guy just shut the hell up for a while after that.
I think he was a bad influence overall.
Roland.
Yeah.
I think that would have been spiral. He spiraled out of control. I don't know what's wrong with him. I think actually he like low-key might see him. She's my. Let me not sit here and diagnose the guy.
Have you heard the new acronym? FEDS, FEDS, Flat Earth Derangement Syndrome.
Nice. But
yeah, they're all feds.
We'll have to add that one to the list. The list is growing. It's nice. That's a good one, actually. Yeah, there's a bunch. There's like they'll say anything syndrome, characters can't be right syndrome,
instant expert
syndrome. Yep, that's one of my favorites. Yeah, I have to look on my phone. There's a bunch. We came up with a new one. What was it? Maggie had me come up with 2 nights ago. Oh yeah, cannot concede to a flat earther syndrome. That was a good one. It just won't concede to anything, even when like demonstrably wrong.
Oh, we see that today.
That happened today.
Yeah, that's like the technologist earlier, going by Oliver. Like, we read him a citation. What was it? About the scientific method or something.
Natural third phenomenon.
Oh wow.
That was Cosmo.
Last ditch, just tell the audience you're winning syndrome.
Nice. Yeah, that's a good one. Crabs in a bucket mentality. That's another one. That happened last night, actually. It's like, oh, well, I'm going down, so you guys got to come down with me. I'm sorry, buddy. We ain't going down now.
How about buzzword earther syndrome?
Buzzword earther, yep. Classic. Science, physics,
That applies to
gravity.
That's more of a critique of flat earthers,
Uh-huh.
by the way.
What do you
Right
mean?
out of Clover's.
Really?
Yeah, like they hang out, and they wait for somebody to
Oh. Yeah.
say like gravity. Or refraction or something, and they come in completely sideline the actual real conversation to focus on the buzzword and just parrot some scripted thing about that. Which would be relevant otherwise. But they basically just sidelined the whole productive conversation. Then I got one, never been critiqued syndrome. Like that one.
Hey, buddy, your connection is hot garbage. Just want you to know.
Never been defeated like that goofy Joe kid. Sometimes goes by Master Debater. 524 wins to 0.
Yeah, deadly.
Yeah.
You guys can't ban me. I've got 20 sock accounts.
Well, true.
We got these flat earth stalkers out there following us around here. Multiple accounts, voice changers, multiple platforms, like Peter.
He's not really like those guys, though. He's just like a goofy kid just screwing around on the internet.
True.
Just entertaining himself.
Oh yeah, he's more just kind of like it's all in fun. Like he's actually enjoying himself. Those like anti-flat earthers, I mean, they are very upset. This topic has wrecked their world. They cannot, like, they're stuck in the mud. They cannot move forward until flat Earth is destroyed. Deadly's like, I don't know what I would do without you guys. It's so much fun joining the channel.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind him as much just because I can tell he's just, I don't know. He's just amusing himself. I mean, it's kind of brain rot, but it's quite a few leagues above, like, fucking Rich Evans who's just seething over flat Earth all day. Like, I mean, how pathetic is that?
Yeah.
Three fists deep into gravy fries. Yeah.
He's Rich Evans is clutching at straws too because he's messaged me. He never fucking messages me because I never speak to him. And he said, "What do you get from denying reality?" That doesn't even warrant a response.
I got the same one.
Did you get the same one? Did you?
Oh, this is bullshit. I didn't get any.
Yeah, that's because you interact with him, though. I don't interact with him. That's why it's a surprise. Like
the mute button's an interaction.
That's funny. Oh, Nuck and Futz sent me his maths too on that. I haven't looked at it yet, but on that observation he was talking
drawings?
about. Yeah, well, I asked him to show me that the middle pole should be 6 foot in the air, 6 foot above the third and the first and the third pole. I'm gonna have a look at it when I get.
It shouldn't. It's a prop.
Yeah, how they confirm the relative heights of these things? Just looking at
they
it.
just tell you what they are. They just say it's whatever they think it should be. That's how they confirm it. Should be 6 feet higher.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, I did the math.
Yeah, it checks out.
Yeah. Every single time he was called on it being like it shouldn't be a rise, right? It shouldn't be a hump. His only rebuttal was just to be like, "Oh, I guess you don't understand math."
Well, what's your local potato quotient? Like how much potato earth is in your locale, and how is it affecting your plumb lines? And if you don't have that, then how can you know if the plumb lines are actually representing whether the earth is potato earth or not? Because if you have plumb lines representing ideal shaped earth, then you've debunked potato earth, haven't you?
Actually, he showed his plumb lines being parallel when he was doing this.
Parallel?
Yeah. Yeah, are their plumb lines accurate to 39, 59 miles? That's kind of what they need.
I remember his drawing, though? He had all the plumbs totally parallel.
Yeah.
And then he was. What about him hanging a theodolite from a crane too?
That's hilarious.
That was poll number one. Hanging a theodolite from a crane. How'd you look into it?
There's the boat theodolite too.
Yeah. And the horizontal from plumb line on a ship. Love that one.
Yeah.
Well, did you ever get this one from the Crit's Worst Nightmare kid? So he sends this image, and what it is, it's a white image with a black line going across it. Okay. Now, if you scale the image up in your graphic software, you'll see that the black line, pixel for pixel, is perfectly straight. Okay. Then he'll say, "Is this a straight line?" And you say, "Yes." And then he goes, "Aha, I tricked you." And then he shows the zoomed out, program image of it's a circle versus when he zooms in on the circle. Now, the problem is that what I'm seeing is just pixel for pixel, a straight line. So there's no information of any curvature in there. So when it renders it straight. So he thinks he made an argument, but it's like, no, dude, this is a straight line. You may think it's based on a giant circle that you graphed in AutoCAD, but functionally on my screen, it's literally a straight line. There's no information of any curve in this line, so you didn't get anybody, bro.
Yeah, those pixels fit together orthogonally at 90 degrees. It makes me wonder if all the serious Globers are looking at who we're dealing with and they're like, fuck no, I'm not going to join in with that. I'm not going to throw down.
Yeah, it's like a lot of these Globers think that they have a vantage point of the Earth from their orthographic projection that they're drawing. It's like, so here's an art quiz for anybody who wants to try to do it right now, right here. Draw me an orbit. Go ahead and draw me an orbit. What an orbit looks like. Draw one for me. Good luck.
Yeah.
The problem is that they'll never draw like a image of somebody's field of view where they're looking at, let's say, the moon in the field of view, and they say, look, this is an orbit. I see the moon. It's in the front of my eyes. There, I've drawn an orbit. Nobody does that. What they do is they draw a little circle, and then they draw like maybe another circle over here, and then they draw an arrow showing that the one is traveling around the other. Okay, who has that vantage point in reality?
Yeah, from a God's eye
Nobody.
view, yeah. So, yeah, plan view drawing of what you'd see if you were above the two bodies. Yeah.
It's not even a God's eye view. It's not even a God's eye view because it's not like a perspective view. Even then, it's basically a blueprint view, like you said, a plan view.
Yeah, plan
The
view.
orthographic view. Yeah.
Well, there's been a resurgence of a few people saying, well, what if you just zoom out? You know, you get this zoom out from where, man? Zoom out.
I don't even think you could I don't even think you could comprehend a visual image, even thinking about it, what a God's eye view would be, because from any classical perspective, the idea of a God's eye view is that he doesn't actually have eyes. He actually is aware of all floating points simultaneously. So he sees all dimensions and all points at the exact same moment. Like when Neo sees the Matrix and he sees all the code raining down, I mean, that wouldn't even be an adequate description.
Yeah, it's indescribable. Yeah, you can't. It's inconceivable.
Timbo, I thought of a new way to sell roofs that aren't actually pitched properly, and so one of the corners is heavily pitched, so all the rain falls off one corner. I just say it's an intermittent showering device. So all the water's just pouring off
into one gutter.
This corner in this like shower stream. It's like, yeah, you can take a shower now, bro.
Yeah, getting back to nature.
Yeah, if they say, why is my roof, I hired you to put in a flat roof. Why does it look bowed up? I'd be like, dude, flat is relative to the equipotential surface of a giant globe, which horizontally is constantly and momentaneously rotating. And therefore, in order to make a flat roof, it has to be curved. That'll be an extra $5,000 for my expertise in understanding how to account for the curve of the earth. Then they're like, wait a minute, I'm not paying you $5,000 to account for the curve of the earth. I'm like, you're not one of those crazy flat earthers, are you? And they're like, okay, I'll pay. Hey, you guys ever get a random check from a class action lawsuit?
No. Well, like in the mail or in an email? Like what?
In the mail. Get a legitimate check from a real class action lawsuit, not a scam or nothing.
Never.
Yeah, I got one. It was like $1.53 or something. PayPal.
Exactly, dude. I got one from, remember Bank of America when they had that huge, other people were doing it too, where they would say, okay, you got a debit card, you got overdraft, you got this and that. So what would happen is you post certain items. You have $100 left in your account, let's say. You buy something that's $1, you buy something that's $10, you buy something that's $5, you buy something that's $3, you buy something that's $2. Then you buy something that's $75. You're over limit. What they would do is they would change the order of the process of the items so that all the small amounts would equal multiple over limits rather than one over limit. And they would charge you $35 each time. And they got sued, and they had to pay like $1 billion or some ridiculous amount of money.
It wasn't just
now, that
Bank of
actually did
America.
affect me. Yeah, it was others too, but I was only a customer of Bank of America. And so I got this check one day. It was like, oh yeah, Bank of America got sued for this. We won like, $1 bajillion. Here's your $15.37. And I
Wouldn't
lost
even cover
over
the overdraft fee.
Yeah, I spent like maybe, I would say close to $3,000 in overdraft fees with them over the years for that same reason. And
The lawyers got all the money.
Yeah. Now you can reserve the right to not be a party to the class action and sue on your own, but then you got to field your own lawyers. You have to opt out. Otherwise, it's settled. If you don't say I want to opt out before a certain date, like you're not allowed to then go and sue separately. Like you just have to accept the class action and that's it. So I looked at this check and I'm like, dude, it's better to keep this check as proof that they had to pay me rather than cash it.
Yeah, exactly. That's a win.
Yeah, they had a piece of software in order to maximize overdraft fees. So they would they don't have to actually post it to your account for something like 48 hours. So they would hold the check and not post it and wait till you accumulated a whole bunch, and then the software would post all these checks. It would order from highest amount to lowest amount, so you would get the most amount of overdraft fees. They were pretty slimy.
I got a one from Wells Fargo for that all that scamming they did about, seems like it was about 8 years ago or maybe 6. Where they were just like people's accounts are getting messed with and shit. Yeah, there's lots of those class actions.
No, they were creating
PayPal too at one time.
They were creating ghost accounts and contracts from people's personal information, and engaging people in like all kinds of different monetary products, and signing their names, like signing people's names.
It wasn't a tiny check, but it wasn't a lot. I think it was like $75. I was kind of surprised to see it, because I didn't get anything done to me, but they kind
So
of.
the moral of that story, dude. The moral of that story is if we sue NASA with a class action, we're all going to get like 3 cents. All right.
Yeah.
Can't we just get the laundered money back? Just be like, look, they didn't go anywhere. They literally built a model for like $500,000 and spent the rest on hookers and islands and
Blow. Don't forget the blow. Blow too. Hookers and blow. If you say hookers, you gotta say blow at the same time. It's like one and the other, isn't it? Maybe not.
Never. Don't know about hookers.
Hey, ask Gus Grissom about blow. He'll tell you all about blow. He got blow. Oh, he got blowed up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll teach you not to say things like lemon.
Well, Bear, nobody knows what you're talking about. Why don't you explain it in a story form so they can get you?
He hung a lemon. Gus Grissom, one of the astronauts that's going to go to the moon, I think. and he hung a lemon and said something to the effect of, crap NASA's building is garbage, and basically talk smack about NASA. I'm probably not doing the story justice, so AI needs
No, he said specifically. He said specifically, how are we going to go to the moon? We can't even communicate between this facility and this facility on the ground, and other such things. So, like he expressly said, how is it possible we can go to the moon, or insinuating it's not possible for us to go? And then shortly thereafter, he ended up having to test a capsule where, according to documentation and testimony of some people involved, which homeboy Bart Sobral paid for to get that info. He was the one who did Astronauts Gone Wild, I believe. And a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. And in that thing, it demonstrates that people said that there was right before the test, they inverted the door. So normally the escape hatch would swing one way, and they made it swing the opposite way. So then supposedly there were smell of fumes and rags that had fuel on it. So like the insinuation is that they basically killed Mr. Grissom because he was essentially gonna be a whistleblower.
And they said they filled the thing with like pure oxygen, and I think it was the kid. The kid, didn't his kid say that he saw like the striker plate behind the console or something to that effect? I swear I heard something about that, like an incendiary, like, a spark source of some sort.
Yeah.
Something.
There's all kinds of scandalous things going on, but he's not the only person that died surrounding the moon mission. So the lady who was the mother of one of the other astronauts, she supposedly committed suicide. And during that, and the reason given was that she just couldn't handle that her son was going to be involved in the moon mission, so she just had to off herself. Now, personally, I would rather think that maybe some people were thinking about not going through with it, not telling the truth, or criticizing this. So they killed off Grissom, and then maybe they killed the dude's mom to get them to be, like, hey, dudes, we're going to start killing your family members, homie. You don't, go along with it.
Yeah, they actually show, don't they show that in Armageddon? Doesn't Bruce Willis meet her at the
I don't know,
memorial? Man. I think that's
maybe. But the moral of the story is, dude, imagine a mother, rather than having her son go to the moon and then rub it in every other mother's face, she's going to be like, oh, I just can't deal with the fact that my son's going to be so famous, so powerful, so revered and respected, and I made him and raised him. I'm just going to have to, end it all because I just can't handle being one of the most important mothers in history. It's like, good, yeah, get real, bro.
Mrs. Aldrin Nee Moon.
Yeah.
Oh,
that was her name.
Yeah. So what was her actual name? Go ahead.
Well, apparently, so I've heard. Her maiden name was Moon.
Gosh, they changed it. That would be weird.
But it's like we've all seen that interview, right, where the astronauts are back from the moon. They're getting interviewed by the public media. They're supposed to be like having accomplished one of the greatest feats in human history, and they all look like somebody shot their mom. Oh wow! Now I get it.
There's people that argue.
Michael Collins.
They weren't sad. That was 2 weeks after being in quarantine, because they quarantined when they got back because they didn't want anybody to get space AIDS, and so they were. I don't know how long they're quarantined. I think like 2 weeks or some crap. I'm not sure, but they're like, they were. If they were upset because they didn't go to the moon, they would have been over it by the end of quarantine. Yeah, they were so sad from quarantine. Come on.
And Michael Collins said, I don't remember seeing any stars from the surface of the moon. And if anyone knows anything about the moon missions, Michael Collins never went to the surface of the Earth. The surface of the moon.
Crap. Oh, that's a good one. You know, yeah, I guess you didn't see anything from the surface of the moon. You should,
Yeah.
but
Not
did you see
only do I
anything
not
from
remember.
the landfill? Landfill where it was filled?
Yeah, it's like not only do I not remember what our official story about the stars is supposed to be, so I'm going to make something up. I actually don't remember whether I was supposed to be on the moon or not. Wow.
I don't even remember being in space, to tell you the truth.
Very strange. Why there's so much scandal surrounding this alleged legit event. So what do you guys think? Do you think they actually went to the moon, but everything they put out is actually fake? So, for example, the astronauts that supposedly are the moon mission dudes were not the moon mission dudes because they're actually just a bunch of retards, and the real dudes were like Black Ops dudes?
No one went to the moon.
Or is it awful? Or not?
As far as Aldrin said, we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Yeah, but maybe he didn't go there. Maybe a super secret spy went there.
Yeah, I remember guys that are like, oh yeah, like they didn't go to the moon. They didn't go to the moon, but there was a mission. And what they saw, you wouldn't believe. And they just can't talk about it. It was so horrible. Like, some of the crap that people, like, holy, like, really? Like, I don't even know. I've never even heard that one. I've heard somebody say that, like, oh yeah, the real mission was just, hush hush.
Yeah. Well, there's so many options. It's like they could have tried and failed. They could have had two competing events where one was to fake it and one was to do the real thing, and they realized they couldn't do the real thing for whatever reason, so they went with the fake. There's all kinds of things. But the thing is, like, we're not privy to that. They're like, we really can't answer it. But even to say, I got to put it out there, like, logically, even to say no one ever went to the moon or it's impossible to go to the moon, like, that's a strong burden of evidence to bear.
Yeah. I mean, dude, they could have. I mean, who's to say they didn't take a special helicopter really high and like get out, like hook their little climbing gear to the dome and then find the door, go out the airlock, and find their way to the moon.
Well, who's to say they didn't develop a teleporter? Much like in the Doom series, where or in Event Horizon, where you invent a teleporter, you teleport through a wormhole, but you actually pass through hell and you bring back demons with you. Which actually I think might be the case, because that would explain people like Nancy Pelosi, etc.
Oh, it's really good. Yeah.
Now, somebody said we never went to the moon, or we didn't go to the moon, or something like that, and then I asked why, but I didn't get an answer. So if they wanted to answer, it's your chance.
Brad, when?
I feel like I mean, obviously you can't say it with, I guess you got to add a caveat or whatever, but I just don't think, I'm like 99% sure that it's not a place you can go. There's not a rock in the sky. So, but I guess I can't really say that with 100%.
Yeah, you got to be careful when you're making counterclaims, especially if impossibilities that you caveated appropriately.
How about like the thing that we saw on TV? That definitely wasn't people landing on the moon. How about
That's that one. That one from a testimony from security guard sons. His son was talking to his father when he saw the moon landings on TV. He was crying because what he saw, it was inside that hangar, military hangar, that it was that. It's on Barcelona.
You know what, bro? I gotta watch that whole thing. I've never actually watched the whole show. You know what, bro? Let's do a watch party on 24/7 Main in the near future of that. He's got two videos now. Like he's got a new one, and then I believe the new one's the one that talks about the Gus Grissom and stuff. I can't remember, but I at least want to watch one of them, like in totality.
I think that it's like one of the best like things. It was it was a big deal when I first saw the them looking at that circular window, man. That's where I think a lot of the that's a lot of what I don't like. Oh, well, that we definitely live on a freaking sphere. Look at it. You're looking at it. That was a really good magic trick they did in that. And also what's interesting is don't they say that when he's interviewing the guy at Goddard, where he's asking, he goes, "This is the one they landed on the moon in, right?" And the guy says, "Yeah, this is the one that's in the museum." And that's when he opens the hatch in and he measures it. He measures the opening and then asks about the backpack and he gets kicked out. I think that's on that video, isn't it? The funny thing, or I don't think that's the astronaut one.
No, hey, there, we're gonna find out because we're gonna watch it, man. We're gonna have a watch party, right? So we'll know.
The one I was talking is I just did post it.
You guys that have any like ranked up in 24/7 Main, you guys can do watch parties yourselves. You can coordinate the whole thing yourselves. You can post a tag to all the ranked roles members. You could say, "Hey, we're gonna watch this show." You could start it. People will show up. You can have conversations about it. You can pause it. You can talk about it. You can create content. Very easy. If you're so inclined. Bear, you gonna take care of it or what?
Oh my gosh. I was just thinking, no, I'll wait. I'll wait till AI does. I literally was thinking that to myself. I'll wait till AI does it because I'm too freaking lazy.
I know. That's why I said what I said because I knew you were gonna do that.
You knew I was thinking it. Son of a bitch. Oh boy.
Yeah, well, think about it, bro. Like if you're home, let's say, chilling or doing something that you don't need to be out and about, like, and you can be around your computer, let's say, you can host it, you could start it, people will come. Like that would be opportune for somebody like me who's like, I like to work while I'm engaging, you know. So like I like to be, you know, like maybe I'm painting some walls or I'm up on a roof or whatever, and then I'm, you know, like joining in, listening. But I would like to watch it too.
I've
So
never
I
even
mean,
done that.
this one I'd
Never
like to
done
watch, sit and watch.
I don't even. I mean, I do have a computer. I haven't. I literally haven't turned on my computer. Like I actually have like a desktop that I haven't. I don't even think it's. Do I even have that thing out anymore? It's been that long since it's so outdated. I do everything on my phone. I've got a
Yeah, cool,
tablet.
dude. So you can do that. Like, check it out. All you got to do is go into the channel. You can go into live stream too, or you can go into Powwow channel because it's got perms for the YouTube bot. You open up the YouTube activity, right? Then you post a link to what you want to watch, and then everybody joins the call and then joins in, and they get to watch it too. And you guys can pause it when it works straight from your phone. It's awesome.
Not committing to anything because I'm terrible at this shit, but it would be cool. Won't deny that. Oh my gosh, man! How
Don't you
many? Is
practice?
there a freaking
Don't you practice? Do a
baseball
practice
team?
session, dude.
Yeah, I do need to do that first. What?
All right. Snack time is over. Time to paint. Bear, carry the combo. Make sure it's about flat earth, not coffee. Do it.
I suck at this, but I'll try. I'm actually pulling up somewhere, so I'm not going to be able to do too much in the next minutes. But back. I'm terrible. It always goes to coffee for me eventually, but be quiet for now.
AP Pelagic, are you still there? Be
Yeah, I'm here for another maybe like 5 minutes. Like just pulled up to a place, but yeah, I'm here.
okay. So in those old days when you were skating, how you say skateboard with a skateboard,
Yeah. What
did
about
you felt the earth moving? Were you?
No, never. It would have helped big time in certain situations. In certain situations, if the earth was moving when you dropped back down into the half pipe from a huge air, imagine the speed that you would, if you had your ramp facing the right way. If you didn't, then you would wreck horribly, the same way an airplane would just crumble into a burning ball of death if it landed on a north-south runway
Yeah.
flying east-west. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, we were thinking about, I don't know if you were here the other Indio, and everybody's talking about doing Owen and Mountain Bear did Globe Earth Sniper. We really need to do a Globe Earth pilot, and Globe Earth builder, Globe Earth sailor,
Skater.
Globe Earth skater. Actually, that's really good. Yeah, Globe Earth skater. Like he's just he just goes on his skateboard and he gets to all his places by timing the spin. Gets to all his destinations because the Earth's moving. All right, I'll be back. 5 minutes.
Okay.
All right, I'm back. If anybody cares, I'm driving the forklift. Back. Hey, my way. Yeah.
You are at work with a fork.
My Odyssey has it. It's pretty cool. But you know what? Like some days, if I'm like on a hill and I throw it in neutral, the beepity beep thing doesn't work. It senses when you're close to something. So, but it doesn't beep if you have it in neutral. It's only if it's in reverse. So, I don't know. Kind of dangerous if you put it in neutral and you're like used to hearing the beep.
I did drive one, but it was just one day. I was trying to remember. That one, if I did put on neutral, it just stopped it. You know, it was some security going on.
When you put it in neutral, it would stop it?
Yeah. But I don't know if it was...
it would stop the engine?
Yeah.
Because it was electric? Or, oh no, they had those. Well, they have them now where if you stop at a stoplight, they shut off the... I think that's kind of stupid. Don't you think that's dumb? Like you come to a stop and then it shuts the engine off. Well, then it's got to start it back up. I wonder how many starters that those new cars go through. Because every time you stop, it turns the motor off, you know? And it seems kind of dumb because, like, sometimes if it's just a quick stop, I would think that stopping the motor and then restarting it, like, I mean, they've probably done studies or some bullshit, but I would think that uses more fuel, unless let's say if it's probably not worth it unless you're stopped for more than 15 seconds.
I think there's some videos with that, talking with that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. All this crap they do in the name of, the climate and all that. Just such horse crap. I mean, I'm all for clean air, but some of the stuff is just a joke. If they really cared about shit.
I saw some information about that, and it seems the ships, they use worse fuel, so it's more pollutant than what we use on cars. So
Yeah, but they're mostly diesel. And diesel's not bad. You know, they talk a lot of shit about diesels, but diesels are I think they're a lot better for the environment. I would think. I mean, if you're worried about CO2, they are. Like, you can breathe diesel and not die. I don't know if that helps the environment.
Now we have the biodiesel. At Brazil, they are using.
Yeah, biodiesel is freaking cool.
corn.
I mean, I've seen a show where they were like kind of going over like what you could turn into biodiesel, and it was like pretty much everything on a car, except for like foam, cloth. I mean, like any plastic can be turned into biodiesel. I'm pretty sure. Obviously, a bunch of animal products and plants can be turned into some bio, but
I saw interesting because sometimes I watch this this program. It was from the UK television show, SOS Car, and there was this guy did visit a company there at UK, and they can turn orange peels into biodiesel, and
Yeah,
that
that's
was very
awesome.
interesting. And you can use that on classic cars, So yeah, I was watching something about that on that show. It was very interesting.
Yeah, I really don't understand why we don't do the hemp thing. It makes no sense to me why we're not doing hemp. It's like kind of like um kind of like bamboo. Like why would you cut down trees to make toilet paper when you can use bamboo that grows like freaking crazy? Or hemp, and the hemp oil and all that crap. I mean, they got all kinds of killer hemp
Have a look back through the
building
history of
product.
it. Have a
Yeah,
look back through the history and have a look who tipped money into making sure they could cut down trees and the revenue raised from paper production and whatnot, and you'll understand why.
yeah. Well, no, I understand. It was all
That's just one side of it.
and then there's DuPont that made what they make, like nylon or some kind of rope, and they didn't want to have any competition with. I mean, all the rope used to be hemp. Like,
Yep.
why I don't know, man. Like, if they really were worried about the environment, they would freaking use it. They would stop.
It's not about the environment. It's about the bottom
It
dollar.
isn't. Well, gosh, wait. What's wrong with hemp? You mean it's easier to cut down? Oh, it's harder to grow hemp. It's easier just to on trees. Is that what you're saying?
It's all about the bottom dollar. If you've got something that grows naturally, quite simply, and anyone can do it, you, me, the guy next door, it doesn't matter, anyone can do it, then these major companies don't make money off it.
I don't know. I mean, why can't I just don't understand why somebody isn't. I don't know. Obviously, nobody's got the lobbying power. Nobody can. I don't know. That's why it'd be nice. It'd be nice to figure it out, right? Just even like bamboo grows all over Maryland. There's all kinds of bit like you see it in patches, and you can't stop the shit, man. Like people try to stop it, you can't stop it unless you just take a bulldozer and like dig down 25 feet, and even then you probably won't stop it. But so why couldn't you do bamboo? And I don't know, like how hard is it to freaking have a bamboo shredder? That I don't know. I don't know what's involved with pulping and all that crap and making paper out of bamboo. I'm sure it's not that big of a deal. I make a lot of sense. Cut down old freaking dude. That kind of shit does piss me off because I love big trees. Like nothing's cooler than a big tree, right? You're sitting there like, dang, that shit's been growing for like 500, like something really big. It's just like, why the hell would you cut that down? I like watching the logging shows, on a flat Earth. Sorry to keep it not be on topic, but anyway, yeah, the logging shows, man, they're like, man, they pay such big money for those big trees, man, the big cedars and the big firs. Like, that's all them guys are looking for, man. Some of the big cedars are worth like 40 grand a tree. And they're dropping them big ones. And if they drop them wrong and they splinter, then they're all of a sudden they're worth like, if they hit the ground wrong, all of a sudden a 40 grand tree, now it's worth like 8 grand, It's only good for some shingles now, whatever. But I don't know, man. I better get it back on topic. I don't know how, but
I'm a flurf idiot with the turf. Ooh, I'm a flurf idiot with the turf. Ooh, I'm a virgin and my mom doesn't love me. Woo.
It's your problem.
You want to know something funny? Stupid thought he was clever coming in here saying that dumb shit, but yeah, let's make sure he doesn't come back, eh? Now, how funny is it?
Yeah, that wasn't bad. That was. I mean, I'd rather hear guys do that than some of the other stupid stuff. At least the people listen to them live, they're just like, huh, that's what they got, huh?
The guy has in his profile has a Freemason symbol, but I don't think the guy read the Freemason Bible because it talks stationary flat Earth. Anyway,
Dude, I rode by the Masonic Temple again today. This is. I want to talk to him so bad because it's the one on the street in my neighborhood where a certain minority lives. Things are still kind of segregated, but anyways, though, it's just like broken down, and like I asked the guy one time when I rode by, I was like, why don't they? I'm like, you guys are Masons, man. Why is this thing so run down? It's like like really cheap vinyl siding, and like it's got a deck that's like falling apart. And I'm like, why don't the Masons help you guys? You guys are Masons. They're like, no, not this one. They're like, not this one. I don't know. It's like, geez, why am I talking about this? I'm sorry. Oh, that's right. Masons were brought up. I'm sorry. Okay, so I didn't just blurt that out.
Bill Pelagic, too big for a bike, is talking to you on the side chat. The flat earth guy, too big for bike, is talking to you on the side chat.
Too big. Kind of driving. I mean, not.
He's asking, are you going? I'm going to read to you. He's asking, are you going to offer
No,
for sale?
nope. I'm not a coffee snob by any means. I've probably never had what we consider good coffee, and we talk a bit. Dude, too big for a bike. Dude, you just need to call me. Just call me. Here's my number. Just call me. Like, no, I don't do K cups but you know what? I do have some that I just happen to have on my desk that are the refillable. I'm almost positive I've got. I hope I got them. I'm gonna be feeling really stupid that I offered them to you, but they're only like $4 at Walmart, man. Like you just refill, the ones, and you're not making a bunch of trash, and you're combating global warming, combating global warming by not using.
That's not global.
Gosh.
That's not global. It's not global.
I know. So funny. Yeah, you're combating climate change, man. Yeah, well, they do make a lot of trash. But you'd be just once you had real coffee, you're not gonna want to go back. You just won't stand for crappy coffee ever again. Yeah, flat warming. Yeah, call me up, man. All right. Promise that I wouldn't take it to coffee. So we'll add like a little bit of coffee talk. We forgot about Glowbirth, race car driver. Glowbirth dragster. Glowbirth, NHRA guy. Drag racer. Dude, come on. Glowbirth drag racer. He's on the east-west runway, on the east-west track, and he waits to race guys on the east-west track, and then beats them or loses terribly. Actually, he's got to lose, right?
Sometimes it's just some strategy. You lose the first one, and then you bet more. The second one to run again, and the second one is he wins more. So
Look at that, the Glowbirth billiards, where the guy always counts for earth spin when he's playing pool, and he always loses. Always. Dude, you could have Glowbirth stuntman that he aims for the big bag you jump into if you jump off a building. He aims to the left bag and just dies. So Glowbirth stuntman would only be one episode. He's gonna be dead.
anybody here?
Oh yeah.
Yep. But now I'm leaving.
We were just waiting for you.
You guys have any good fresh meat today? Beat the snot out of
you. Yeah, you.
Yeah, me? I haven't been here today.
Are you fresh?
I hope you weren't waiting all day for me.
Yeah, we knew you were coming, so we just waited.
I was fishing.
Well, you could say that I'm a star attraction.
That's right. Now you're catching on.
I mean, Texas is the Lone Star state, and we have a reputation as being mostly flat. So is Florida. I'd say Florida is even more flat than we are. Well, it's been real, guys. Real exciting, stimulating, challenging, fulfilling. All that stuff and more. Groovy and crunchy at the same time. Y'all have a wonderful day.
Okay.
Stay flat and stationary. You left.
Thanks for dropping in. If no Globers come in and chime in, that means Earth is flat.
No cut, no bolly.
round.
Hmm.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Oh, is that perfection? Is that his perfection then? Good stuff, man. Why strength against every single time?
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be.
Level means having no part higher than another, having a flat or even surface.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
there is to know, essentially, about coordinate systems. But what you might be interested in learning is that the entire basis of the maps that we have in terms of latitude and longitude, I mean, that was derived assuming a flat Earth and then transposed onto a ball. Right? They're taking elevation angles to the luminaries, Polaris. Elevation angles utilize a flat baseline, which is the Earth.
Airplanes use angles to get their heading, to get their attitude and orientation, and then they convert that to a ball.
I think that airplane pilots are media trained.
No.
What trained?
He's
Yeah,
so
like a media trend, like
the
Top
whole
Gun.
conspiracy too.
Oh
they're basically they basically just understand that if they are to start speaking out about any fringe topic, their license can essentially be pulled. They can be grounded, and that's happened. There's been pilots who have come out and spoken about this, and they've lost their license. So a lot of pilots down low will say, "Yeah, we treat it as flat," but out in public,
of course,
you can't just be going and talking about that. Just takes one upset Glober to report to the company and say, "Your pilot's a flat earther. He must be crazy. I don't trust him." And the company are like, "Well, we don't want our pilots to have a reputation of being unsound of mind, so we get rid of them."
Even though they're probably right, yeah.
So who was that guy asking questions about the maps before?
Tic Tacs. Me.
Tic Tacs. So what do you? I mean, what's your understanding of what we're talking about when we say flat Earth? Do you think we're talking about like a disc in space?
Well, at first, like it was like, Earth. I'm gonna fumble here, but it was like, Earth is flat, and it's like, you know what? They actually have a point, because effectively Earth is flat, right? But in reality, Earth is a globe. But every day, example, when I toss a baseball,
No. Because reality would be what we experience. In reality, that would be flat. That would be motionless. In the belief that we're given as children in school and on TV, then it's a globe. But the globe has nothing to do with reality. The globe is only ever seen on a screen or a textbook. You see? So
to be fair, I understand that you can see some curvature of the Earth, just with it flying at 35,000 feet in an airplane.
No. To be fair, you cannot. And that isn't even the globe claim. That's not even the globe claim. No, you might have thought you'd seen curvature, but that would be because you're looking through a curved window.
Curved window.
Yeah. You, according to the globe model, you wouldn't even see curvature at 250 miles ISS height, according to the math.
When you say curvature, we're accounting not just like left and right. We're also accounting for like where I stand, and where the
horizon.
Horizon, yeah.
Oh yeah, no. See, the horizon
that's
is
what
not.
I'm remembering. Is my dad
So
showed me,
this
like a water bottle and like
yes. This is what they teach. This is what they teach us, right? So if you go on Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator, it'll bring up a bunch of calculators. You can just pick one, and then you can put in your observer height. Let's say 6 feet. Let's say you're just standing at the beach looking out to sea, and it'll tell you how far away. That'll tell you how far away the horizon should be if the Earth is a ball. How far away do you think the horizon should be for a 6-foot observer? I don't expect you to know necessarily. Just have a guess.
5 miles.
3 miles.
Not bad. Yeah, about 2.5, 3 miles. Right.
Okay.
I won.
So then let's say we go down to the beach. Let's say we go down to the beach and we're standing there and we're looking out and we see a horizon at 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. What would that mean?
Something's off. And just to be clear, I'm 6 foot tall. I'm standing at like the beach, and there's something else that's 6 foot tall.
Well, no, let's just say you've got a reference marker for a distance, either a boat going out that you can track or an oil rig, and you know how far away that is. So the horizon you can get a rough distance. You can say it's greater than this distance because it's further than the oil rig or the boat, whatever it is.
Sorry, let me finish because I think I'm following, but I just want to be sure. Because like if it's a sailboat, the sailboat mast is 30 foot tall. That doesn't count because I'm going to see that longer than what I would.
Yeah, it's the horizon. It's the horizon distance that we're focusing on, not the object. Well, the object is just there to tell us roughly how far away the horizon is from us. Because remember, the argument is that horizon is the curve, the geometric curve of a ball of a certain size, 3,959 miles in radius. Right, so that necessitates a geometric position of this horizon. So for a 6-foot observer, it should be no more than 2.5, 3 miles away from you. That's the curve of the ball that the boat should start going over and disappearing bottom up according to the globe belief.
Yep.
So let's say you go to the beach and you see this boat, but at 3 miles, there's no horizon there, it's just water, and it keeps on going up to 10 miles before you start to see a horizon. What does that mean?
Something's funky. I guess I'm
the
thinking
math
about
ain't
this a little
mathin'.
bit deeper. Well,
The math ain't
something's
mathin'.
funky. But
Maybe
but
like
I
the
will
excess
say
height,
I've seen a sunset on the beach, and then I flew my drone up, and I could see a second sunset. Like the sun was gone from my eyes, 6 foot tall, and then I flew the drone up and I could see the sun again. Like
if you raise your altitude, no, because if you raise your altitude above a flat surface, you're going to see further across that surface. That's just what that's a function of.
What?
You're seeing further. On a flat surface, you get higher up on a flat surface, you see more of the surface. You're extending your range of view.
Well, I see more of the surface is different than I see further. But you're saying
no, not really. You're seeing further along the surface, so you're seeing further. You've got a better angle of view, so you can just see further. This is why people have made guard towers and things for thousands of years. We build towers to see further.
because there's like obstructions and stuff.
Yeah. But we can get to that after. Let's stick to what we were just talking about, right? So if you get out there to the beach and you're standing at 6 foot and you're seeing the horizon at 10 miles, mathematically, if that was a globe, then that would make the radius into the realms of the hundreds of thousands of miles, rather than the 3,959 miles they tell us. So that's not even just a little bit off. That's way off. Right, so what that's telling us is that there is no curvature of a 39, 59-mile radius ball that's creating a horizon at 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. That's what that tells us, isn't it?
Agreed.
So all we're seeing is flat water up to a flat horizon. No curvature. So this is where we're at, basically. We're taking the globe model, the math, the numbers, and we're comparing it with what's actually observed in reality, and we're finding that they don't match. And at that point, you have a decision to make. What do you reject? Do you reject what you're observing, what you're experiencing, the reality? Or do you reject the model that we were taught as children before we could think?
It's kind of silly to reject what you're seeing.
I agree, but plenty of people do. Plenty of people do. Let me tell you.
I'm still stuck on this idea. Like, okay, my drone example is something I've totally done, and that's why I brought it up. And I don't want to fuck up your words, but it was like something to the effect of, when I change my observer height, I see more of the surface, but you don't see further, like, right? Like,
yeah, you'll see further. Yeah.
I did post at the side chat a drone going up and down, and you can see further away. of that bridge.
Oh, jeez, you guys have a gift for everything. Where is this at? Oh, I see the bridge. Yeah.
Are you on our home server, by the way?
No, I don't think so.
Right, because if you're interested in this topic, it's handy to have a place where you can actually research the other side of the argument.
It says he's in there. It says
he's in there.
he's in mutual server. Yeah, we could tag him over there.
Yeah, so you're already in the server, so you have access to the additional information section. It's like terabytes of resources that we've collected over the years, because if you try and find it on Google and YouTube, it's just hidden, buried in algorithm. So you should check out 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's the little icon that looks like the Earth.
I found it. I see it.
Yeah, so if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down, that server list, you'll see an additional information section. It's all alphabetized. So it's got channels on like NASA, rockets, ISS, gravity, sun, moon. See all those?
Yep.
So for what you were just talking about, the sunsets, I mean, you could look in sun. Perspective would be another good one for you to look in. Optics and perspective, whatever the channel's called. Definitely look into that, because optics and perspective is something that we're not really taught in school unless you do art and get into perspective art. But this whole topic is really all about... Good night, bro. Have a good one. It's really a lot to do with how we observe the world and explaining why we observe the world the way that we do. And to understand that, you need to understand perspective. So I would recommend checking that out. And yeah, your sunset question, you'll probably have a few things in there.
I'm in the optics and vision perspective. Maybe you guys don't want to entertain this anymore.
No, that's good.
I'm reading there's like a hallway photo. And it shows like different colors that the camera is perceived, I imagine. And it shows like, okay, now we can see the colors at the end of the hallway, whereas at the floor level, because that's what I was kind of thinking of as you were talking about this, was like,
we can demonstrate.
Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say, yeah, basically a lot of what's shown in that channel is demonstrating that we can demonstrate bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface, right? Which counters the argument that the globe side makes, which is that boats are disappearing bottom up, buildings are getting obscured bottom up, the sun is getting obscured bottom up. That must mean it's a curved surface. But no, we can demonstrate this phenomena on flat surfaces. So it's not exclusive to a curve.
By the way, I just posted to the side chat a video. This guy has his camera in the hallway at the ground, and he's gazing up, and then you see there was an object far away.
Yes, you need to think of the hallway thing. That's kind of how our vision works, right? When you're in a long hallway, you see the walls and the ground and the ceiling appearing to converge. So it's like the ceiling is coming down, right? And if you're on like a road and you see all these street lights off into the distance, it looks like the street lights are getting lower, right? But they're not, they're the same height. But that's your perspective. So when we see the sun appearing to get lower, when we see the sun and it appears to get lower in the sky, it's not necessarily because we are spinning backwards at 1,000 miles an hour. You know what I mean? Which is the globe idea, right? You're falling backwards, making the sun appear to sink to your view. But no, it's perspective.
Yeah, there's a lot.
So then when you raise up in your altitude and you're taking in more light information because your angle of view is higher, larger, the sun can, appear higher again because you're extending that range of view. And the reason the sun is appearing to descend or obscure in the first place is because you're limited by your perspective. And the sun's ability to get that light through all the air that's between you. Because light has an extinction point in air.
Thinking about what you just said, it's like, okay, that's not controversial.
You wouldn't think so.
Change your perspective.
You wouldn't think so.
More, you can see the sun again. What I saw with my drone was I see a second sunset. Thinking about like the sun just for a second, I call my buddy in Australia right now and I say, hey, not what time it is. hey, it's really sunny here. Is it sunny there? He says no. That doesn't make much sense on a flat Earth, right?
Well, it does if it's a smaller and more local sun that's illuminating a portion of the Earth as it travels above it in a circuit.
So, like,
That's
if
what
I
I
had a
would
light bulb in a stadium and I was the furthest away as I possibly could, it wouldn't be that
Yeah, you
bright for
move-
you, but if I went above your head, it would be bright.
Yeah. The sun is moving above our heads in a repeated circuit, just like we observe. Right, we're still beneath it, and it's moving just in repeated circuits between the tropics, north and south, giving us our seasons.
I do remember a video I saw, something to the effect of like the 24-hour sun in Antarctica debunks flat Earth.
There's a lot of coping like that, where they think the sun moving in the sky somehow tells them that the Earth, the flat Earth that they're experiencing every day, isn't true. I don't know how they get to that. But a lot of that is to do with this map reification that we were talking about, and assuming we know how the sun works and what its mechanisms are and what media it might be coming through. I don't think we should
reification.
Yeah, like reification of like making the map a concrete idea about this is like what it is. So that north-centered map and a circular perimeter of south being Antarctica. The idea being that it couldn't rotate in around that whole perimeter and still show a 24-hour sun at a particular location. But again, that's making a few assumptions about how that went down or how it goes down and how the sun works, how we perceive it, all these things. Because the sun when people have checked in terms of like trying to get a physical location of the sun, like triangulating different points between different countries and saying, right, it's in this direction for me at this time, it's in this direction for me at this time. If we put all those lines together, we should be able to, like, they would meet at one point and that's where the sun would be. But when people have done this, they're looking over at different directions. Like, so there's not one meeting spot of these lines. So we're not even necessarily seeing.
You lost me with that last comment, and maybe it's because my mind's thinking about.
Well, just imagine like a Mercator map or something.
Sure.
Or even a north-centric map, and you put like 3 points over at different stretches, like in Australia, in America, North Asia, Russia, whatever, and you have them all look at the sun at the same time and give their direction to where the sun is, right? And then you draw those lines on the map, and you're expecting them to meet all three or four of those lines at one point, and you can say, right, that's the physical location of the sun. Right. Well, when they try and do this, the lines don't meet.
That's interesting. So, like, if I have a buddy in Africa, Australia, in the States, and I say, hey, what would I say? I would say, hey, watch the sunset, or look at the sun. Look at the map.
At the sun. Give me a direction, like on the compass where the sun is.
Where it's at.
Yeah, we'll all draw lines, and they should all converge at one point if we're seeing this exact physical location.
Especially because the sun's like 93 million miles away.
According to
the further away, the more accurate this line's, right?
There's no verification of that. It's funny that I'm so glad you brought that up, Cyclone, because the last time, since I've returned from hiatus, the last time somebody asked that, his thing about why isn't it light all the time in every place, I'm just like, because the sun just moves away. Like, it didn't even cross my mind. I just totally forgot that they think it's so far away. I don't know. It just didn't even like.
I know. After a while, when they start talking about it in the globe context, it's like a mind melter, just trying to consider what they're actually thinking again.
Yeah, because there's no verification of that distance. That's the story you've been told. But that is, there's also another possibility that the sun is just as it appears.
Yeah, it's like a local light. So anyway, we're not even really sure about the nature of the sun, and it doesn't really seem like we're all looking at the same point. when we're seeing the sun. So we don't really make any solid claims about it, other than what we can observe, which is a disk of light going through the sky in repeating patterns every year. Helps plants grow. I like it.
Thanks for answering my questions without a bunch of nonsense, like attitude. I think Crit was the one that was just giving me a bunch of grief.
I'll give you some attitude. You want some attitude?
Well, all right. Last question. So I went and saw the most recent, or maybe it's not the most recent, but I saw a solar eclipse. And I have a telescope, and I see like the different planets and stuff, and they're all circular at the very least. Not I'm still of the opinion that it's globular, but they're all circular. And when you see a solar eclipse, it has like a circular, or you go look at the moon at night. It's circular. Do you think that the Earth that we live on is circular at the very least?
Well, on the eclipses, what I would say is the story that they've given us about the Earth and the Sun and the Moon being these spherical bodies that are rotating around, causing the eclipses. I don't think that's what's occurring. Obviously, the eclipse occurs, and we see a darkening of either the Sun or the Moon. But in my view, these are their own lights, right? And the eclipse is a mysterious phenomena that they go through. But it kind of looks, and I don't know if you'll be able to find someone doing a comparison, but it's really quite hard to describe. But if you pass like circular lenses in front of each other, on like an optical device with arms, it'll create the exact kind of circular motion and shape that we see occurring in the eclipses, like a lens is passing in front of another lens. And it can cause a different coloration or a darkening if it's a particular color going over another different color. But either way, I mean, it's wild speculation. There's eclipses like the Selenelian eclipse, which is called the Impossible Eclipse, which is a lunar eclipse, not a solar one. But it basically debunks the globe claim, because the globe claim is that there's a syzygy, an alignment between the moon, the Earth, and the sun. And the Earth's shadow being cast onto the moon when they're in a straight line is what's causing this eclipse on the moon. But the Selenelian eclipse occurs, and both the sun and the moon are above the horizon to the Earth. So instead of it being like a straight line, it's more like a V formation with the sun and moon above and the Earth at the bottom of that V. And the eclipse occurs. Now, geometrically, you can't cast a shadow from the Earth onto the moon when the sun and the moon are both above the Earth. So whatever the cause is, whatever is occurring with those eclipses, it's not what they're telling us in terms of these balls passing in front of each other. But now onto your question about whether I think the Earth's a circle. No idea. Don't know what shape it is. It's like, well, what's the shape of a lake? Doesn't really have a shape.
Well, what about the moon? You can answer that.
Yeah. The moon appears. The luminaries appear, like you said, circular discs. And if you read like astronomy books, they'll refer to the sun and the moon basically as discs, like the disk of the sun. But they're not even calling them spheres technically when they're observing them, because they're honest enough to say, well, technically we're just observing a circle, a circular face, right? And the moon, I would agree, even looks like it's got a curved, almost like a bowl shape to it in its texture, whatever that is. Whether that means it's a physical rock-like material like they claim, I don't think so. But whatever it is, I wouldn't disagree with you if you said it looks like there's a curve to the surface of the moon, the disk that we're seeing. But that doesn't, again, necessitate a ball, let alone a spinning ball. Right, they tell us it's a spinning ball, but somehow we only ever see one circular face, no other sides of this spinning ball. And then they say, oh, well, it's just tidally locked, and it's spinning at such a perfect speed with the Earth's rotation that it just coincidentally never looks like it's rotating. And then you're like, well, what are the odds of that happening? Absolutely astronomical. It would be like winning the lottery every single day for 1,000,000 years. Like, the odds are so astronomical that statisticians would call it impossible. And they say, well, what's the reason behind that? Nothing. Everything just exploded out of nothing into chaos for no reason. And this is what occurred. Like, it's obscene. But anyway, no, I'm not claiming the Earth is a circle. I don't know what shape the Earth is. I just know it measures and observes and is practically used as flat and motionless. So it's not the ball that they're telling us.
That's kind of frustrating. That's a frustrating answer.
I know it's a frustrating answer, but part of this whole process is recognizing the practical limits of our knowledge, what we actually don't know. Because we've been raised to think that we have an insane amount of knowledge about this surface that we're living on.